Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Monty or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Monty or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
He won't even admit who he voted for. What's up, everybody? How's it going tonight? What's new? What's the word? Got a bunch of news to talk about tonight. Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody out there? Not if you can hear me. Is there anybody home? Oh, man. What a rough night. This election did not go the way anyone expected, I tell you. Yeah, so that was old Chuckles up there, and he wouldn't even admit who he voted for. He's like, look, I voted. But listen, a bunch of other people are talking about election, schmection stuff. We're going to talk a little bit about election stuff, but not for a little while. And got a bunch of other stuff we're going to talk about first. So let's see who's here. We got actual news to talk about. Let's see. Audra was first tonight. She said, oh, wow, how did this happen? The Gundam Zig's here, and the Blue Slaughter tonight is the beginning of the end, and the Fickle Tard R's is going to let it happen. Yeah, they've been too busy fighting over, shooting inside the tent, calling each other Nazis and shit, doing all this stuff. It's like, you know what? You're no different from that, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. Mm-hmm. Good evening, Jonathan. How we doing? SB Farmer's here. I am Bob is here. What's up, Bob? How you doing, Miss Hacker? How you doing? Who's Handsome is also here. Captain Z, what's up, man? How you doing? Tim's here. What's up, Tim? How you doing? How you ding? You watched my state vote to hate me and embrace leftist shit. Beyond tired. Yeah. Well, it's messed up. And Lynn is here. What's up, Lynn? All right. Well. Oh, shit. I didn't start the goal thing. I totally forgot. All right. Let me start that. Let's see. Right. Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. That's very disappointing. It is. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. But we got some good news. Not good news. All right. That's the wrong way to say this. Not good news. Not good news. Some news came today that we're going to talk about. First story. Oh, yeah, so there's a goal. If we hit the goal, I'll add an hour to the show. For every $75 that comes in total across PayPal, Cash App, YouTube Super Chats, gifted memberships, or gifted memberships or memberships on Rumble and Twitch and Locals Coins. For every $75, I'll add an hour to the show. Expect it to happen. If an individual donation of $25 comes in, we'll activate Bellavision, which is Bellavision. It's Bella Butt Vision. And then, and if we don't hit the $25 individual donation, once we hit 50 total donation, Bellavision gets activated. So, anyway. Yeah. I don't know. I was going to start late. What's up, Jay Lee? God, how you doing tonight, too? I was going to start later because Joe started early. But then he didn't start early. He kind of started. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. So Vice President Dick Cheney was dedicated to keeping this country safe. Huh. Hey, Sunshine's here, too. How you doing? My condolences and prayers are with the entire Cheney family who have lost their patriarch and a public servant who made a real difference. Well, Ted Cruz, I thought you liked President Trump. That's weird. Huh. I thought Ted Cruz liked President Trump. Ted Cruz has just proven that he's just a fucking neocon that'll say anything.
Senator Ted Cruz joins us now. Senator, I know you worked on that campaign. You watched that bond come together with the governor of Texas and the former Secretary of Defense. What did you see?
Well, Dick Cheney was an extraordinary public servant. You're right. President George W. Bush relied on Dick Cheney for virtually everything. He trusted him deeply. And I got to say, Dick Cheney was someone.
We got a whole bunch of stories about this. Like, the people on the left are acting like they liked him or something. They called him the fucking devil. They called him a Nazi. They called him Hitler. They called him all this shit. They're called Trump. I mean, what the fuck? It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Says Jim, here's for Bella. Oh, on Twitter, what do you know? Life is indifferent. Said, here's for Bella and to celebrate New York City becoming a commie crap hole. Well, thank you, Life is Indifferent. And that was on Rumble, $25 on Rumble. So we'll do this. We're going to add this. We're going to do this. And then I'm going to fix the camera because she's laying very odd today. Oh, no, wrong camera. Wrong camera, man. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way, Jose. There we go. There we go, Jose. There we go. All right. Thank you very much, Bella. Bella's here. You called Cheney Darth Vader? Yeah, I mean, this guy literally shot someone in the face, and the guy he shot apologized to him. If that's not like, you know, some kind of a cold-blooded shit, man. It's cold world, blood. Mm-hmm. Let me fix the banner too. So we are now, we are now $50 away from the first additional hour, thanks to thanks to Life is Indifferent over there on the Rumbles. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Saw that Pennsylvania also voted to remain horde. I have a bunch of stories about shenanigans that was going on in all these states. We're going to get to it a little bit. But, you know, I wanted to do this first. I want to do this Cheney thing first because he died.
One who, at 34 years old, he was chief of staff to President Gerald Ford. He became Secretary of Defense under President Bush 41, and then, of course, Vice President under Bush 43. He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe. And he was vice president when 9/11 happened.
I thought I
did. The seriousness with which he took that America would defeat radical Islamic terrorists was extraordinary. He was up early every morning, 4 or 5 a.m. every morning, and working diligently to keep Americans safe. There are Americans who are alive today because of just how vigorously he pursued our enemies. And my condolences, my prayers are with the entire Cheney family. Who are losing their patriarch and losing a public servant who made a real difference.
Yeah, this proves exactly what kind of a liar fucking Ted Cruz is. Because after all the shit that Liz Cheney did, he should have just kept his mouth shut. You know who didn't say anything? You know who hasn't said anything like nothing? Is Trump hasn't said a fucking word because Liz Cheney tried to railroad Trump, the whole J6 shit. That was all Liz Cheney involved in it. Dick Cheney involved in it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tell that to the guy he went bird hunting with. That guy apologized to him. The guy he shot apologized to him. The cops were never called for that shooting either. Apparently Cheney's above the law. Hey, Daniel Gagax, nice to see you tonight. How you doing? You never knew that Dick was a name until he came along. Well, Dick Nixon, Tricky Dick Nixon, Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick. You know, Richard Dick, Denang Dick Blumenthal. Anyone know how much money Cheney gained as VP? Oh, man. Well, he gained a bunch of money because all the contracts that Halliburton got. I mean, how come no one ever made a big deal about that? Now Liz Cheney is the patriarch. Yeah. Cruz needs to move to Israel with the rest of the pack who put America last. Yeah. I don't. Like, the reason, I'm just going to come right out and say this. The reason that you're seeing this like disaster that happened with these elections was because of look at the past 2 weeks. What's going on with the Republicans? It's been nonstop infighting about stupid shit that has nothing to do with nothing. All these people saying how you're not MAGA, you're not this, get out, you're not this, and this person's not this. Tucker Carlson, you're not MAGA, and you're not this, and you're a Nazi, and you're a Nazi, and you're a Nazi. What the fuck, man? How are you going to win anything? Yeah. Yes. In the past, when politicians effed up as bad as Cheney, they had the common courtesy to self-delete themselves. Yeah, they were given, back in Roman times, they were given a choice, and if they went home and they took care of, had some wine, a little party, went in a bathtub and, opened up, as they say, they would be, their family wouldn't be, ran out of town. But, since he didn't do that, I think we need to run his family out of town. It's all by design. Yes. Oh, and I forgot. Phil Coggins, thank you very much for the 5. And with that, we are now $45 away from the first additional hour of the show. Okay, I'll let you know a little secret. My papa, who was an oil man, used to say, never trust a Bush nor a Cheney. Well, neocon Dick is dead. Sorry, not really, but the world's better off now. I'm not celebrating it because I'm not an evil, sick person, but it's like, I guess this is proof he really wasn't Satan, because if he was Satan, he wouldn't have died. Maybe. I don't know. So we got a bunch of stories. Former president, Vice President Dick Cheney dead at age 84. Dick Cheney, a giant of Republican politics.
Rising vice presidents in American history, has died. He was known for being the leading advocate for the war in Iraq following the terror attacks of September 11, 2001. Cheney consistently defended the extraordinary tools of surveillance, detention, and inquisition employed in response to the attacks. His vice presidency was defined by the age of terrorism. For admirers, he kept the faith in a shaky time, resolute even as the nation turned against the war in Iraq. Born in Nebraska and raised in Wyoming, Cheney maintained a political career in Washington that spanned decades. He served under several administrations from Gerald Ford to Ronald Reagan. Cheney served father and son presidents, leading the armed forces under President George H.W. Bush and as vice president under George W. Bush.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
He faced several health issues throughout his career, and having survived 5 heart attacks, had long thought he was living on borrowed time. Cheney was devoted to his family and spoke out on behalf of his daughters, Liz and Mary.
I have a gay daughter, so it's an issue that our family is very familiar with. We have 2 daughters, and we have enormous pride in both of them.
After leaving office, he returned to Washington to support his other daughter, Representative Liz Cheney, for battling former President Donald Trump. However, her vote to impeach former President Donald Trump and her work on the January 6th hearings later led to her losing re-election.
Losing re-election by the largest margin that any politician has ever lost a primary in. She got fucking shellacked by 60 points. 60 points. An incumbent. That is unheard of. What does that say?
But all the while, her father stood by her side. Mr. Cheney is survived by his wife, Lynn, and their daughters, Mary and Liz.
Yeah. And I'll also say, I will also go on the record. I'm going on the record with this, so everyone be prepared. Going on the record. It was Dick Cheney's fault. This guy's fault. All this LGBTQ shit that we're going through. Yeah, Dick Cheney did ads against Trump in 2024. Yes, he did. All the LGBTQ stuff is because of Cheney. That's where it all, like, his, like, no, I shouldn't say all of it. The whole thing, they laid the groundwork for the eventual ruling that made gay marriage legal. Now, I'm not saying it shouldn't be legal. I'm not saying I care about that. I'm just saying that it was his influence on the people that Bush put on the Supreme Court that ruled. In Obergefell, I believe is the case, right? Obergefell. Yeah. Giant of Republican politics. No, not. I mean, he was a giant piece of shit. He served 8 years as vice president under George W. Bill Burr. Died Monday due to complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. Well, didn't he already have a fake heart? His beloved wife of 61 years, Lynn, and his daughter, Liz, and Mary, and other family members were there. All right. He was a man who taught his children and grandchildren. I don't know. Yeah, giant of paleo neo rhinocon politics. Oh, look at this. MTG stuns The View host by breaking with Trump calling for women of maturity to unite. Oh, I told you she was a fake piece of shit. Nobody wanted to believe it, but there she is. We are gratefully beyond measure for all Dick Cheney did for the country. Not really. He suffered heart problems most of his life, first of 5 heart attacks at 37. We need ice in New York now. Yeah. He was a former White House chief of staff, congressman, defense secretary, and one of the most influential and polarizing men to occupy an office, a heartbeat from the presidency. Bush called Cheney's death a loss to the nation. What was he going to do? Make more ads against Trump? See, I'm not going to. History will remember him as one of the finest. No, it won't. He was a forceful advocate for the invasion of Iraq. Yes, he was. That should be a stain on him. MTG on The View, we got to watch that. I don't know if we got to watch that, but I mean, I'll get clipped if I play anything from The View. I mean, like clipped as, and I'll get a copyright strike. No weapons of mass destruction were ever found. Cheney split with George W. Bush on gay marriage, disagreeing with Bush's call during the 2004 campaign for a constitutional amendment. Pillory him as a Darth Vader figure. Okay. Yeah. There's so much underhanded backdoor dealings, especially from Cheney with the involvement in Halliburton. Yeah. Really? Finest? Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, so there's that, you know. And at Epoch Time just says Chinese former U.S. Vice President dead. Chinese Cheney. The fuck is wrong with me? He died on November 3rd from complications of pneumonia. I want to see what I just want to look at a bunch of different things and see what they're saying. Yeah. Okay, the Blaze is sucking this. I'm sure Ben Shapiro is going to be really upset about it. Probably cry about Cheney dying. Really? Oh well. I guess we're not reading that one. This is let's see, BuzzFeed. What BuzzFeed has to say about Cheney. Former Vice President Cheney, Warhawk, behind decades of U.S. conflict, dead at 84. Yeah, that clip from The View was nauseating. The Patriot Act, Dick made that. Yeah. Well, the Patriot Act was first. Dick made it. Yes, Dick was behind the Patriot Act, but that's the Patriot Act back when George H.W. Bush was president and Dick was the defense secretary. Yeah. That's how long that they were sitting on that, waiting for what's that? How Rittenhouse was left speechless. I don't know what that's. Dick Cheney, vice president, architect of the endless war on terror, died due to complications. Let's see what Pink News has to say about him. Because he was such a friend to the gay community. Let's see what Pink News says. Cheney, who is George W. Bush's vice president and voiced support for same-sex marriage, has died. Oh. Cheney was vice president between 2001 and 2009, having been defense secretary and president of Gerald Ford's chief of staff. He was chief of staff for Gerald Ford. Oh. No wonder he sucked. Liz was considering running for the presidency. Yes, they love Dick, Jim. Yes, they do. He's a rare advocate for same-sex marriage. Yeah, just because his daughter. See, that's the thing. Like someone who's just like, well, my daughter's gay, so now I'm for this. Is somebody who you just be like, well, whatever, man. Let's see. The New Republic says Dick Cheney dies at 84. Unfortunately, not at The Hague. Vice president who had no regrets about the Iraq War and the CIA's horrific torture program has passed away. So the New Republic calls him a war hero, a war criminal, and should have died at The Hague. Oh, and then what's this? We got Raw Story says won't shed a tear. Disgraced MAGA Republican spews contempt. So I wonder who this is. Disgraced MAGA Republican spews contempt as Dick Cheney dies. Huh. His stance on Iraq is still a stain on our foreign policy. Yes, it is. I wish he had lived to see Trump 28. It would have been nice, yeah. Oh, so the disgraced former Rep. George Santos took to X to attack Dick Cheney, who passed away at 84 due to a lifelong heart condition. Dick Cheney will meet his maker having lots of explaining to do. I wish his family well, all things considered, but I haven't and won't shed a tear for the war criminal of his ilk. I don't see a problem with that statement. However, in later years, while still identifying as a conservative, Cheney spoke out against President Trump's plot to steal the 2020 election. Oh. And cast a vote for former Vice President Kamala Harris in 2024. Gerald Ford was never elected VP or president. Yeah, and he was Gerald Ford's chief of staff. So what does that tell you? Maybe Cheney is one of the people we were waiting on to get the truth about JFK. Maybe Cheney was somehow involved in that. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe there's some involvement with Cheney. Maybe Cheney was one of the people they were protecting. Never know. However, Trump issued a commutation of whatever. Deflector says Cheney departs the world he made. Says at its heart, American conservatism is a fantasy. It's a vision of a world too evil to be saved or cared about. What is wrong with these people? A world in which you always need a gun and to shoot somebody with it instead of just lusting for both. What? Who the fuck has wrote this? Defector. Oh my God, these people are crazy. Against the sheer scale of that mountain of corpses, it seems almost ghoulish to mention that Cheney, more than any other person, brought us today's political reality. He did, though the American Conservative Project, the old dream of making the world a place awful enough to justify American conservatism. He was a shameless, self-dealing con man, for one thing, chosen as a trusted associate of the elder Bush to lead the search for the right running mate for George W. Cheney picked himself and then ran the Iraq War as a monumental graft machine for his Halliburton Oil Company and as many of his cronies he could deal in. Cheney's con, aided by contrast against Donald Rumsfeld's burlesque vamping, John Ashcroft's spiral-eyed ecological, I don't know, lunacy. I don't know, this is some fucking weird shit. Neat Rumble trick. Until I refreshed the stream, I had Real Patriot Parties chat on your stream. Well, that's cool. Tell them I said hi. And then the AP just says, Dick Cheney, one of the most powerful and polarizing vice presidents, as U.S. history dies at 84. So he's dead. You know. All right. I didn't realize this was the second story, but this is the second story. So here we go. So if you go to the polls where you are registered to vote today and are unable to vote due to some malfunction of equipment or error in the poll books, demand to vote provisionally. Don't panic and don't be deterred from exercising your right to vote. Now, this is an emergency now. One of the biggest scandals in Pennsylvania history is happening now. Chester County polling locations are running out of provisional ballots and voters are being turned away. This needs to be in nationwide news. Red alert. Yeah, because for some reason, they did not have any people that were listed as independent on the voter rolls. They only had Republican and Democrats listed. Anyone else they had not on the rolls. So they weren't, no one, like they did something purposely so that no independents can vote. Yeah. Then we had this in New Jersey. It's been confirmed that bomb threats have been received in 7 different New Jersey counties on Republican favoring election day. Luckily, several polling locations have already reopened. Make sure to vote and don't let it deter you. Vote for Jack Citarelli. This is basically this is all about what's been going on today, all the shenanigans.
Governor Mark Meredith is live in Montclair with the latest for us. Mark.
Ainsley, Brian, and Lawrence, good morning once again, friends. Some brand new information coming into our newsroom that we've learned that these threats were communicated electronically via email to at least 7 different counties across the Garden State. These threats certainly being taken seriously, and out of abundance of caution, some of the polling places were temporarily either closed or suspended as they moved voters to different locations. And then as they were doing those searches, then either able to reopen some of the facilities. We got a statement from the Attorney General of New Jersey. I want to put it up on the screen for you. It says, law enforcement officers have responded at each affected polling place. Some of these polling locations have already reopened to the public. The polls in New Jersey opened at 6 a.m. sharp. We have not seen any added security in the last hour or so, but it is certainly possible that we could see more because at this polling facility right here behind me, we are going to be seeing the Democratic nominee for governor, Mikey Sherrill. She'll be out here with her family to cast her.
Crazy, right? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Bomb threats. I guess if you can't win, like if Democrats didn't cheat, they wouldn't ever win an election. So I guess it's just on par. What they're going to pull. It says breaking in 3 red districts in Cumberland County, New Jersey. The machines are down. On the phone with Legal Right Now. When will Republicans learn that they have to vote early in person? I tried to warn everyone. Yeah, but see, while this guy, Scott Pressler, has been running around trying to do all this work, where has the RNC been? Where has the RNC been? What have they been doing? What's going on? What the hell is happening? Like, and that's another thing about, I'm just going to break it down for you, like all the stuff talking about, like what Texas did with the redistricting, all these people, they redistrict off of Trump's voting numbers, not what it normally is. So that might be they might have completely fucked themselves. That's all. That's all. Yeah, Emerald Robinson, the machines are down today in the red districts in New Jersey, just like in 2022. The machines went down in red districts of Arizona. Just like in 2020, the machines were down all across America. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The mayor of Down Township, New Jersey, explains that the machines in Cumberland County have been down and voters have been turned away. He asked for anyone that can help. Huh.
My name is Mike Rothman. I'm the mayor of Down Township in South Jersey, and we're currently experiencing some poll machine problems in both of our two districts in Down Township. District 1, the machine is still not working as of now. 35 people have gone to cast their vote there, and they're all still doing write-in provisional ballots. In District 2, the voting machines that were not operational until 7:10 this morning. I have 4 to 5 residents that were turned away, not given a provisional or write-in ballot. They told them that they would not be able to come back. They had to go to work today, and they didn't have an answer resolved for them to cast their vote. And I can honestly tell you that I'm appalled, not just as the mayor of Down Township, not just as somebody that served in the service, and it's not allowing somebody to exercise their constitutional right to vote. So anything that can be done, the attention that's put on this matter is greatly appreciated, but we are right now in the middle of everything that's wrong with this system. Thank you.
Yep. Yes, you are right. Life is different. It's why we need to get rid of the voting machines in election. And Pat's saying Aurora, New Jersey, and Virginia. No, I was talking about Texas. Texas and like some of these states that are doing this redistricting and they're slicing districts and saying, okay, well, we're going to vote this. We're going to look at how the vote came in for Trump in 24. And that's how we're going to redistrict because the Republicans are going to get all Trump's votes, right? No, they're not. The people that vote for Trump don't vote for regular Republicans. Not really. They don't. Trump's not a regular Republican. You know, it's just not the way it works. I mean, it's one of them weird things. You know, I don't know. So if Texas shaved the districts too tight to try to get all these extra districts, they could have screwed themselves and actually lost other districts because they cut into districts to take some of the, you know what I mean? Like if you shave numbers in a way, they didn't go off of what the regular vote was. They went, normal vote. They went off of what the numbers were in 24, which was a very strong year because of Trump. Yeah, and then, Harvey Dillon says this is deeply concerning. A bomb threat reported at several Patterson polling places, including where I am, school number 10. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, they don't know. You know? Yeah, right there in Butlersfield,
Mm-hmm. This is the U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba for New Jersey, says, we will ensure all voters can exercise their right to vote today in a safe manner. We are monitoring with our state and local authorities. Oh, yeah, they're monitoring. They're monitoring. What did they do, though? What did they do about it? Not anything? They do anything? Did you hear anything about anybody running into court, getting court orders, getting extensions, doing anything? No, it's just the Democrats that are able to somehow do that all the time. Anytime there's any issue that the Democrats think is going to be a problem for them, they're immediately in court. They're getting judges. They have judges lined up to take care of it. Republicans, they're feckless. We need a new party, basically. We need a party that's not the Republicans. We need a party that's for the American people. I don't know. It's the Republicans. They're not it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it a coincidence? Bomb threats? Is it a coincidence? I think not. So here you go. Ready? All right. Election integrity. Democrats in Passaic County are in total panic mode after receiving notice that the Department of Justice will be sending election monitors to prevent voter fraud in the county during the governor's race. Why are they so worried? So then you have bomb threats. The past election integrity problems demand federal oversight. In the governor's race, Patterson, New Jersey, and Passaic County was the home to one of the most notorious mail-in ballot frauds in recent memory. Seems pretty regular to me. Great dad and great grandpa, all by design. New Jersey's past election integrity problems demand federal oversight in the governor's race. This person says, I just voted in Pennsylvania and the polling station was in chaos. Someone in the voter services purged all the independents from the voter rolls. Everyone was needing to do a provisional ballot, and they only had one station for it, so the line got really, really backed up. I voted not retain the justices as you suggested. And I said, receive this. Hey, thanks for Bella tonight. G Shark, man, what's up, man? Yeah, how's it going? Voting machines not down in Muslims areas, are they? No, of course not. No, just in Republican areas. Got pressers, breaking news. Independent voters were not included in the poll books. Now, every independent in Chester County has to vote a provisional ballot. This is for all of Chester County. How does this even happen? Fishy things going on in Pennsylvania. It is. It's very fishy. Jack Persobic says, Sobiek, whatever, says, all independents were excluded from the poll books in the entire county of Chester. I worked elections in Chester County for years. This is beyond mere incompetence. Yeah. And this is Scott saying, someone in Chester County is going to get fired over this. Are they really? Do you think someone's going to get fired? I don't think anyone's going to get fired. The person's probably going to get fucking promoted. This is one of the worst voter disenfranchisement abuses in Pennsylvania history. What are you going to do about it, Commissioner Schmidt? Voters demand a provisional ballot. Record evidence. Send me everything. I'm pretty sure Commissioner Schmidt is not on our side. He's a Shapiro boy. There needs to be subpoenas for emails, texts, and all communications regarding these ballots. Preserve your records. There's no way this was accidental. The PA voters by county voter registration affiliation, which is public, they left 20% of no affiliation ever off the ballot because they registered. The registered number of D's and R's are almost the same. They wanted to disenfranchise voters. I don't. Yeah. Josh Shapiro's Pennsylvania is at it again. It says all three justices won and more Dems added to the lower courts in Pennsylvania. Oh, of course. Yeah. Someone on Rumble came in with the 25. This morning, Chester County, it was Life is Indifferent. And this morning, Chester County informed the Department of State of an error in printing their election books. We are in contact with the county to help them address this quickly. In the meantime, unaffiliated voters can still vote safely and securely via a provisional ballot. Voter Services reported that the poll books at the precincts currently do not include the names of third-party voters. Voter Services is in the process of sending supplemental poll books. I mean, they're not really third-party voters. They're just not registered as either Republicans or Democrats. So I guess if you're not registered as a Republican or Democrat, they don't let you vote in Pennsylvania. It says maybe Trump spent too much time on his foreign soil instead of getting his staff in line. It's targeted incompetence. Yeah. I mean, he's been running around trying to fix the world instead of worrying about the U.S. in a way. I mean, I don't know. It says Jim has anonymous donors, his power brokers of political influence and industries. Provisional ballots will not get counted. Yeah, they only count the provisional ballots like if they need to or something. Like it's weird what they do with the provisional ballots. I don't think they count them unless it's close or something like that. But if a whole county, if you're talking about tens of thousands of provisional ballots, it's a lot of ballots to not be counted. The site of the voter disenfranchisement. I'm at the Penn Township building, the site of the voter disenfranchisement in Chester County. We are calling on voters who were turned away and making sure votes are counted.
Hey everybody, this is Scott Pressler. So as you may know, Chester County dropped the ball today, and only Republicans and Democrat voters were printed in the poll books. 75,000 independent voters were not included in the poll books. And when independent voters showed up today across Chester County, this wasn't at one polling location, this was county-wide across all of Chester, 75,000 independent voices. And so they had to vote provisionally, which of course irritated a lot of voters, caused a lot of confusion, and in fact, some people in polling locations ran out of envelopes, ran out of stickers where the ballots go into them. And so we've heard from voters that were disenfranchised, that showed up, but either were turned away or said to come back later. And so I'm here at this location at the Penn Township building, which is 260 Lewis Road in West Grove, Pennsylvania, Chester County. And I wanted to let people know, no, we are on this, legal is on this, and finally they have the materials. It took until after 2 o'clock, around 3 o'clock to get them, but finally voters have everything they need. So here we are now with about 2.5 hours left to go. If you were disenfranchised in Chester County, I want you to visit your polling location right now and get in line before 8 o'clock. And I promise you, as I am standing here right now, I drove several hours just to be here fighting for your election integrity, fighting for your right to vote and make your voice heard, that we are going to make sure that every vote is properly secured and legally and
they should have did a better.
voted.
Someone should have did a better job with the camera work on this. You know what I mean? They got his head. Don't they? I mean, what the fuck? They can't even get a camera that it's not. They got his head cut off. Who's running the camera? Jesus, what is wrong with these people? I got a feeling Trump is letting the Dems and some people show their true colors, and hopefully we'll say enough is enough. I don't know, man. I mean, they pulled the fast one with the whole snap thing, with the court order, basically force him to spend money that he's not legally allowed to spend that way. And then if he appeals it, they're going to say that he doesn't want to feed people. And what I guess now it's coming a little later, some stuff about Trump saying he's not paying the snap now. So I don't know. Given that he's on the ballot twice, maybe he can win twice too. Zoran Madami's listed twice on the ballot for New York City's mayoral election. Wow, look at him. It's Zoran Kwame Madami, Curtis Sliwa, and then Irene Estrada, and then Zoran Kwame Madami, and then Curtis Sliwa again, and Eric Adams, and Jim Walden, and Andrew Cuomo, and then Joseph Hernandez. I mean, why do they have so many people on the ballot? Like that scene in True Lies when their camera battery dies. Yeah, it's weird. My best friend's family moved her into a rest home in April. She never got her ballot. Not sure if her family didn't think she should vote at the rest home or the rest home. Well, you better make your friend Pat needs to make sure that someone didn't vote for her. That someone else didn't take the ballot at the rest home, might have took the ballots and just voted for everybody. That would be what I would be checking. If some, yeah. It's what Pat Ecker stated: incompetence, voting, planes, apps, driving, everything. Yeah. Why is there Chinese on the ballot? Well, because it's New York, man. They put Chinese on everything. New York City ballot form is a scam. No ID is required. Other mayoral candidates appear twice. Cuomo's name is at the last in the bottom right. Well, no, it's not last. There's another person's name there. That guy, Hernandez, is to the right of him. Why are people saying that? Breaking. The RNC's election integrity teams are on the ground in California, New Jersey, and Virginia. Report suspicious problems here. Protect the vote. Independent voters were accidentally not included on the election books in the entire county. Wow. Breaking. Voting machines are down across Pennsylvania and New Jersey in red-leaning districts. Cumberland County, the voters are being turned away for not appearing in the rolls, including a Chester County precinct where 800 residents reportedly cannot vote today. Huh. Oh, we saw this guy talking already. I'm getting reports of many people not found in the system, and they're being turned away. We saw that guy talk already. That was the mayor of that town. This is where the machines are down, Cumberland County, New Jersey. New Jersey election day votes for Cumberland per, Republicans, 2024 was plus 0.03, and then 2025 Republicans plus 12.8. See, so that's what I don't understand, though. If there was all these, I kept seeing this all day long, all these people saying Republicans are up. There's all these Republicans voting. Republicans are up more than this and this and this. Well, how did these people get shellacked so bad then? What's going on? Are they not counting? Are they counting the ballots weird or something? Reports out of Patterson, multiple bomb threats. It says, update, New Jersey, R plus 10.8. Red must hold the line. Turn on is crucial for Jack Citarelli. Well, it didn't. What I understand, it didn't work. New Jersey scandal. Just received a report from a voter in Montclair, a Democrat stronghold. A poll worker gave a voter a ballot pre-filled in for Mickey Sherrill in Penn. Are poll workers giving out ballots that are pre-filled in for Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey? If they're getting turned away, shouldn't immediately count for a new election in that county? You would think so. Something should happen. This time last year, my husband was so sick because of the cancer and surgery, but he refused to get a mail-in ballot, so I propped him up in line for an hour to cast our votes. True patriot there, Audra. True patriot. So this is the ballot. What? This person, what's going on here? If this happened, I would have immediately said something, like immediately at the thing, and I would have made a stink. I would have called the cops. Because that's a crime. They're breaking the law. That's a crime. You call the police and say, they handed me this ballot. You make a police report. You have people arrested immediately on the scene. Republican National Committee has stepped in to block the counting of illegal ballots in New Jersey's Bergen County. Democrats are trying at the last minute to get officials to count roughly 300 illegal ballots in Bergen County. They're fighting to make sure that only lawful votes are counted. Weirdest ballot you've ever seen. Yeah. No cheating. Democrats are once again trying to change election rules at the last minute to count ineligible ballots. New Jersey law is clear. Unsealed or tampered ballots can't be counted. That turd says, is anyone else sick and tired of Democrats cheating every election in every possible way? I am. I'm sick of it. Was that the old butterfly ballots? That wasn't a butterfly ballot. That was a ballot with a pen that goes in a machine. The old butterfly ballots were just like cards that you couldn't, you had to put them in the books, and the books had the names, and you punched it, and then nobody could know really by looking at your ballot what your vote was. It had to go through a machine because it was all lined up with the butterfly ballot thing. You haven't seen such a weird value since voting for something for college ballot, or such a weird ballot. RNC joins lawsuit to block counting of suspected illegal mail-in ballots in Bergen County. Oh well. New data from Kalshi on the 2025 New Jersey governor's race of traders who actually live in New Jersey, 86% believe that Citarelli will win the race. Huh. Only 86% of New Jersey traders believe that Jack will win the election. Only 14% believe Mickey will. Yeah, Jim remembers. Well, I remember Illinois had crazy butterfly ballots. And these are the people who have met the candidates, know their policies, and have seen ads and mailers. Of the 12% of Cheryl traders from California, less than 5% of direct traders are. Also sick of Republican YouTube influencers saying Zoran is in trouble and Robert Barnes saying he will win 60%. I don't understand. Like the polling I saw had him only at around 40%. So I thought it was going to be a lot closer for Zoran Mondami. I really did. But it looks like the polling was off by like 10 points, which is crazy. Like it almost looks like, from what I'm seeing, like 10 points of support for Curtis Sliwa actually left and went to Zoran Mondami. It's weird. It's like, why would people, we're going to vote for Kurt? Like Sliwa's not even going to get 10% of the vote and Cuomo's still not going to win? I mean, that's insane. Gosh, it's only been like 25 years or so since the butterfly ballots were used, right? No, Florida got rid of them after the whole thing with the hanging chads in 2000, the 2000 election. And then other states started getting rid of them during Obama's presidency. Basically, everyone wanted to go to machines, all these states, but technically the Florida system, every state should operate like Florida's. They as the mail-in or whatever early votes come in, they're counted right away and they're stored. No one knows, but they're just tallied. That way, immediately, as soon as the polls close, those numbers are boom pumped out, and then they start counting all the day stuff. Not like all these states. It's weird, like California and New York, all these places where they don't touch a ballot until after the polls close, and then the first thing they count all the mail-in ones first, or I don't know. It's weird. During 24, we had a Musk hotline we could call, but he is over in Europe right now. Yeah, Musk is I don't even know what's going on with Musk either. The polling is grossly nuts. It's been jumping by 10 points between favor for Cuomo and Alazamadami for the past 24 hours. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't get it. Trader support for New Jersey counties. I mean, the ex-traders are confident in their choice. His median trade size is 190 via 25 for Cheryl. But see, I don't like the stuff about their just betting odds. People are betting. So I don't agree with to use that like Cal sheets, different betting poly markets and stuff. It's not really. James O'Keefe says calling all whistleblowers if you witness election fraud, poll worker misconduct or corruption in New Jersey, Virginia, New York, or California. We want to hear from you. Anyone notice it didn't take them days to get the numbers? They had the numbers in under an hour. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's only when it's a Republican that's going to win, or they're worried about a Republican they have to cheat, like really screw around, that it's going to take a long time. We're not going to know for days. When it's a Democrat, they call it right away, like they did with Arizona. The minute the polls closed in Arizona, they called it for Biden in 2020. Remember? Document everything. Record. Speak up. Tell the truth. This guy says, I just voted for Madami 17 times from Canada. It's even a bit. I stole a bunch of code and hacked the voting website. Vote. DM me if you want a tutorial. I don't know if that's what that is, if that's true, or Bondi won't do anything, so whistleblowers don't bother. The voting machines all across New Jersey and Pennsylvania are down. Polling locations are running out of provisional ballots. Voters are being turned away. They are stealing this election. I hope everybody starts to understand the games that they play. No different than bomb threats called into New Jersey voting locations on Election Day, a day which vastly favors Republican turnout. New York City ballot is a scam. No ID required. Other mail candidates. Yeah, Cuomo's name is whatever. Elon. It says, more election shenanigans in Mickey Sherrill's Montclair. Poll workers are giving out ballots pre-filled for Mickey at Mickey's very own polling place. I can't believe I have to say this, but make sure they haven't voted for Mickey on your ballot before they give it to you.
Hey everybody, Mike Byrne here, Chairman of the Montclair Republican County Committee, Co-Chairman of the America First Republicans of New Jersey. When I came to you this morning, we were talking about the New Jersey Democrat State Party and how they were sending text messages misdirecting voters to the wrong polling places and potentially jeopardizing their votes if the voters were to vote provisionally. Now, since that time, the state party, Democrat State Party, has sent me 2 more text messages trying to get me to vote at the wrong place. These people are hell-bent on suppressing Republicans.
That's a crime. Do you remember what they did to? Douglas Mackey for a meme that he posted on Twitter? They tried to lock him up for 10 years, saying that he was telling people to vote the wrong day. This is actual sending text messages to people. This is actually what the law was intended on. You can't do what they're doing. They're targeting people, telling them what to do. Just posting a meme saying like vote by your phone or whatever. But this is trying to stop someone from voting, telling them to go to the wrong place, to do different things. They need to find out who these texts are coming from, and it should be investigated. Somebody needs to get arrested. I did notice last year that California turned blue before any of the polls closed, like right after our polling centers closed. Yeah.
Votes. Now, there is a new problem this afternoon in Montclair. I just spoke with a voter who came here to Hillside Elementary School. This is the actual building where Mikey Sherrill herself voted this morning. And this particular Republican voter was given a ballot pre-filled for Mikey Sherrill. When he noticed it, he brought it to the attention of the poll workers. They took the ballot and spoiled it and gave him a new ballot. Now, we hope that they properly spoiled it. We don't actually know what they did with that ballot, but they did give him a new ballot that was not filled out yet. He was able to vote. However, this is important now for all of you to recognize. Number one, do not listen to the text messages of the Democrat State Party and where they're telling you to vote. Check your polling place and make sure you're voting at the proper polling place according to the State Division of Elections. And number two, when you get there, make sure that they haven't given you a ballot that's already been filled out for Mikey Sherrill. We know they won't give you one that's already been filled out for Jack Chattarelli. That is for certain. But make sure that they haven't given you one that's been filled out for Mikey Sherrill so that you can vote for our entire Republican ticket from top to bottom, and we can make New Jersey great again.
It says, what the hell? Is there a photo of the ballot? I saw there was a photo on the one thing, but I don't know if that's the ballot. It is grossly illegal. Yes, it is. It was an overseas text, maybe. If you report it before the final count, it's too early to report. If you wait until after the final count, it's too late to report. Yeah, it's Arizona. Yeah. They say, oh, no, you're having to vote at a church. It doesn't have to be this damn hard for Americans to cast a vote. No, it shouldn't be, but just America's. The problem is we need to keep people who aren't Americans from voting. Chaos in New Jersey. Election machines suddenly go down right as Republicans surge past 2024 turnout by double digits. This is Jake Hoffman. He says, I'm getting reports out of Pima County, Arizona, that election staff are turning away political party observers at polling places. Pima is running 8 vote centers for the 1104 election. Observers help keep elections honest. What is Pima County hiding? The following 2 observers were turned away this morning. Oh. I live in Arizona. We always vote at a church. We'll be listed for months of news about election fraud, and nothing will happen, but promises it won't happen in 2026. They need to start arresting people. What you allow is what will continue. That's right. What you allow is what will continue. Chester County, PA is forcing independents to vote via provisional ballot only. There's 3 Supreme Court justices on the ballot for retention who helped steal the 2020 election by allowing mail-in ballots. Yeah, so they're going to get in again. Independent voters were accidentally not included in the election books. How did this happen? Voting machines are down today in Ohio, too. Oh, what do you know? Yeah, Pima and Maricopa always cheat. Yeah. Someone explained to me how a vote scanning machine at a polling location in Strongville, Ohio, that's not supposed to be connected to the internet, displays the following error. Something went wrong while displaying this web page. Oh, that is odd. That is some odd stuff. Clear ballot group. Clearcast Go. Catherine says, I think this country has had it with these Democrats and their never ending cheating. Well, you would, yeah. We do in Florida. We've been cleaning up for a while here. Yeah. You guys know. Yeah. Yep. There needs to be a deep dive into this. All these people need to be jailed. Yep, they do. Definitely. 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 I just don't know if anything good's going to happen. Voting times must be extended. Emergency lawsuit immediately. Okay. So voting must be extended. Emergency lawsuit immediately. Very odd. Is it democracy to steal elections? You know, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know anymore. I'm really, really starting to lose faith. You know, I was feeling really good the past couple weeks about everything. All the polling looked good. Things looked like it was building and was moving in the right direction. And I don't know, kind of black-pilled now after all this. I really am. Like, I just don't see where this goes good for the country. Hey Jim, was it one county that only independents couldn't vote? It was multiple counties in Pennsylvania, I believe. I stated it before, we build a wall around New York City, escape from New York City. Hollywood has shown us. Well, something. You know. And it's got, victory, victory. All Chester County voting locations have been extended to 10 p.m. because of today's election day disaster. So here's the thing, though. If these were extended by 10 p.m., they weren't supposed to announce any election results until they close. They're not supposed to be announcing, like, oh, these numbers came in and this is stuff. They're not supposed to do it when they're ordered to stay open. They're not. They're not supposed to they're not supposed to report any election results until the last polls close. That's it. Don't lose faith, Jim. Don't lose faith. God works in funny and occasionally dark ways. I'm trying. And then we got here. Dems will do what it takes, no matter what. How low they have to go to win. That's right. Like you said, when they go low, remember what they said? When they go low, we kick them. Remember they said that. I hope, but have no faith and knew it would be bad. Jones winning shows how bad Republicans will learn nothing from this. Yeah, this guy I have it's coming up in real quick here. I'm going to come to it. This Guy kicked a fucking dog outside of a polling place today. John Jones, or whatever his name is. Kicked the dog on video. Like someone's dog just kicked it. It's nuts. It says, didn't Fuentes tell his followers not to vote? I don't know. I don't follow Fuentes. And I don't watch his stuff. I don't know. I don't really care what some 26-year-old kid says. I saw some of the Tucker interview of him just because I wanted to see what all the hubbub was about. Honestly, there was some things he said that I had a major problem with, like this whole thing about how he loves Stalin. But other than that, I didn't hear anything from him that led me to believe he's like some Nazi. I didn't. God may decide to let us suffer. Yeah, maybe he's going to say we need to learn. It's always darkest before the brightest dawn. Unfortunately, that brightest dawn could be a massive solar flare. How fast is Wall Street going to be hitting the road out of New York City? Governor Abbott said he will charge 100% tariff from New York and wants to move there. Yeah, I don't know how he can do that, really. I don't know how he could do that. I think he was just talking shit. But they already have all the servers set up in Brickell in Miami for New York Stock Exchange. So it'll be really funny if the New York Stock Exchange leaves New York. That would be billions of dollars leaving New York. Billions leaving New York. History will repeat itself. People will die and a new generation will learn. I guess. Because Fuentes is actually a gay Fed boy. It's possible. There's some weird stuff with him. Anti-Second Amendment will now pass to be enshrined in Virginia, and we'll have an AG who will be happy to prosecute people like me, if not just have us killed. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Republicans, we're going to get into it, but the Republicans we're going to get to it a little later too, but the Republicans really need to go like this. John Thune and the Republicans need to go to the Democrats and go, all right, we want to vote right now. We want to have a vote. We're going to have a vote in Congress, and we're going to make it a law. We're going to make it a statute that the Senate has to have 60 votes to pass these things. We're going to enshrine the filibuster in law, so that way you guys can't just change it later. Someone can't just change it without getting 60 votes. That way it would take 60 votes. There's video of him kicking the dog. Yeah, we're going to get to it. And if they say no and they refuse to vote for the thing to enshrine it to law, to make it 60 votes to change it, then guess what? Then then that's all the proof you need that they're going to nuke the filibuster the first chance they get. And so you do it yourself, and then you start passing all the shit we want passed. That's what I would do. Let the chips fall. Yeah. Need a MAGA party. The Republicans not welcome. So Republicans use every bit of the extra 2 hours. I'm on the ground. Your vote will be counted. I keep my promises. Okay. Says the RNC is supporting the New Jersey GOP's emergency lawsuit to stop counting of illegal ballots in New Jersey. Democrats are trying at last minute to get roughly 300. So they're making a big deal about 300 ballots here. What is that 300 ballots going to do? There was a movement years ago that the western counties in Virginia could join West Virginia, same as Western Maryland. Of course, it's easier said than done. Democrats in Los Angeles have been caught leading a group of Chinese immigrants to vote for Gavin Newsom's Prop 50, even though when asked in Chinese what they were voting for, they couldn't answer and repeatedly redirected reporters to the white liberals guiding them. Yeah, MAGA, we are the grand old party. I watched this. I'm going to watch this again. I watched this. I didn't even see any Chinese people as far as I can remember.
No one can answer the question. If a Republican was advocating for Prop 50, none of these people would support it. How is this even legal? If Prop 50 was being pushed by Republicans, would you support it?
I wish it was being pushed.
No, but you're not answering my questions. If Republicans...
Why would there be all these Chinese people that don't speak English that are registered to vote? Are they U.S. citizens or are they... This seems weird. If they're voting in something about congressional districts, they would have to be U.S. citizens, or is this some shit where California's letting non-citizens vote? Is this what it seems like? It seems odd to me that there would be all these Chinese people that don't speak English that are citizens. It seems weird.
in California were pushing for Prop 50, would you support it?
Republicans in California are not pushing for Prop 50. So your question is not
No, it's not. If Republicans, you can't even answer my question. If Republicans,
We would love for Republicans to push Prop 50, but they're not. They're against it. So your question makes no sense.
no, you're not answering it because you know that if Republicans were pushing for Prop 50, you guys would be calling for voter fraud. And honestly, it kind of seems like voter fraud now when you guys are leading a bunch of non-English speakers.
We are against Prop 50. We are for it.
But if the situation was reversed and Republicans wrote Prop 50, would you support it?
Republicans we're fighting back. Thank you. And please vote yes on 50. I hope you will.
I mean, I think the fact that I have footage of you.
I think actually that's against the law, this electioneering with these people at the ballots. You're not supposed to be doing that with these people that are, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be talking about this Prop 50, vote this way when you're that close, right there where people are standing in line dropping ballots. California has let illegals vote for years. It's been a mess for decades. Sure seems like it to me. Like we've got a bunch of illegal Chinese voting, getting told what to do by their masters.
You guys leading a bunch of Asian Americans to the voting polls. I speak Chinese. None of them know what they're voting for. You don't think that's weird? Is that even legal?
Ma'am, we're going inside.
Great, but you're still here. So if Republicans were pushing for Prop 50, would you support it?
That's an
If
asinine
Republicans
question. You
introduced
should just
Prop
say this
50,
is fucking
would you
voter
support
fraud.
it?
You're not supposed to be doing this stuff,
If
guiding
okay,
people to
so
vote.
when Republicans want to redistrict, you're going to support it.
If they support Prop 50 the way that it's.
What if they did it their way?
Can you please go inside? We're over this. We've given you plenty of fucking time. Leave.
Or what? You're silencing press? You're unable to answer questions about a policy that you support and believe in? If you
Are
support,
you going through the security or not?
I'm going to. Truth hurts, doesn't it? Thanks for exposing your corruption. Democrats have to cheat to win in California.
Yeah. For those from New Jersey, New York, Virginia, Florida is full. You destroyed your own state. Live with your voting disaster. This is happening now in Pima County, Arizona. Drop boxes are being gone through. No oversight, no security. Voter fraud is rampant in America. Ban mail-in ballots immediately. I saw this video, and this drove me mad. Like, look at these people. They're just digging through the ballots. Look at this. Oh, what's going on here?
Okay, thank you.
Why wouldn't they just pull the box out? I don't understand. What are they doing? Why is there so many ballots stuffed in there? Why are they stuffing them in these bags? What is going on here? What am I looking at? Yeah, that's right. Florida's full. That's right. No more West Coast, just diaspora. We'll retake it later. Those are the Chinese that are left over from the trains, and they don't speak English yet? Yeah, this isn't a legal way to collect ballots. No, it's not. Not at all. It's very suspicious looking. Very sus. Mm-hmm. And this is, oh, what the bomb threats received in 7 New Jersey counties as people vote in heated gubernatorial race, forcing multiple polling sites closures. Trump administration response. You don't know what they're voting for today, as the rest of Arizona didn't vote today? I don't know. It must be something in Pima County. I don't know. Bomb threats received at New Jersey polling station. A possible malicious act of election sabotage. So they're saying it's just a possible act of malicious election sabotage to call in bomb threats? Yeah. We should run our elections the way we did in Iraq. Yeah, well, you got to take your finger and put it in purple ink. That would make sense. That would work for me. I mean, New Jersey 12 News reports bomb threats at several polling locations that prompted closures. and a vote in the competitive gubernatorial race between Mickey Sherrill and Republican Jack Ciattarelli. But from everything I've been seeing, it doesn't really seem like it was that competitive unless there's some shenanigans going on. Like, threats were sent by emails to the following 7 locations: Bergen County, Essex County, Mercer County, Middlesex County, Monmouth County, Ocean County, and Passaic County. New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Placken released the following statements. Voters should continue to have confidence that they can cast their ballot without fear of intimidation, and we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure a free, fair, and secure election. Well, sure, make no mistake, we will not tolerate any attempts to interfere in our elections. We will swiftly hold accountable anyone who seeks to interfere with the safety or security of our electoral process. Here's more information about some of the threats. Patterson Mayor Andre Stayeg said the polling sites at school 12 and 10 in Patterson were shut down after threats were received. With all this going on in 2020-2024, Trump should federalize election and the military stand by every polling place. Something. Newark public safety officials say they were reviewing phishing emails with false bomb threats, but confirmed this morning the threat on Gothard Street was unfounded. Hackensack police say a high school employee reported a safety threat via email just before 6 a.m., prompting a canine sweep that cleared the site and allowed polls reopened by 7:33. Ridgewood police say a bomb threat at Somerville Elementary led to the closure of all Ridgewood public schools today, though buildings remain open for voting. In Middlesex County, officials closed Avenel Middle School due to an active law enforcement investigation, relocating voters to Woodbine Avenue Elementary School. Acting U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba, responded to the threats by saying that we will ensure all people can exercise their constitutional right to vote. We will ensure all voters can exercise their right to vote today in a safe manner. We are monitoring with our state and local authorities. Harmeet Dillon also weighed in, saying it's deeply concerning. The emerge as polls show Ciattarelli slightly trailing Sherrill. To put it simply, this will not help Ciattarelli's chances of erasing the deficit and pulling off an alert. Perhaps this was intentional of the threats. It says Mondami wins. New Jersey election day bomb threat shut down polling sites in 7 key counties. And this is Pressler. Voting machines down in 3 districts of New Jersey. So they got voting machines down. They got bomb threats coming in. They're changing. We're telling people to go vote different places. Some crazy stuff. Right here. It says Jay Jones just tried to kick a dog outside a polling place in Virginia. In fairness, he may have confused it for a small child with Republican parents. You guys ready? You guys ready for this?
And then he wake up tonight when you get this sweet. Bye, Red. Say bye-bye. See you soon.
Oh my God, did you see him try to kick that dog and then he smacked it? And he just kind of smacks it. Look, he tries to kick it and then he hits it, throws it away. Man, what kind of person does that to an animal? That's some sick shit, man. That's some sick shit. Even Tim Pool says, what the F? I can't even try to rationalize this. He literally just tried to kick a dog. I mean, it's nuts. That's some nuts stuff, man. That's some crazy stuff. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Mm-hmm. Jay Jones tried to kick a dog outside a polling place. In fairness, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. At this Fox News exit poll, only 46% of Virginia voters believe that the AG candidate Jay Jones's texts fantasizing about shooting a Republican and his children are disqualifying. So 54% of Democrats believe that it's okay to shoot people's kids. About 1 in 4 said the texts were concerning, but then another 1 in 4 said they weren't concerned or hadn't heard about it. Sorry, what? It's crazy. Some crazy shit, man.
If you look at some of the questions over the Jay Jones texts and that scandal from text back to 2022 and how this is affecting the Attorney General's race there, possibility of a split ticket, we asked voters what best describes their opinion of those leaked texts. Almost half found them to be disqualifying. About 1 in 4 said they were concerning, but then another 1 in 4 said they weren't concerned or they hadn't heard enough about it. So we'll see how they cast their vote when those numbers start to come in. If you look at some of the...
we're going to see how they cast their vote when those numbers start to come in. Rich Barris says, hopefully after this, we do not hear any more slobbering stupidity about how unpopular Democrats are from the right. 19% favorable, says Quinnipiac. Well, they were full of shit and they duped the right into complacency. Yeah, Virginia race. About 10% of Democrats were unwilling to tell us they would vote for Jay Jones, suggesting some voters are keeping their choice quiet.
Jay Jones, the AG race in Virginia, that is a race that looks winnable, but it looks like Winsome Sears is falling behind, which could implicate down ballot races. What are you seeing?
So we have been polling this for a private project that we're doing. We've been tracking it since it's like 11 days now, Andrew. And it looked like Mayoras had a sizable lead to the point where I was ready to just tell people this race is over. But what happened is that Winsome Sears did fall behind. And the more she fell behind, the more Spanberger was pulling others up. Even the lieutenant governor's race, by the way, Reed didn't have a whole lot of money, but he traveled the state, ran a retail campaign, a very accessible campaign. The media got to ask him any question he wanted. He would sit for hours and talk to voters in these forums. And the race was fairly tight when we started to poll it. It was a lot of undecideds, but it was fairly tight. As Sears began to lag, it did start to hurt the other candidates. And I mean, I can actually tell you, I mean, it's basically a tied race for Attorney General right now. So I think, and it's connected to some of the other work we've been doing, I think for a while, Democrats were just unwilling to tell the pollster that they were going to vote for Jones regardless. And that doesn't surprise me, given some of the work we've done, you know, what we've been hearing from Democrats lately. That doesn't really surprise me, Andrew. I know that that's a sad commentary on the state of our politics, but really what happened is about 10% of Democrats were unwilling to tell us they would vote for Jay Jones. And that was leading a lot of people to believe we may have a big undervote where they just don't cast a ballot for Attorney General. But I'm more leaning toward they're just going to vote for Jay Jones.
Well, and I want to bring in Blake for this as well. But, you know, you see these polls, right, Rich and Blake, where they basically say, oh, look at the Democrat approval rating is at historic lows, 26% approval rating and all this stuff. And I'm like, it's not going to translate to
I'm
an
pretty
election.
sure Republicans won like their biggest House race ever in a year where they had incredibly low approval. It's sort of just a sport to hate your own party at this point.
Yeah, it's just like I hate the leadership of I don't like Chuck Schumer. Therefore, I'm going to vote or I'm going to tell a pollster that I'm upset with the Democrat Party. They'll still pull the trigger for, gosh, I got to get that out of my my lexicon here. They're still gonna drop the vote for Jay Jones and for the AG race. They're still gonna go for the Democrat candidate, even though he's a socialist/communist in New York City. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, you are. I mean, and also too, I think some of these polls, you know, I've been a critic of the polling industry for a while. I think they're just full of it. You know, you have some of these polls out there like Quinnipiac and the CNN poll that came out. They are doing that on purpose. I think some of this is to sow complacency among the right. Are Democrats in a bad place with their brand? Yes, but you have two things, almost what we saw with Republicans, by the way, where Republicans used to be very unpopular. Much of it was coming from their own voters saying, look, I wish you did more of this. I wish you were more right wing. I wish you were more America first. It would never occurred to people that it may not impact their electoral viability. And here, I think we just did that as well. Favorability for both the parties, Republicans and Democrats are both underwater in our polling. Democrats much more so, but it wasn't because, you know, voters were checked out on them. You know what I mean, guys? They'll still vote for them if they're the voters saying I have an unfavorable opinion on the party because I want it to be more progressive, right? Or does that mean they're going to they're going to sit home? Or does that mean they're going to vote for the Republican? Of course not. And it didn't mean that when Republicans exhibited the same behavior in polling either.
Well, the difference, I think, life isn't different, is that New Jersey was the governor's race. New York was New York City mayor race, was the mayoral race in New York City only. Joe says that Democrats vote for the candidate with a D. Republicans vote for candidates that are pure. That's how you get this crap. Jim, I've changed my mind. Trump needs to be king for the next 3 years. Lady Obama says, I had a democracy teacher in high school who said, communism will take us over without a shot if we are not careful. Yeah, it's happening. Never mind, I'm stupid. No. I mean, but New York City, like, I think there might be more people in New York City than in the entire state of New Jersey, though. Population-wise, so. But really, in reality, the vast majority of people in New York City don't vote. Like, they only get like 40% turnout, 50% turnout in New York City. Yeah. The answer is you have to stay with your values during elections. Many radio personalities supported Cuomo, which was a huge mistake. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people did. Oh, look at Bella. She's moving around. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at Bella. I'm 100% sure none of them vote both New York City and New Jersey. 100% sure? I wouldn't be 100% sure about anything. But, yeah. Sadly, I'm a disappointed Virginia voter, totally ready to make Georgia our permanent home. Well, I don't know how good Georgia is lately either. Georgia's got some shady shit, and there's some very rhino-y Republican Party that has control of Georgia. Political violence. Evidently, calling for the assassination of your political enemies is a winning strategy if you're running for Attorney General of Virginia. Jay Jones has pulled ahead of Republican incumbent Jason Myers, according to Calshi, is what they're saying. So, and another thing I just saw, I don't have it here right now, but another thing I saw, Marjorie Taylor Greene on The View, yeah, oh yeah. New Jersey has almost 1 million more than New York City proper, okay. Is that California seems to have already counted all the ballots for this redistricting thing for Prop 50. They've already got all the ballots in and counted. And what do you know? It passed. But in 2020 and 2024, it took weeks, months to count the fucking ballots. Remember? In California? It took almost a month. They were still counting ballots a month later. But this, they've already decided. They've got it. And it's, the polls just closed like 30 minutes ago. A New York City liberal white woman was asked what her biggest concerns are. She said it's her illegal alien neighbors getting taken off the streets and kids not getting sex changes. Yeah, the fix was in. Totally. This demographic is the biggest problem facing America. Yeah. It's a West Coast miracle. Yeah. Cali is fucked. The hole in the ballot sped things up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We probably would have already been locked up if Kamala had won. Hey, what's up, Neurodivergent One? How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, let's see. So here's this woman who's going to tell us why it's not about this stuff. It's not about the things. It's about these feelings.
I think what's really important and standing out for me right now is if we can take ourselves like a high level, like not say immigration, not say economy, not say all the hot talking points, and just ask ourselves, how are we treating our neighbors? Like, how are we treating one another?
How are we treating our neighbors? Like, are we celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination? Are we making jokes about it? Are we saying good, he deserved it and he's a Nazi? These are the fucking people that want you dead. They call you a Nazi, but then they're going to come on here with this bullshit. Just remember that.
Like, how are we treating one another? And is it okay that yesterday, on Saturday, 42 million of our neighbors no longer can feed themselves?
And why can 42 million people not feed themselves? They couldn't feed themselves before. They were relying on the government to feed them. Let's be clear. They weren't able to feed themselves. And the only reason they lost SNAP is because the Democrats refused to pass the continuing resolution. That's why. It was the Democrats. You stupid, stupid twat.
It is okay. Is it okay that our neighbors are getting taken off the streets by ICE? Is it okay that
So anybody that shows up here that does this stuff, she just considers that her neighbor. So she wants to be neighbors. I want to know where she lives. Let's find out where she lives and make sure that her actual neighbors are Tren de Arago and MS-13. Let's move them into her neighborhood with her and see how she likes it, since she wants them as her neighbors.
gender affirming care is being taken from young people who really need it to survive? Is it okay that the Supreme Court has now justified racial profiling?
This is just asinine insanity. Here's a Virginia voter for the Democrat governor, Abigail Spanberger, and says what she's really interested in right now is seeing how they can improve women's rights. We need to get those back reinstated. So this is a person who voted for someone who's not for women's rights, who's for trans rights, which are taking rights away from women. This is crazy. Oh, because the Jim and Bella are the best. Like and subscribe, comment, and share. Yes, definitely. Dumb C. I agree. I don't want to use that word anymore, though, because it's kind of off-putting for some people. And you need gender-affirming care to survive. Yeah. Joe says, I may say some crazy stuff tonight. My mother-in-law wanted to know why we were destroying the last hope of the world. She's in Cuba. We need people, honestly, we need people like your mother-in-law here. We need people that want to be free and that know the dangers of communism in America. We need to get the communists out of America. It's really what we need to do. I mean, I don't know. I say, maybe it's time to have some helicopters, take some people for some rides. Just saying. Just saying. What rights did they lose?
You're a Spanberger supporter. What about her agenda did you really like?
I'm really interested in seeing how we can improve women's rights. We need to get those back reinstated.
All right. Well, thanks for talking to us, Lauren. We really appreciate it.
Get those back. What rights were taken away from women? I mean, if you want to say that they don't have the right to be in a bathroom without a guy with a dick anymore, come in there, waving their dicks around in the bathroom with women, if they just say, I'm a woman now too, even though I got a dick. I guess that's taken away from them. But who did that? That was the Democrats that did that to you. That was Abigail Spanberger. Mm-hmm. She says that she's thinking she'll be the leader of the Democrat Party, but the first to don a burqa when Madami stops practicing taqiyya. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jim, it costs thousands to bring her. I'm only 100 air, not 1,000 air. Needless to say, not a millionaire. No. All con news. I hate women voters. A lot of mistakes were made in the early 19th century, early 20th century, around like 1910 to 1913. A lot of bad decisions were made in the U.S. A lot of bad decisions. We might want to rethink those. There's a bunch of amendments. Yeah. What? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So this woman wants to bring back women's rights, but Abigail Spanberger voted, and all these people, Cheryl, voted no on the Reagan-Riley Act. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports, they voted no on. Parental Rights Act, they voted no on. I mean, it's crazy. The Demon Rats support women's health care. Oh, okay. Is this 1968? You realize they're the only ones talking about abortion? Read the room. You sound like old-fashioned women are aprons stuck in the kitchen. You need a handbook for preventing pregnancy in the 21st century. It's time for Trump to make women sign up for selective service like I had to. That would be they should be able to get drafted. That's what I say. Equal rights. That's right. Ballots should be verified 3 different ways: the books, the machine count, and hand. Yeah, definitely. I mean, granted, too, like, I will say, like, Winsome Sears, like, I liked her. I thought she was a good candidate, but she wasn't very MAGA. She said a lot of bad things about Trump in the past, like she didn't want to support him in 2024. So, let's see, Virginia Governor, Faith and Freedom, Abigail Spanberger, yes, abortion on demand. Winsome Sears, no. Protect girls' sports. Winsome Sears, yes. Abigail Spanberger, no. Allow parents to choose the best school for their children. Abigail Spanberger, yeah. Or no. Winsome Sears, yes. Voter ID. Voter photo ID, yes, no. Late term abortion, no, yes. Parental Bill of Rights, yes, no. You really want the military filled up with Jasmine Crockett's? Well, Tim says, I hear you about women, but men bad also. Obama, Bush, Biden. I don't have any, like, I will, you know, the reason that we got Obama, Bush, and Biden in office? Women voters. Military has a filter, more like a crucible. Yeah, Virginians wouldn't vote for the black woman. Freaking racist. That's right. No one has Trump in their pockets. All the politicians have. That's right. Yeah. We saw this, but I just wanted because this says this is this woman, Heather Liberty Valkyrie Heather 07 says white liberal women will be the downfall of society. The brainwashing is strong with this one. We saw this woman, but I just wanted to read her. You know, read this woman's comment with the flags and Stephen Miller says that understand what our immigration system has done to the U.S. Because we got a legal immigrant from Kenya who has an entire family back in Kenya, says she voted for Spanberger today because she's upset about President Trump's immigration policies. Phil says, from my time in the Army, I can tell you that the higher in rank you go, the more likely you are to run into a Democrat. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I always vote since I became a citizen, and that was 20 years ago. And I migrated from Kenya originally. My family is back home in Kenya, and how I see how things.
So she says she came here 20 years ago, became a citizen, but she said her family's back home in Kenya. So in other words, she does not qualify as a citizen. She should have her naturalization revoked. She should have never been naturalized. She does not believe the U.S. is her home. Her home is Kenya. She just said it. Back home in Kenya. That's her home. She just came here to subvert the U.S. and take advantage of it, probably collecting welfare and other shit and sending it back to Kenya. She's probably not naturalized. She says she's naturalized citizen. She says she is. She became a citizen. But I don't know if she actually is a citizen. Maybe she just thinks because she's here, she's a citizen. I don't know. But for her to say that, she's clearly doesn't believe herself to be an American citizen. No loyalty to this country. You know, I'll back it up. Listen.
From Kenya originally. My family is back home in Kenya, and how I see how things are going on, like with families being separated. As a human being, as a mother.
Well, I volunteered to cover her costs to return to Kenya, never to come back again. I don't want her to be separated from her family. So I will buy the plane ticket. She can go to Kenya. I'll do it. You can go back to Kenya and be with your family. Just get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this country.
Separating families, especially children, from their mothers or fathers. I don't believe in that. So that made me come out and also come and vote.
So that's one big issue. Another one is the government shutdown. Tens of thousands of government workers live here in Loudoun County. A lot of them told us that is.
I always.
Oh wow. Did Good Logic rated us? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that true? Oh. Oh, wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That's very nice of him. want to thank you, Good Logic. I can't believe you ended that early. I figured he'd be going all night. So everybody here from Good Logic, thank you. Yes, rated. Well, that's good. She separated herself from her family, but she needs to go back. Hello, what's going on? All you people here from Joe, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Joe dumped you off here. Well, it's a good place to be. Joe threw his glasses in disgust. I've tried to tell Joe, because he said he was celebrating with some sushi, and I tried to tell him, Joe, you're supposed to eat the wasabi, not rub it in your eyes. It was too depressing. Joe sent you from Good Logic. Well, that's great. I'm glad you're all here. Please hit the like. Please subscribe. We do have a goal here tonight. We are currently $45 away from extending the show. Damn, there was a raid. You came on your own accord. Well, he's here. He's got a scratched eye. Well, it's because he told Dick. He said he had. What's it called? Sushi. But you're supposed to not rub the wasabi in your eyes. You're supposed to eat it. 69 likes. Nice. Well, why don't we get some more likes over there? Well, 1 out of 15. It's very depressing. Very depressing. Yeah, the Jews lost today in New York City. I know. It's terrible. I can't believe that they let New York go. I thought the Jews had a hold on New York. Well, they always were a strong force. Joe is suffering from a scratched cornea. I've had it before. It's extremely uncomfortable. Oh, yeah. How did he do that, though? How did he do that? But anyway, so we're just watching some stuff on the people, come on, 58 likes. There's 282 people watching. Go ahead and hit that like button, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, like, subscribe. It's nice and stuff like that. We're gonna go for probably another hour unless we hit around an hour. I don't know, an hour ish. And Jews voted for Mandami. It's terrible. Unless we hit the goal, and then we'll eat for every 70. The way this show works is for every $75 in total that comes in across all donations, PayPal, Cash App, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships are nice, or memberships, all that's added up, and at $75, we add an hour to the show. For every $75, another hour on the show length. That's how it works. So, and there's Bella. She's right here. Here's Bella. You see her? Bella's there, KPT. Bella's there. See? Look there's Bella. Bella's just chilling, sleeping. She's hanging out. She's up there on the screen. I'll move the camera a little bit so you can see her a little better. There, much better for Bella. There. Okay. You hate to say it, but I heard those exact platitudes from Yugoslavic diaspora in 2010. I tried, Jim. I don't see Jacob to get Joe's stream rated over here. Well, it happens, Neuro. It happens. What are you going to do? What you going to do when they come for you? Boo-ba-doo-boo-boo. Boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo. Let's go. All right. So Donald Trump had some comments about the redistricting effort. You're on a tiny screen. You couldn't see her? Well, she's there. I left a link in the chat in case he pops in the next couple minutes. So Donald Trump says the unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam, and that the entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots where the Republicans in the state are shut out is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. Very odd. This guy says, well, not surprising California is potentially engaging in illegal activity. Yeah, Trump says Prop 50 is under criminal review. President Trump confirms Newsom's redistricting vote is under criminal review. President Trump on Tuesday confirmed California's redistricting vote is under very serious legal and criminal review. Californians are headed to the polls, ballot boxes and mailboxes on Tuesday to vote on Prop 50. And wouldn't you know that it's surprising that California has already managed to count all those votes already, and they already know that they won. They've already announced it, that they got all the votes. But in 2020 and in 2024, it took them over a month to count the ballots to say who won some races. That's weird that they were able to count these that fast, right? Kind of weird. Yeah, Jarvis, I know. Virginia Dem won, Jersey Dem won, dagnabbit. Yeah. It is what it is. So Californians are headed to the polls. Ballot boxes and mailboxes on Tuesday. Newsom's power grab to eliminate 5 GOP congressional seats through 2030. Trump called the redistricting vote in California a giant scam and said it's under criminal review. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam, and that entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots where the Republicans in that state are shut out. It's a very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned, said President Trump on Truth Social. Oh, look at that. Audra for $5. Thank you very much, Audra, for $5. And with that $5, that puts us $5 closer. So right now we are $40 away from adding an additional hour to the show. Mm-hmm. 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 My video disenfriggin-peered. I don't know that's going on. Yes, thank you, Audra. And every race that took weeks went to a Democrat. Yeah, it's weird. That's politics. The unconstitutional redistricting vote is a giant scam. It's rigged. California Democrats over the summer rolled out their new congressional map that eliminates 5 House seats for the GOP in response to redistricting fight between Texas legislators. California voters were spied in a special election on November 4th on a new congressional map. This whole thing to me is very suspect too. Yeah, the ballot envelopes had holes that showed if you voted no. Yeah, we saw all that. Yeah, that was weeks ago. We talked about that. But what's weird is how this is possible, because they put this redistricting thing, this independent thing, into the Constitution of California. And it takes a 60% threshold to change the vote. The California's Constitution. It takes a 60% vote by the public to change it. But somehow they got around that with this. I don't know. Unless maybe they got over 60%. I don't know. Because of ballot and harvesting drop boxes, mail-in ballots without chain of custody, and questionable ballot curing, the 2024 election gave California 43 House seats and 9 Republican seats. Now the Democrats are trying to eliminate 5 more GOP seats. The 5 California Republicans targeted for the plan include Doug LaMaffa, Kevin Kiley, David Valdado, Ken Calvert, and Daryl Issa. Is there something wrong with YouTube? Audio is so jumpy today. I don't know if it's YouTube. It could be StreamYard. It could also just be my computer. I'm using a very old computer. My new computer isn't here yet. So Republicans went back to believing only presidential elections are important. I'm going to stop calling myself a Republican. I can't take the stupidity. It's too much. I agree. So there's the map they proposed. Look at that. Oh. What about the Somalian and when Minnesota did he win? Oh, I'm sure he won. Yeah, he did. Sure he won. Still only 58 likes and 261 watching. Liking is free and you can change it if you change your mind. Let Jim know you're here with the chats. Well, you have to refresh to see the likes. See, I see 84 likes. Let me see if I refresh it, what comes up. 91 now. There's still a lot more people that could be hitting a like. It's Tim, Jim. Audio sounds good here. Okay, thanks, Dick. Thanks for letting me know. You were hoping to wake up tomorrow and get a Dallas Bobby Ewing dream end. Yeah, where he's just in the shower and it was all a lie. Newsom held a press conference in Los Angeles in August to announce the Democrats' redistricting effort and turned into a profanity-laced clown show. Newsom said he's moving forward with a redistricting plan that will end Trump's presidency. Newsom accused Trump of rigging the system. Why else would Trump try to rig the system? Why else would he make a phone call? He's a failed president. They got to start arresting these fucking people, man, for sedition. Seditious conspiracy. That's what needs to happen, really. Yeah, no more playing nice. That's it. No more playing nice. And the U.S. News and World Report says that Trump slams the redistricting vote, says it's under review. Trump accused California's proposal on the ballot of being unconstitutional, said all mail-in ballots were under very serious legal and criminal review without giving any evidence for his allegations. What? He just told you the allegations, that you don't offer the people the opportunity to vote on election day. That's what it says in the Constitution, is you vote on election day. It doesn't say anything about all this other stuff. for you not having a way for people to vote on election day, it's kind of unconstitutional. By the way, Yugoslav diaspora are hilarious. They don't like being lumped together on a Yugoslav term. Yeah. Only Bella should play nice. Well, Karen says, Congress, Hava fails integrity, deciding for states, corporate program, voting system, control the people's election, no transparency, lack security, easy hacking. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of reports. Bella always plays nice. I've been seeing a lot of reports about people doing stuff with the computers for the voting stuff, but I don't know how factual it is. So I was so disappointed. I only had state issues to vote on in Texas today, and the only Yo Vote stickers were in sight. If Bondi has 90 days, if shit doesn't happen, she's got to go. I think she's got less than 90 days, man. I think she's got like 30 days. Dishes are waiting for Bondi. Lady said she left California 7 years ago, got her ballot in Illinois, I think she said. Probably. Probably. Newsom speaks as prophecy projected to pass. Oh. Trump asserts that any Jewish person who votes for self-professed Jew hater Mandami is a stupid person. Well, what do you know? Trump's calling him stupid. No problem, Karen. I always try to read everybody's chats if I can. Whatever, I try to read them all. Mm-hmm. Is this going to be actually Cuomo? Let's see. Is Cuomo going to talk?
So right now the polls are open, and it's up to New York City to decide whether they're giving a Democratic Socialist the keys to America's largest city and the financial capital of the world.
Joining us now with his...
What the fuck happened?
Here's why you should switch.
Now you're going to put an ad there? So guess what? Cuomo calls on New Yorkers to save the city in final push against Mandami. Big Apple voters head to the polls. President Trump asserted that any Jewish person who casts a ballot for the communist Mandami is stupid. Any Jewish person that votes for Kahami Mandami, a proven and self-professed Jew hater, is a stupid person. I mean, how do you vote? Seriously. How do you vote in?
Are open, and it's up to New York City to decide whether they're giving a Democratic Socialist the keys to America's largest city and the financial capital of the world.
Joining us now with his final push on this busy election day this morning, New York City mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo. Governor, in the last 24 hours, President Trump said, vote for Andrew Cuomo. What does that do for your campaign? What message does that send to Republicans?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's an important message because it's a three-way race. It's myself, the Democratic Socialist, Mamdani, and there's a Republican named Curtis Lewa.
Hey, Good Logic has rated the stream on Rumble. What do you know? That's awesome.
But he can make Mamdani a winner. So President Trump saying to the Republicans, don't vote for Sliwa, you're wasting your vote. That could be very helpful because if they don't vote for Sliwa, they would vote for me.
What do you say to the Republicans that say, Sliwa's probably not going to win if you believe the polls, so I'm just going to stay home? But then Donald Trump comes out, and many Republicans live for whatever Donald Trump says. And when he's telling them to go vote for you, maybe they will go out. What's the reason a Republican should get out of bed, should leave their house, should leave the office and go vote for you?
Yeah, well, President Trump is pragmatic. He is telling them the reality of the situation, which is if you do not vote, Mamdani is going to win. Who is Mamdani? I don't know, but he's a Democratic Socialist. He'll bring socialism to New York City. New York City will not thrive with a socialist economy, anti-law and order, decriminalize prostitution. So Republicans, you have to get up and come out and vote. Even if you're not voting for a Republican, you're voting to save New York City. You know, this election is not about Democrat, Republican. It's about saving the city. And that is not being overly dramatic. Mamdani is a real socialist. He's not a
Okay, well, here's the thing. Why is it up to Republicans to save the Democrats for themselves? It's, if they let them get what they voted for, let it go back. Maybe New York needs to end up like it was under Dinkins. So then somebody could come in and actually save it. The thing is, Sliwa was not a good candidate. Let's be honest. He doesn't like Trump. He fought with Trump nonstop. He said he wasn't going to do anything about the illegals. He wasn't going to work with ICE. He wasn't going to work with the National Guard. He wasn't going to do anything. So, I mean, why would you vote for him anyway? Why would anyone vote for Sliwa? I mean, if I was in New York, I probably would have not voted. I would have been like, fuck this. I'm not voting for any of these guys. The guy in Minnesota is a real freak. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Jacob Castro? Thanks for redirecting Joe over here. I'm pretty sure it must have been you that did it, because Joe eyes were hurting. This is going to hurt the whole country. No, I know it's going to hurt the whole country. But what are we supposed to do? You know? And he says, doubt the city will change month. The cops already got a standout order. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sliwa wasn't a good candidate, but Cuomo was worse. I mean, yeah, Cuomo. I mean, why didn't they get someone better? Why did Cuomo should have not been in the race? It should have just been Eric Adams stayed in the race. At least Eric Adams was working with ICE, and Eric Adams was doing his stuff. But Cuomo basically came in. Cuomo is the reason I think Mandami is the mayor. Because if it was Eric Adams against Mandami, Eric Adams would have won. My firm belief. Eric Adams would have won. I want accountability. If the people want communists, then give it to them. But the Fed should never support it. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully not too late multitasking and fighting with Rumble. Well, fighting with Rumble's never fun. Let's see. Big Echo voters went to the poll, and Trump said all this stuff about, don't vote for this guy, he's a Jew hater and stuff, and whatever. An anti-Semitism watchdog group issued a scathing alarm bell report on Mandami a week ahead of Election Day. Institute for Global Anti-Semitism warned that Mandami has repeatedly declined to condemn the slogan "Globalized Intifada." But see, here's the thing too: is the problem is when you're running around and you're calling people like Tucker Carlson the greatest anti-Semite in the world, which was what a bunch of people did this week. Ben Shapiro and Randy Fine, all this stuff attacking Carlson as an anti-Semite, which he's not an anti-Semite. The guy's been to Israel multiple times. Has no problem with Jewish people. Never denied the Holocaust. Any of this other shit that they're trying to say. Then you say the stuff about Mandami, it makes people go, well, what do we believe here? What's the truth? They had better, but they were overshadowed by Mandami. He got the Muslim and the Wookiee votes. Well, that's what I'm saying. But like when Cuomo came in as an independent against because Mayor Eric Adams didn't even run in the primary. Eric Adams did not run in the Democrat primary. He had already said he was going to run as an independent. And so it was Cuomo against Mandami in the primary, and Cuomo couldn't beat him. And then Cuomo coming in as an independent when the general election with Eric Adams versus Mandami, I think would have been different. My opinion. That's my opinion. Mediaite says Trump drops election day bomb. Any Jewish person that votes for Zoran is a stupid person. New York City is destroyed. Choose your destroyer. New York City's going to learn Trump was right again. Then here's how the Daily Beast says this. Look at the Daily Beast. It says Trump launches election day attack on stupid Jewish voters. See how they say that? Trump is calling Jews stupid. Yeah, grandma killer Cuomo. Shocked. Then this story came out today. It was very interesting. Trump administration may be forced to close parts of U.S. airspace if the shutdown lasts into next week. Secretary Duffy says. Duffy warns parts of U.S. airspace will close if shutdown continues. There will be mass chaos. Mass chaos.
On this shutdown, I'm going to deal with the consequences and the commitments I've made to improve our pipeline for air traffic controllers. By the way, we're up 20% this year alone from the previous year, which is great, but this will have an impact. So I think open up, more controllers come to work the next day, and we'll see immediate results. Just one point I'll make on this as well. The controllers got 90% of one payment, 80 to 90% of one payment. They missed the second paycheck. On Thursday, they get an email pay stub. that'll show what their next payment is going to be. So this Thursday, they'll get an email that shows that their pay stub is a big fat zero. Many of the controllers said, a lot of us can navigate missing one paycheck. Not everybody, but a lot of us can. None of us can manage missing 2 paychecks. So if you bring us to a week from today, Democrats, you will see mass chaos, you will see mass flight delays, you'll see mass cancellations, and you may see us close certain parts of the airspace because we just cannot manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers. And that was a really long answer to your question. Yes.
Just to follow up, Dave Sherrison, for words on that last comment. Last Friday was a really rough day for the airspace, right? 80% of controllers are out in New York. There was, I think, CNY was down to 1 supervisor at one point. How concrete are those contingency plans to have to close some airspace if things get worse? And maybe you could also speak to this integrator meeting you had yesterday and how close are you to picking the integrator?
So we can move some of the management to other facilities. We can get help from other facilities to keep the airspace somewhat functioning. But again, we have our managers, and the FAA and us will close the airspace down. We will restrict the airspace when we feel it's not safe.
So basically, if it goes past next week, they're going to have to close airspace down. You'll see mass cancellations. More than 40 Senate Democrats have voted 14 times against the stopgap measure to keep the fund the government at current levels until November 21st, in the hopes of getting concessions from Republicans to extend health care subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. The Affordable Care Act, tax credits, and other provisions to lower health care premiums for Americans were expanded under Joe Biden and passed under former President Barack Obama. None of these things were passed with a single Republican vote ever. Never a Republican vote for these. And they're not going to get one now. So that's why I don't understand how they think they can force this when they don't have the votes. House Speaker Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Schumer have pressed Democrat leaders to break ranks. Sent Democrat senators to break ranks with their caucus and reopen the government. It says for the first time in 30 years, hubby surprised me with flights from Texas to see the New England Pats game in Gillette Stadium on the 13th. My anxiety is exploding. Yes, the mob kept New York running smoothly and orderly. This makes me so mad. So many people I listen to say government shutdown don't affect people. I guess that is wrong. It doesn't affect unless you work. It only affects people that work for the government to get paid from the government. That's who it affects. If you don't get money from the government, it shouldn't, at all. If you're not getting government money, it shouldn't affect you. U.S. airports have already been hit with flight delays, cancellations, even some brief ground stops due to the toll the shutdown is taking on overworked and underpaid air traffic controllers. Roughly 13,000 air traffic controllers are working without paychecks, and 50% of the facilities are facing staffing shortages. New York area, as many 80% of controllers are having a call out due to overwork. He held a press conference with J.D. Vance last week, emphasizing the issue for travelers if the shutdown continues to Thanksgiving. The House of Representatives have voted affirmatively to reopen the United States government. 52 Republicans and 3 Democrats consistently vote to open the government, but we need 60 votes. We need to end the craziness. Chuck Schumer has led the opposition to the so-called clean continuing resolution, while Fetterman, Catherine Cortez Masto, and Angus King have voted with the GOP. To their great credit, these 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans to reopen the government. We need 5 more reasonable Democrats to put American people first. United Airlines CEO and Teamsters chief Sean O'Brien have also publicly called out the Democrats for the prolonged funding fight. So, same story here. There's going to be chaos if the shutdown continues. We got this. In an infuriating development, President Trump is now being forced by Democrats to use wartime funding for some SNAP benefits. These are funds meant for full-on catastrophes, national emergencies, and wars. We are digging into a contingency fund meant for emergencies, catastrophes, and war. The president does not want to tap into this fund in the future. Anyone who needs that assistance, Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult to get those payments out the door. Disgusting, Chuck Schumer.
posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with a court order to expend.
Joe did raid, by the way. Well, thanks, Joe.
Funds by end of business day yesterday. So
We'd only need 4 Dems if we didn't have St. Rand Paul voting against it. Yeah.
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door.
Thanks,
So
Tadlin.
if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Yeah, so anybody who wasn't already approved, like we watched a video last night where that woman said she was doing all the paperwork trying to get her SNAP approved for this, and they can't give it to her because they can't authorize any new SNAP payments to anybody because they don't have the money. So they're using the money for existing people, but they can't put a new person on SNAP when the program doesn't actually exist. So he is married, but he can have more wives. You're talking about AOC? Wonder if AOC and Mandami will become a thing? Most of the people receiving SNAP are selling it on the streets. Maybe. Once food stamps are funded by court order illegally, will the Dems come back and impeach Trump for illegally allocating money without congressional authorization? I believe they're that crazy. Well, I think they did this on purpose, Joe. I think they wanted Trump to appeal it. That way they could say, look, he doesn't want to pay the SNAP. He's appealing it. So they put him in like a trick bag where it's like, legally, this judge has no authority to tell him this. You know, has no authority to tell him to take this money and spend it. That judge completely, these judges are completely overstepped. They should appeal it. They should be doing it, but they should appeal it and be like, yeah, we want to appeal this. We're going to pay the money, but we're going to appeal it. That's what should happen. Because, you know, President Trump said that the SNAP benefits will only be given when radical Dems open the government. It says SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, many-fold during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed out to anyone for the asking, and opposed to just those in need, as opposed to just those in need, which is the purpose of SNAP, will be given out only when the radical left Dems open the government, which they can easily do and not before. Thank you for your attention on this matter. So Trump releases the reserves, and DARPA and HARP will unleash hell. Yeah. Trump's comeback was to ask the court how to distribute it. Yeah. Any SNAP recipient who didn't have a pantry full of backup canned food is an idiot and eats too well. I mean, some people don't get that much. Jarvis, JJ. You know, there's some people that get like $20, $50 a month, and then there's people that get thousands. I don't get it. I don't understand how they come up with these numbers. I really don't. I don't know how they figure who gets what. You know, the SNAP Reform and Upward Mobility Act of 2025 mandates work requirements and eligibility tightening to prevent abuse. Exactly why Democrats blocked full funding. Shutdowns happen when bureaucrats prioritize handouts over accountability. Trump's stance forces fiscal discipline. SNAP shouldn't subsidize dependency. Democrats had $17 billion in child addition funds, but chose chaos. Partial payments prove the system's broken. Restore order, cut waste, enforce rules, fund citizens first. It says, in 1979, my mother stole her food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar to her friends so my mother could get cash for the bar in town. That used to happen a lot with the paper food stamps, and they claimed that going to the electronic ones would stop it, but it didn't. It didn't. It says, well, now I qualify for stamps, but there are none available. 2 of my older sisters get $23 in food stamp. They're widows with very little resources. I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how different areas, different prices. Okay. It still happens selling the food stamps. Nothing's changed. Where's Joe? I don't know. Who's Joe? It's $300 per month per person unless they work and get partial benefits, in which case they can feed themselves for a few weeks, right? Well, no, I know some people, like right here, it says, I'm disabled senior citizen on Social Security. I get $24 a month per food stamps. I don't understand that. I don't. If you're a disabled person on Social Security and that's all you got, Social Security disabled, that you should be getting like a couple $100 a month at least in food stamps, I would think. So I don't know. Jaw jacking? I'm not jaw jacking. What? What's going on? And then Margot Cleveland said, had the federal judges kept their fingers out of things, Dems would have passed a clean continuing resolution. Instead, the states are now forced to figure out how the hell they can do this. The memorandum is following up the guidance shared on October 10th and October 24th regarding SNAP, administration expenses. Due to the limited availability of federal funds and orders from 2 federal courts, the Food Nutrition Service is reducing SNAP maximum allotments to 50% of eligible households' current allotment, in accordance with the 7 CFR. Please see the revised maximum allotment tables attached to this guidance. The reduction is effective November 1st. You get $0 when I got SSD. They said I earned too much. State agencies must take immediate action to implement this reduction as specified in the memorandum. Please note that applying the reduction per federal law, all 1- and 2-person households affected by the reduction shall receive the minimum monthly benefit as specified in the revised allotment tables. In addition, state agencies shall follow procedures outlined to provide the rounding of benefits of 1, 3, and 5 to 2, 4, and 6, respectively. State agencies must notify households of reduction in accordance with the mass change notice requirements. Consistent with these requirements, state agencies shall not provide households affected by this reduction with notices of adverse action. What someone should do is sue and say you can't do this because it's a violation of the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. You have to give notice, and you can't just do this and fuck it all up. That's what someone should do. Just throw a fucking turd in the punch bowl. Just be like, oh, okay, no, I'm suing right now to stop this because you can't do this because of the APA. That's what should happen. That way it's not on Trump. Someone else, a third party, needs to sue to stop this. Why hasn't anybody but me thought about this? 15 years old, I stole from my corner store for toilet paper and crappy mac and cheese. My kids never relied on government subsidies. It's easy, Jim. Are you a citizen? You get minimum according to income and family size. Illegal start at 1,000. It's not that hard. You know, it's just for the fire for effect. It should have said has income. My mistake. I'm on SSDI and not eligible for SNAP because I own things. Well, that's the thing. If you own a house or anything like that, you can't get it. Yeah. Exactly. That is fighting. I don't qualify. I'm on disability. That's just fucked. If you have a car, you're not in need. It's bullshit. Yeah, it is. Side note, I receive $24 a month in food stamps, and my Social Security income is $11.86. It's not the amount that is over the top. It's the amount that is over the top. It's not an amount that is over the top. It's that it's not an amount that is over the top. No, I know. Let's get Ricada on this. I'll donate. Well, he's not a lawyer anymore, but Joe or someone like, why hasn't Barnes or somebody done something? I don't know, Barnes, whatever. Republicans couldn't fight even if their life depended on it. It does. They just want to pretend it doesn't. Immigrants get refugee funding. Want to get MIF? Check out government refugee aid pages. Oh, I know. It's horrible. But yeah, somebody should fucking launch a turd in the punch bowl and sue and say, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. It violates the APA. Call Joe. Sorry, he's not a lawyer. I used the voice of the text and the sentence ran on. No problem. Mm-hmm. Joe would be great. Yeah. Well, his license is suspended. Is the license is suspended. It's a suspended a sentence. That's what so true. There are actually multiple examples of judicial interference in the expected bargaining between the legislative and executive branches, which the judiciary should stay out of. Many times the judicial interference prevents a compromise. Yeah. I had a 5-year-old sister at 15. My mom gave her food stamps to her friend for cash. Kids suffer, the recipients exploit. The leader of the following. Yes, he would work. All those illegals got asylum status that qualifies them as refugees. Brutal. Yes. Well, better man, I appreciate you being here. And I too am a member of the following. And it's all I could say is it's been great. And let me look here. What do we got? No. All right. All right. And then consider. And here's Jake Tapper, of course, with his slimy ass. It's a Donors Con game. Donors Con. Yeah. His license got suspended for a year, which is kind of bullshit because he has nothing to do with his practice. Yeah. California Prop 50 passed, giving the House 5 more Democrat seats. We're doomed. Oh, thanks. I want to thank. We've been going 2 hours and 20 minutes. I want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. It really helps with the algorithm and everything else. It helps boost, makes YouTube think that people actually like the show and they might put it out to some other people. And if you haven't subscribed, if you're just sitting there, just watching, not subscribing, please subscribe. You know, a few people have subscribed. We went from 603 to 609, 1609. I'm sorry, 1603 to 1609. So that's great. But we'd like to see that go higher. We're striving to try to get 5,000. When I get to 5,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. Insane, I know, but that was the thing. And also, I'm going to go a little bit longer tonight without the goal, even without the goal. But I really would appreciate, if you guys would throw in a little money. If we could hit that $40 and get the extra hour, that would be great. But I'm going to probably go at least another a little longer just to see if we can hit that extra hour. But if it does, whenever it comes in, I will extend it for an hour from that point. So, despite the federal courts ordering his administration to use the USDA contingency fund, so you see the problem with this. The federal courts ordering the president. You're trying to get to my PayPal. Oh, well, it's just, if you just take your phone and take a picture of the PayPal tip jar link up there, it'll take you right there, KPT. So the president, despite the courts ordering him to pay the money, President Trump says he won't. That's not actually what he says. I think what he's saying is that the new people won't get it. I think that's what he's saying. I think it takes a simple majority to pass a budget. What's the issue? There's some weird shit that they're doing. I thought so too. I don't understand it. But what they need to do is what they really need to do. See, Jim, no need to vote for president. Judges run this thing. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what it really seems like. Go back to reality. Democrats just voted to keep the government closed again. And then 9mm SMG says, you can just ignore the courts. It says President Trump ignores the court ruling and will continue to stop SNAP benefits. Trump didn't stop the SNAP benefits. There's no fucking money for the SNAP benefits. You can't pay money you don't have. Trump can't just print money like the Fed. And you guys heard the Fed is like $240 billion in the hole. And they got to print more money. That's a little later if we make it there. Like Andrew Braca says that nobody's obliged to follow an unlawful court order. If a court ordered you to shoot yourself, would you be legally obliged to do so? Here it is, a constitutional crisis people feared. Trump is openly defying a court order, and it's over. Denying Americans food. We are literally facing a constitutional breakdown over SNAP funds. Yes, the constitutional breakdown was the court ordering the executive branch to find the money. Find the money. Find the money. Find the money. I wish I could not do a job and blame someone else not doing it. Yeah. Dang, you can even have a call-in stream when you get to hear about the Yugoslav adventures in 2010 Tampa Bay. I could do a call-in stream, sure. Printing more money doesn't really solve anything. It just devalues the dollar. That's right. So here it is. President Trump declares SNAP benefits on hold until radical left Democrats open the government. Trump announced on Thursday that the supplemental nutrition SNAP will remain on hold until Democrats reopen the federal government, blasting Chuck Schumer's radical left allies for deliberately prolonging the shutdown. When did civic stop being taught in school? Let's keep it going past 60 days so we can fire most of the government workers. See, I don't know if that does. Some judge will order him and tell him he can't. He'll tell him you have to hire them all back. That's what'll happen. They should start closing the courts down. That's what they should do. Well, we don't have money to keep the courts open, so lock the doors on the courts. SNAP benefits, which increased by billions. We already saw this. So the government shutdown, now entering its 5th week, has become a political standoff between President Trump, who insists on fiscal responsibility and border enforcement, and Senate Democrats, who refuse to pass a clean funding bill without billions in additional welfare spending and carve-outs for illegal aliens. Trump allies said Democrats are using SNAP recipients as pawns, deliberately blocking appropriations to create headlines, blaming the administration for hunger, while ignoring the reality that SNAP spending exploded by nearly 40% under Biden, due to loosening the eligibility standards and rampant fraud. Yes, shut down the district courts. He declared, they word it like he made a decree. How does little to nothing judge think somehow they got suddenly all this power to order a president? I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, they stopped teaching civics. They stopped teaching history and replaced it with woke civics and activism. Why no community notes on Twitter about Trump won't pay? Don't know. Conservatives have long warned that Biden's reckless expansion of food stamps eligibility allowed millions of illegal aliens and unverified applicants to receive benefits intended for low-income American families. It's actually illegal as a federal employee to work and not get paid. Funny how it gets overlooked when convenient, like with air traffic controllers. I think it's different, and I'm not 100% sure, but it's not that they're not going to, they will eventually get paid, I believe. If they were to work and never get paid, that would be illegal, to work and never get paid. But just because it's delayed, I think it's like one of them weird gray area things. I'm not 100% doc. I'm not an expert on this, but I would think any of these people that are working are going to get paid. If they're forcing them to work, they're going to get back pay. Yeah, I mean, he's dead, Jim. Howdy, peeps. What's up? Yeah. I think they did stop teaching civics. Oh, they definitely did. They definitely did. Earlier this week, two Obama-appointed judges ordered the Trump administration to tap emergency contingency funds to partially pay for November benefits. Now, thanks to court mandates, only $4.65 billion remains, enough to cover half of the amount owed to current SNAP recipients in November. USDA officials have explored alternative options, including borrowing from the child nutrition funds. That account feeds 29 million school children every day, but concluded such a move would devastate the national school lunch and breakfast programs. Yeah, so they want to starve kids at school? However, President Trump isn't backing down. Until the Democrats agree to end the shutdown, SNAP benefits will remain frozen. Yes, they will get paid with back pay. Congress carries the purse, not Trump. Yep. I asked 15-year-old how branches are already amazed by their answers. No civics. It's how to be a commie 101 class now. Yeah, like any of the people that are forced to work, that are having to come into work, I think they have to get paid. If they furloughed you and sent you home and said, sorry, we can't pay you, you got to go sit at home, I don't know if people are going to get paid. Anyone working without pay will get paid after they open. Yeah, I think it's the people, Joe, if I'm not mistaken, it's the people that aren't working that might not get paid because they're not working. It's a controversial take here. Trump should have the Treasury borrow and use the proceeds to pay government workers and pay SNAP, even if it's illegal. Have the Dems sue in court to take the money. It's not really that controversial take. It's not really that controversial take. I mean, he's kind of doing that with the WIC stuff, with the WIC money. It's just they don't They don't, the SNAP money is so much money every month that they don't have that kind of money to play with the other stuff, with the money, because they're already doing it with WIC, they're doing it with the school lunch programs and all that stuff. They were using tariff money and other money to pay that stuff to make sure that stuff didn't go away. But illegal alien is the wrong word. They are legal. They just got that legal status illegally. Until we use their words, they aren't lying. I'll never use their words, Miss Jarvis. I'll never use their words, JJ. We will not get paid unless we claim our leave time or sick time. We have to wait the regular pay period. PayPal? Well, thank you. Thank you, KPT, for the $10. It's very appreciated. Highly appreciatory. Thank you very much. With that, folks, that $10 from KPT puts us $10 closer. That means we're only $30 away from adding an extra hour to the show, an entire extra hour of great content. Not comment. 75% fraud and Snap. Civics means to be a good citizen. They teach what the woke left thinks is being a good citizen. That's woke activism. Thank you, KPT. Thank you very much, KPT. Thank you. Yeah. Just keep that in mind, folks. If you want a whole another hour of the show, $30 away. $5 at a time. Gift some memberships. That's always nice. Gift 5 memberships. 5 gifted memberships would actually be the $30. Just saying, and that would cover the whole extra hour. To scare the Dems, a Republican should put a bill that removes all government subsidies except Social Security and basic Medicare. Dems will pass CR quick. My sister is in need, but the wrong color for government aid. She has 3 minor girls. That's horrible. I hope she gets help. And this is from the Daily Signal. It says, Trump changes course on SNAP funding. President Trump said he would withhold supplemental SNAP benefits until Senate Democrats vote to reopen the government. Oh, here's Amazing Disgrace 911 for $5. Just count me in. Thank you very much. And with that, we are now just $25 away from the first extra hour of the show tonight. Thank you very much, Amazing Disgrace. Just $25 away. KPT says, please, listeners, help me. I can't get to the next extra hour. You have to, Jim, until we get away with saying we are wrong and obscuring the truth. You're confusing me now, Jarvis. I have to use their language. If we give in to their and listen and do play their language games, they're winning. We're letting them win. We have to just go, fuck you, no. Oh, wow. Look at this. Mystic Gypsy 311 for $25 comes in hot and heavy. And with that, friends.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
With that, folks, we are now $75 away from a second additional hour. Thank you very much, Mystic Gypsy 311. All right, so we got another hour of the show. Right on there. Thank you very much. Right there. That's very good. Cha-ching 5 times. Bless you. 2 Bellas. 3 Democrat branches of government, bias courts, TikTok, and Reddit. We need another Bella? Oh, no, we could do this. We could put Bella there, and, I could fix the camera a little bit for everyone. They can see her a little better. Oh, there's 2 Bellas right on the screen. You see, there's a big one and a little one on the screen there. All right. Oh, wait. No, I'm on top. She's got to be on top. Damn it. I got it all screwed up now. All right. So we got another hour, so I'll go into YouTube over here. Thank you very much. Do this, correct this, add another hour to the goal for another hour. 15 super chats, $5, 1 hour. 75 away. Start the goal. All right. Got another hour from now at least. So he said he will withhold until they vote to reopen their SNAP benefits, which increased by billions. We read all this. Trump administration had previously told a judge Monday that it would use contingency funds to partially fund SNAP, also known as food stamps, during the federal government shutdown. More than 40 million people use SNAP. So I don't want to say Americans because we know that a lot of them aren't Americans. The Department of Agriculture had planned to freeze the payment starting November 1st because it could no longer keep the funding due to the 34-day shutdown. In response, Patrick Penn, the USDA official who oversees SNAP, told a Rhode Island judge that the Trump administration would use an emergency fund of $4.65 billion to cover about half the normal benefits. The full cost of SNAP is $8 billion each month. It's actually more than $8 billion. It's 9 plus then $1.5 billion. It's like 10.5 total. It says when you ask them a question, you could say illegally classified and fraudulently issued asylum seekers, but you have to include their terminology. That seems like too much work. I'll just call them illegal aliens. Because remember, it's no fun being an illegal alien. According to Penn, the administration had said it intended to deplete SNAP contingency funds completely and provide reduced SNAP benefits for November 2025. The White House Office of Management Budget did not immediately respond to the Daily Signal's request for clarification. This from NTD.com says Trump threatens to withhold SNAP payments until radical Democrat left reopens the government. Sounds good to me. Food aid payments for Americans will be withheld until the government reopens despite a court order. Sounds good. There's 1 minute, Colin Rugg, California, voter stupidity. Okay, I'll pull that up. Because from age 10 to 18, my mom was on food stamps and child support. My little sister is 10 years younger. She struggled with food. I stole for years because mom traded food stamps for cash. It's still happening. It's brutal. It is. Let's see this thing that we got here. Let's see. So in signing her response, press secretary said she spoke with the president, confirmed the administration will continue to fully provide with the courts. We're digging into the contingency fund. The best way to get the full amount for those beneficiaries is to reopen the government. I think Trump got he's talking about any new people applying isn't gonna. I think that's what he meant. It says the program normally costs $8 billion a month, but it also costs $1.5 billion in administration fees to pay all the people that work for SNAP in all the different places. They pay all that too. So it's $8 billion in benefits plus the administration fees is $1.5 billion. But it's actually more than that because I saw reports that it was $9 billion plus $1.5 billion, so it was like $10.5 billion. Using their language is what allows them to shift the Overton window. It's psychological warfare. It starts rewiring our brains and changes what we consider normal. I agree. When you're talking about the right lady here, what part of Texas, just general area like Central, Southeast, etc. Contingency funds for SNAP will soon be depleted, setting the stage for the same scenario next month. Chuck Schumer said on X the president can't legally continue to block SNAP benefits. What the fuck is he talking about? There's no money. The Department of Agriculture, which oversees the program, has already taken steps to issue renewed payments. Secretary Rollins said on Tuesday morning that her agency set guidance for how states to move forward. It'll be a cumbersome process, including revised eligibility standards. So yeah, they're going to have to revise those standards. It might actually break the system. Let's see. Colin Rugg says that despite passing Prop 50, which has stripped power from California's nonpartisan commission, 92% of California voters say district lines should be drawn by a nonpartisan commission. The irony is 9 out of 10 voters say they'd like to see this done by a nonpartisan commission. Are people really this stupid?
The yes vote in particular with Prop 50 The reason voters said they voted yes on Prop 50, 82% of the case, 8 out of 10 voters say it was to counter the GOP changes, not because they saw it was the best way to draw those district lines. Now, if you go back and look at those who said no to the vote, they said their reasoning to do so is that they saw this as not the best way to draw those district lines, while only 34% said it was to stop the Democrats from adding seats in Congress. A couple other things we're taking away from what voters said there in California. We asked the voters and how they would actually like to see these lines drawn. The irony of this, Trace, is that 9 out of 10 voters, even more so, said they'd like to see this done by a nonpartisan commission, not the party in power. Well, that was preempted with the outcome of this vote. The yes vote in particular.
That's just retarded. It really is. Okay. This was, I don't know if you guys saw this. This was brutal. Yeah. Cargo plane reportedly crashed near International Airport in Louisville, Kentucky, resulting in a reported explosion and fire. Horrible. Pray for all in the area. This is brutal. I've got several videos of this, so we're going to watch some of the videos. And,
okay, just hold on. So you need another because then there's white stuff. You said it was something that was above the bill. Okay, just.
yeah, the problem is stupid people voting and not knowing what they're voting for. That's correct. That is what's happening. UPS plane crash is terrible. Yeah, it is. This is like, it looks like what was the cargo? I don't know, but it was full of. The problem is, Miss Hacker, it was full of fuel. It was just taking off, and it looks like it's an old like MD-11, like a McDonnell Douglas 11, like a DC-11 plane, like basically like with the two engines on the back and then one engine in the top of the wing. And I think the one engine blew up, or maybe it's 2 inches under wing. And anyway, there's a picture. We'll see it. Is there any way this is connected to the government shutdown? No. It's a DC. It's a DC, like a DC-10, DC-11. It's a MD-11 or something like that. It's not like it's a UPS plane. It has nothing to do with the federal government. It's like a 40-year-old. It's an old plane. This is not one of their, like, this is a small plane. Like UPS has bigger planes than this. This isn't like their big planes. This is like a smaller plane. So it's like probably a regional plane. It was headed to Hawaii, lots of fuel. Yeah. And that's what caused this whole thing. So aerial footage shows a UPS cargo plane crashed near Louisville, Kentucky. Police confirm there are victims. That's MD-11, yeah. It's UPS laid off 48,000 workers 5 days ago. It's a big UPS hub in Louisville. Yeah, so let's see. This is just brutal. We got several videos. I mean, look at this. This is where it crashed. Like, this is a city. It crashed. It crashed. It took out a whole bunch of stuff. It took out a whole bunch of buildings, Steve. It crashed like right next to the airport, right when it took off. Breaking video shows the moment the cargo plane crashed in Louisville, Kentucky. Several buildings on fire. So here we're going to see. This is actually this video is taken from the airport. This looks like somebody working in the airport. So you can see the plane was on fire as it was taking off. All right.
Bro,
see it taking off. It's on fire as it's taking off, and it just can't get up. It's too overloaded.
Hold on. I think it's gonna crash, bro. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Damn, they're dead. They are dead, bro.
So you see, it's taking off, and the engine was on fire as it was taking off, and they were beyond the point where they couldn't stop. You know what I mean? Like they should have been able to. UPS is run by a bunch of cokeheads. That's a Ford plant. I mean, this is. Anyway, all right. Yeah. Got 3 alerts of a shelter in place on the Indiana side of Louisville. Yeah, like. For some reason they didn't know, maybe No, the engine is on fire. You can see that explosion. By God, yeah. That you can see, Joe. If you look at the plane, it's already like right here. Look, you can see it's on fire. It's going down the runway trying to take off, and it's on fire. There's an engine on fire. Yeah, it's free, people. There's 113 likes, only 216 watching. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Please, please, please clap. Please clap. Please clap that like button. Give it it's up to 115. Give it the old clapperoos. Clap the like button, bleeples. So we'll watch this again real quick. I mean, you can see right there, it's just taking off. You see it's on fire. All right. All those drugs are flammables. Yeah. Don't be a D. Hit the like button. It's free. It rolled onto its port wing and slid in. Jive, Jim, the clap. That's right. Yeah. Take an ice cream cone give it a couple licks there, potato bine. But you can see its left wing is on fire. Who's doing the plane maintenance outsource? Well, that was going to be something. There's going to have to be an investigation to find out what happened here, because it's clearly on fire right now. But there's nothing he could do. Flights catch fire on landing, not takeoff. Yeah, that's odd. Like something happened that caused that, but something caused that engine to. You did it, and it took your like away, so you hit it again. Yeah, it was smash that thing. Hit it with a hammer. Yeah, that's a fire on takeoff. That's sad. Yeah, it's bad. Like it's rough, man. Yeah. Right, smash the like. It's not on fire yet. It could be. Yeah, most airlines outsource their maintenance. Yeah. Well, they're usually like in an airport like this, they probably have like a company that does the maintenance on almost all the planes, like people that come in and work on them. They don't actually work for the airports, because then the airlines would be paying people not to work, so they always want to have them. Maybe the engine sucks something in. It's possible. Who knows? Yeah. It's going to have to be investigated.
Bro, get the fuck away from here. Like, turn around.
It's not able to get airborne, and it's the plane up. See that those planes should be able to fly with just one engine, I thought. But so something has to be wrong that they weren't able to shut that. Like, they should have been able to hit a thing and shut that engine down, cut the fuel so the fire goes out. And then, let's just say only main hubs have their own maintenance now. Mark says, I hit the bike button once, but I would hit it multiple times if I could. Louisville is the main hub for UPS. Engine maintenance, yeah. But there should have been a kill switch, like with fire extinguishers. They hit a button and fire extinguishers basically put the fire out and stuff on that. So if they didn't notice it, maybe, and they didn't have the other power, but they would have to power up it's very difficult on takeoff to do this, I would say. You'd have to really be able to work the other engines and get them going faster so that you could, it says it could fly, but it needs more thrust, doesn't it, for takeoff? Yes, it needs a lot more thrust, but it should be able to, go. Yeah, and a passenger jet is able to climb with an engine out. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the pilot didn't know. It's possible the alarms didn't go off and weren't telling them the engine was on fire, or something wasn't giving them a warning. But maybe this was heavy loaded, like way loaded with boxes and packages, way packed in there, so it was way heavier than a passenger plane. That jet was loaded heavy, no way to take off with one engine. Well, it would have been taking off with two engines. It's got a total of 3 engines. This plane has a total of 3.
Bro, no, hold on. I think it's gonna crash, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Okay. That's a big fireball.
Shit. Came there dead.
That's a big fireball. All right. And then, Nick Sorter says a large plane has crashed near Louisville International Airport. Casualties have been reported. Pray for all those on board. We saw this. This is the person inside already. I thought somewhere I saw a picture of the plane. Here it is. Here's the plane, like this. So you see, it's got 3 engines. It's got 2 wing engines, and it's got the one engine. Got the one engine in the tail. So it would have, with 2 engines, it should have still been able to take off, I think. If not, that would be a shitty design for it to not be able. Because I thought they could fly with, if they're airborne and up in the air, I think they could still fly with one engine. Yes, prayers for the 3 people that lost their lives. Did they say it was 3 people? Only 3 people? any incident after rotation speed is considered an in-flight emergency. The correct procedure is to get the plane airborne, then shut down the engine, the failed engine. Oh, so the procedure was to get the plane in the air first and then shut the engine down. Okay. It's now 4 that died. How many people on the ground died? Does anyone know? 3 plus 4 passengers. So 7 people died? It's sad. In the age of absolute surveillance, nobody knows nothing. This shouldn't have happened. No, it shouldn't have. It says 7 killed, 11 injured. Wow. Wow. Only 3 on the UPS. Only 3 on the UPS plane. No one on the ground that you heard of. 7, yes. 7 on the plane. 7. Okay. It says update. The plane which crashed was an UPS MD-11, which seems to have been attempting to take off. We saw that. Okay. We got this. Major emergency response is currently underway after UPS cargo plane crash, leaving multiple people injured and shelter-in-place order. A significant emergency response is currently underway in Louisville, Kentucky, near Muhammad Ali International Airport. I prefer to call it the Cassius Clay International Airport because I'm old-fashioned like that. After a UPS cargo plane crashed into multiple structures shortly after takeoff. The impact triggered several explosions, massive fires, and extensive structural damage across a wide area. Emergency crews from multiple agencies, including local fire, police, and federal investigators, have responded to the scene. Officials confirmed that several people have been injured, though the exact number and their conditions remain unclear. Heavy black smoke can be billowing from the crash site for miles. I thought the smoke looked white to me. Prompting authorities to issue a shelter-in-place order within 5-mile radius of the airport due to concerns over air quality and potential secondary explosions. That looked like it was zoomed in a little more. This is a lot longer video. Hold on. This is a lot longer video.
Bro, get the fuck away from here. Like, turn around. Bro, no, hold on. I think it's gonna crash, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn, they're dead. They are dead, bro.
Okay, just hold on. So you know that because then there's white stuff. Said it was something that was above the building.
Wow, that's crazy. All right. And then there's this. This video is taken by somebody out on the street. All right. Where are people recording more concerned about or cussing than recording the actual event? I don't know. An article mentioned there was a petroleum recycling center involved in the fallout. It takes a special kind of stupid to put flammable stuff at the end of the runway. Yeah, that seems weird, isn't it? Like they didn't plan it out right. It says 1 mile stay in place now. All right. It can't take off with one engine. No, but it has a total of 3 engines and only one was on fire, so it would have been 2 engines. There's 3 total, Carmichael. There's 3 engines total. Let's see. This is a video of someone outside, like someone on the street. And here's the flaming stuff. And what does that say? Saint something? So.
¡Oh my God! ¡Corre para atrás, papi! ¿Viste? Te lo estoy
All right, now I don't know why these people don't speak English. Very suspect.
diciendo, Dios mío.
Ay, pinga.
¡Ay, Dios mío!
Pero qué pinga. Vamos a ver.
Papi, cuidado.
Espérate.
¡Ay, Dios mío, señor!
¡Ay, Dios mío, señor!
Cojones.
¡Mira la cantidad de gente cogiendo candela, papi!
Mm-hmm. Why are initial reports only 3 on a plane? I don't know. I bought that phone probably. Yeah, we probably all paid for that phone. You're in the minority now. I know. Trying to find the cam vid if the plane hit right if the plane hit right in front. I have that. I have a video. I'm going to play it right now. Because we are in Mexico, 2-engine planes can take off with 1 engine even if fully loaded. Not sure why people keep bringing that up. That's a 3-engine plane though. That plane had 3 engines. It had 1 on each wing and 1 in the tail. It has three engines. Go back. My God, what is this? They have a very Cuban accent. Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back. We'll play it again.
¡Oh my God! ¡Corre para atrás, papi! ¿Viste? Te lo estoy diciendo, Dios mío.
Ay, pinga.
¡Oh my God!
Ay, pinga.
¡Corre para atrás, papi! ¿Viste? Te lo estoy diciendo, Dios mío.
Ay, pinga.
¡Ay, Dios mío!
Pero qué pinga es. Vamos a ver.
Papi, cuidado.
Espérate.
¡Ay, Dios
Why did it sound like he said Robinga?
mío, señor!
Pinga,
¡Ay!
Cojones.
¡Mira la cantidad de gente cogiendo candela, papi!
No, pinga.
¡Oh my God!
It sounded like the guy said Robinga, like the guy did when he was in Scarface. So maybe that's the Cuban. Translations are a currency of Joe V. Pinga is a very Cuban word. Thank you, Jim. It's not an accent. It's flat out Spanish. Well, no, for Joe, he says there's different accents for different, Puerto Ricans speak a certain way, Mexicans speak a certain way, Cubans speak a certain way, Dominicans speak a certain way. Definitely Brazilians speak a certain way. They speak Portuguese. Was she in a cab? It sounds like she was in something. No, that's Mexican. It's Michoacan accent. Okay. Oh, my bad then. Well, Joe's Cuban, and he said it's a Cuban. He's probably a scientist. Yeah, he's doing experiments, probably. All right, well, let's see. This is the last video I have of this. This says, watch, horrifying new video of the UPS flight 2976 crashing in a ball of fire in Louisville tonight. This is absolute nightmare fuel. The official death count is now 4, but is still expected to rise as people on the ground are unaccounted for. Puerto Ricans don't use pinga as a demonstrative word. Okay, you guys ready for this? There's the plane. You see the plane right here? It says Worldwide Services. You see it right there in the top taking off on fire? Good Logic is a Cuban Jew? Maybe. Could be. Jim, how dare you? I'm Puerto Rican. The wife is Cuban. Okay, I'm sorry. You said you know what? You're right. You did say your mother-in-law was in Cuba. My bad. My bad. I can't keep track of all this stuff. Okay, we're going to slow this down. We're going to slow that. We're going to play that at half speed. We're going to go back, watch this, because I want to see this and play it at half speed. Right there, it's where the wing dipped and hit the building. It looks like it was trying to take off. It's on fire. Right there. You can see it. Boom. It burst right there. Right there. It hit that. That's crazy. All right, we'll go back to regular speed. Watch it one time. Wow, that is nightmare fuel. That is nightmare fuel. That's crazy, right? Definitely a stationary camera. I'd be too busy running to film. Did you see the guy running? Did see the guy running that was over by the ambulance or whatever it was? He just didn't stop running. He just kept running. Like napalm, yeah. Yeah. The wheels barely made it off the ground. Yeah. I love all these clips that start halfway through the incident. Yeah. Dios mío. I knew it. Joe is a Jubano Kami. That's funny. I'm a federally certified interpreter translator, 100% fluent. I lived all over in Mexico for many years, worked with the La Defensa Nacional Mexicana. Trust me, bro. Okay. I definitely trust you because that cowboy hat just screams Mexico. So a huge fireball erupts after UPS plane crashes near Louisville Airport. At least 3 dead, 11 injured. At least 3 people are dead and 11 are injured. The UPS plane with 3 crew members on board crashed on takeoff. Mm-hmm. A UPS MD-11 plane crashed near Louisville, Kentucky Airport, according to preliminary information. A source said FAA said the plane crashed at 5:15 p.m. It was taking off for Honolulu. Oh, yeah. Joe says, just letting you know that Mexicans don't really speak good Spanish. Oh, Joe would know. Why would a plane, I mean, is it normal for planes to go to Hawaii and take off from Kentucky? I thought whenever planes were flying to Hawaii, they took off from like California because it's such a long flight. And then Tenenbaum says, it's all right. I'm an illegitimate Cuban too. Maybe I'm also Jewish. Maybe. Rabinga! Aerial shot at a huge fire after a plane crashes. That's a big fire. Multiple people are injured. It's unclear if there's any fatalities. Injuries have been reported all over UPS. Reported after a UPS plane crashed near Louisville International Airport on Tuesday. Louisville Metro Police described the scene as an active with fire and debris, warning residents to stay away from Fern Valley and Grade Lane, intersection located at the south side of the airport, which serves as a hub of UPS. Yes. Rabinga! From Scarface. Yes. That's a pretty normal flight for a UPS plane. Okay. Shelter in place has been issued for a 5-mile radius of the airport. UPS said in a statement was notified of an incident. UPS just called it an incident. Just an incident involving one of its aircraft, but didn't immediately provide details. Trust me, I'm not Cuban. Guarantee. Yo dingo puente, not pinga. We have a camera outside the airport. Transportation Secretary provided an update. Cargo flight crashed 5:15 p.m. on takeoff from Muhammad Ali International Airport. Heartbreaking images coming out of Kentucky. Here's an update from FAA News. Cargo plane crashed at 5:15 p.m. That was horrible, Jim. You made me laugh. Well, I was told that I shouldn't try to sound like I shouldn't speak in accents and try to make it sound right. I should just say it like a white boy. So that's what I did. Nope, they speak Mexican. I speak both Mexican and Castellano Spanish. They're similar. Think England versus America English. Joe confirmed Cubano Jewishano. Qantas has a flight that goes from Sydney to Dallas and Sydney to Houston on an A380. Oh. Wow. Oh, that's a long flight. So that's the building it hit? It kind of tore through the building? Oh, my bad. I was sharing the wrong tab. So, hold on. We should fight about stupid Spanish shit. Okay, we will. I'm thinking you should just say it the way you want it, Jim. Okay, I'll do that from now on. I'll say it the way I want it. That's a missile. Illuminati confirmed. This is horrible. This is very horrible.
Scott, can you hear me? Scott, can you hear me? Yeah, at some point we're going to need to look at the runway. There was debris.
So this is the building next that it hit, clearly, that it grabbed. Yo, Jim, just don't pronounce fajita. Crazy. I'm going to get me some fajitas with that jalapeno and cheese. Fajitas. Fajitas, baby. Fajitas, yes. Okay, so that's the end of that story. And then we got this from New York Post. Yes, that's a bad day at work for many people. And we should always fight over some stupid Spanish shit. Was the pilot trans like the last one? I don't. This plane was built in 1991. Yes. Really, people, we can make fun of all different accents we hear here, but I laugh when Jim says something that sounds funny to me. That's my whole job, is to sound funny. Considering a fireball, that building was remarkably intact. Yes. Vegeta was a great character in El Dragón del Diablo. Hey, I love Vegetas. Fajita. I know how to say fajitas. 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 With the jalapeno and cheese. You know about the jalapeno and cheese spread that used to get in the MREs? Jalapeno and cheese. Oi, I never do an Australian accent. Crikey. I never do Australian accents. I'm going to get me a roo. If that building and the plane was on fire before takeoff, where's the scorch marks? Can we get a Bella face, not butt? Sure. Who the hell is this Jimmy Changa guy? Go hard on the accent. It's hip for Americans to do now. They can roll their tongues and they act so high and mighty. And Jim, your Spanish is good. I'll never be like me, but I understand you. Bella tummy. All right, let me fix Bella. People are complaining. Oh, let me just do this. Better? 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 Better, better, better. Okay. Jim, what do you say to a blonde with no arms, no arms and legs, and nice? I don't know. I know there's a joke there, but I don't get it. Put Bella's bed on a lazy Susan so I can spin her around. We can make fun of everything unless we have some sensitive lefties hanging around. Well, no. Not complaining, just asking. I don't know. I never said anybody, or Susan even. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I know, I got you. All right, so plane crashes leaving at least 4 dead, 11 injured after a fiery explosion. So this has the crash up to 4 dead. Old Bella in a papoose. Warning, distressing content. I think we already saw this, but we're going to see. Yeah, we saw this. So. At least 4 people were killed and 11 injured when a UPS plane crashed in a massive fiery explosion shortly after taking off from Louisville's Mohammed Ali International Airport Tuesday evening, according to officials and wild footage. Shocking video shows the Hawaii-bound plane appear to lift off the runway while one of its wings was on fire before it crashes down and blows up in a huge fireball. Oh, you're welcome. You can see more chats in live chat. Yeah, you should everybody set your chat to live chat, not top chat. Set it to live chat. That way it stays in order. And what do you know? We've been going over 3 hours and 10 minutes. So please to the whatever it is number of people here. Let me see. To the over 200 people still watching, please hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit that like button on YouTube. Give it the old thumbs up or room. I know it's 132 people, so there's still 70 people that haven't. So think about it, giving it the old thumbs up. There's 70 of you. It's above the link is different angle, no audio cam of a video screen. What? What are you talking about? Link where? Oh. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Let me get this. All right. All right. Share this tab. StreamYard. All right. You guys ready for this? This is a crazy video. What the heck is chat order? There's an order. It says if you have live chat or top chat. Top chat, YouTube's using an algorithm to decide what chats they think are the best chats you should see. If you have it in all chat, that means it's in the exact order people are chatting, no matter what. Amazing. We do speak fluent typo, spell check, and even text to speech. I was actually on a plane landing when I saw an engine on fire. Yeah. This will be our finest hour or the last one if we don't make the goal. That's right. Yes. Let's see. We have 23 minutes and 27 seconds left on the goal. So we'll see what happens if we can make the next goal for another hour. Wow. Why are we watching on a screen like that? Like it's in someone's kitchen. Wow. Top chat is YouTube censorship mode, filters out feels words. Yeah, it does. YouTube top chat is not good. Always use all chat. Always use all chat. That is a great view, wasn't it? Not great, like a good image. You should have a mid chat that only shows spam messages. Well, I don't know about that. It was carrying 3 crew members and 50,000 gallons of jet fuel. Exploded at 5:15. The plane crashed into a petroleum recycling plant. Okay, it did crash into a petroleum recycling plant. Resulting fire was still raging hours later. Oh no, KPT, you're good. Don't worry about it. It is what it is. There's plenty of people still watching. If they want to keep going, there's other people that can do stuff besides you. Don't worry about it. Where are we on the goal? We are $75 away from a second hour. That's where we are. We haven't had a single donation on the goal. Let me look. Let me check Cash App and nothing on Cash App. Nothing on PayPal since KPT did the 10 earlier on Cash App or on PayPal. Andy Bashir confirmed that 3 people are presumed dead and 11 were injured. Airport police confirmed the 4th fatality at a separate press briefing about an hour later. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities, at least, I believe. The number's going to get larger. We have 11 injuries. Some of them are very significant. Louisville Fire Chief Brian O'Neill said the emergency responders are still shifting through the hazard zone for additional victims. Louisville Metro Police Department issued a shelter in place within the hour for all locations within 5 miles of the airport. Oh, Joe comes in for $1. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for the $1. And with that, we are now $74 away from the second additional hour. I'm sorry, 74 away from the second additional hour. Those we need is 74 more people. No, Joe, don't worry about it. I understand. Sorry, I'm poor. Hey. Oh, big respect for being generous, KPT. Yes, thank you. 193 people still watching. Everyone could just give $1. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, so everyone just gave $1. 66 cents for Jim. But if everyone just gives $1, we can continue the show for actually another 2 hours. Besides we another 2 hours. Mm-hmm. You want a humorous chat mode filters? This is a 2-part link because of the splice. Oh. We'll see. All right, so where are we at here? All right. I'm going to open some more tabs real quick. Give me 1 second. So what does everyone think? It's like, does everyone think Trump should pay the SNAP? Should Trump not pay the SNAP? Should they go to court? They like my idea that someone should sue and say it's a violation of the APA, the Agency Procedures Act. Should they codify the filibuster? Should they nuke the filibuster? Very interesting stuff. Think about it. 10 seconds. Okay. So we got some snap stories. We got some. Oh man! While I was away, we got a whole bunch of people in here. Oh my god! Now you guys are doing this. Okay, so we got Charles and Company with $1, Doc for $1, Ryan Oldenkamp for $1, Amazing Disgrace. I'll even sponsor someone for $2, and here's mine for $2, and then Granola for $5, and then Brian Oldenkamp for $2, and Salty C for $1, and Brian Oldenkamp for $5, and Audra for 99 cents. All right, now I got to do some math here. So I got hold on. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 5 is 15. And another 5 is 20. Another $1 is 21. Another 3 is 24. All right. And then Brian Oldenkamp with 10 gifted memberships for $60. So that's 24 plus 60. So that's $84. So
assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Shut the hell up.
Brian for the win. Yes, Brian for the win. Thank you, Brian. All right. So let's see. With Brian's 10 gifted memberships, let's see who got those. We got Callie Prepper, Milo D, Rachel Hope Ryston Engelhart, Doc number 27, Chris Seagull Gunner, JD, Just Dawn, Soulless Ginger, Sheila Marie, and Phil Coggins all received the gifted memberships from Brian Coggins. Well, that's awesome. And then I have to adjust this goal. So that's $84, and we were $74. So that means we're actually $65 away from a third additional hour. Well, thank you very much. I didn't get it. The man is keeping me down. I know. What did Brian win? He won this. Jarvis says, tranquilo hermano, estamos para adorarnos. That's right. 60, right? And 24 is 84. Yeah, I did the math. I did all the math. Thank you for everybody who donated. That was very generous. Let me fix this too. So now I have to do this. Oh, we still got this goal is extended for another 14 minutes. So what do you know? So we still have this. Plus, once this goal ends, I got to add another hour to it. Someone remind me. So let's see. This lady's starving for the food stamps. We got some food stamp stories. So we're going to watch some food stamp stories here. Watch again.
It's really bad.
Danielle Grant is starving.
You know, I'm trying to see if I can get some food because we literally don't have anything to eat today or tomorrow. So we're going to try to make ends meet, and we can.
Desperate for food, nowhere to go. Grant and many others got to the Hope Line today just to make an appointment to come back later in the week for food. Resources are slim, leaving 40% of Bronxites without money to feed themselves.
She's storing that for winter. She's like a squirrel. She keeps it there for the winter.
They're not going to let people stop.
Bella has a mini Bella. Yes, she does.
No, that's literally like what's happening.
We hope the food pantries maintain open, because if they don't stay open, I really don't know what we're going to do next.
We asked people their reaction to hearing that the Trump administration will partially fund the SNAP program. People say it's not going to do much. They have families to feed and already struggled at the end of every month when they were receiving the full amount.
Wow, not enough. At least there's something to hold on, but I think everybody's going to have to get a second job.
It doesn't really last the whole month. You know, probably like 2 or 3 weeks.
Wait a minute. Everybody's going to have to get a second job. I think a lot of these people are going to have to get a first job. Yeah, my children need their Takis. Said my internet went out last Thursday and not 6 days ago, 13 days ago. Restored Friday, still adjusting everything. I missed all my YouTube friends. Big Howard, I was wondering where you've been. I was going to send out a search party looking for you. I thought maybe they got to you. I thought maybe they took you hostage and they were holding you, keeping you away from Jim telling you the news. Let's hear this lady starving. Let's see. She's starving. Let's hear.
Last week, you got to scramble to find, things.
This couple has 4 kids. The mom says pantries aren't always reliable.
They have limited supply, or by the time we get to the front of the line, then it's really nothing there. So it's hard.
She says she's holding on to faith. Meanwhile, others are worried hunger will drive crime rates up. We don't know how much money will be reloaded onto people's cards and when that will be. In Longwood, Lindsay Tanney, News.
Okay. I did get, hold on. I did get one video that someone sent me just now that Gundam put in the chat, and I'm going to play it. This is the last video of the crash. There's a guy sitting in his truck, and here's the thing. So let's see. Oh, that's the guy we seen running. That's the guy we seen running in that other video. That's the guy we seen running in that other video. Yeah, that's the guy we seen running. Yeah, she's ready. She's like a bear. She's ready to hibernate for the winter. Your EBT fat. Yeah. She isn't starving. That bitch isn't starving. How much did she pay someone to do her hair? Yeah, that's him. That's the guy. That's the guy we saw in that other video.
The Federal Aviation.
All right, so that's the guy. So that was that one. So let's see. We got this. It says Leah Ring. Oh, Brian Ogden gifted a gifted membership. Thank you, Brian Ogden. Wow, let's see who got it. Big H received a gifted membership. There you go, Big H. Welcome back. Big Howard. Big H received a gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Yes. Thank you very much to Brian Ogden and Brian Oldenkamp for all your gifted memberships. It's very helpful. 143 likes and 190 people watching. So still 50 people that haven't hit the like. Other Brian, thanks. Big H, gotcha. Peanut butter. Thank you, sir. That's right. Peanut butter. Take advantage, Big Howard, of all the emojis you got. Special Bella emojis. She needs a new map for her hair, definitely. BB, this is a... What? I don't know. Sir Brian, yeah. I don't know. So this Leah Wright Rigger, people are talking about groceries under the Biden administration. They're talking about gas. Well, guess what? 9 months later, people are still talking about groceries. They're still talking about gas. Scott Jennings says they're not talking about gas. Gas is at a 4-year low. It depends on what part of the country you're in. Yeah, in California, it's really high, but everywhere else, it's really low. They're also talking about eggs. Eggs are low. Eggs are not low. Have you been to a grocery store around here? Eggs are low. I'm going to fact check you after the show, and you're going to be surprised at what the price of eggs are. Oh, one on first Corn Pop says, got emojis here, man. There you go. Got him. Get him, Corn Pop. How you doing? Thanks for being here. This explosion is becoming suspect now. Why did it become such a perfect world star moment for this guy? So where are we now on the goal? Be keeping track, Jim. Right now, we have another hour and 5 minutes of the show unless we hit another 65. Uh-oh. I didn't have it up there. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's not 65. Let me take that back. We had the gifted donation, and so it's $59. We are $59 away from the third additional hour of the show. My bad. I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry, Brian, for that. I totally got distracted, and I didn't do the math. I took it down, and I didn't do it. Why did it? What? Why did it what? Yeah, why did it crash right there? It's strange. 12 jumbo eggs is $2.99 at Rivertown. Not cheap place to shop. 2-day checked. Yeah. BB did it? Maybe. Gas in your area is still high at $2.78, Central Florida. It is. $2.78 is high, but it's not as high as it was. Eggs are less than $2 a dozen. And it's $2.73 to $2.99 a gallon in the hood. Yeah, I mean, gas has not been, I mean, I remember back when COVID was going on in 2020, gas was down under $2. I was like, wow. So let's see. This is this is CNN, and Scott Jennings is just doing yeoman's work over there on CNN.
One of the things that the Biden administration used to love to say was, well, look at how the stock market is performing. Look at how the economy is performing. And we were saying over and over ago that there is a disconnect between what the American people are feeling on the ground and the way that the markets are performing, right? People are talking about groceries, they're talking about gas. Well, guess what? 9 months later, people are still talking about groceries. They're still talking about gas.
They're not talking about gas. Gas is at a 4-year low.
It depends on what part of the country you're in. But they're talking about...
It's really high, but everywhere else...
But they are also talking about eggs. They are talking about the cost. Eggs are not low.
Eggs are low.
Have you been to a grocery store around here?
Eggs are low. Probably.
I mean, eggs are not low.
I'm going to fact check you after the show, and you're going to be surprised.
$8.99 for...
It'll never be 64 cents. I do remember when gas was under $1 a gallon. I wasn't driving yet, but I remember the first time I got gas in a car, I think, and this was in Chicago, the gas was like $1.25 a gallon, I think. 60 eggs are $10 now. It was $25 last month. Ground beef is $25 a pound almost. What? That's insane. Where the fuck are you buying ground beef for $25 a pound? It's $20 for 2 pounds of beef. Jarvis says $22.78. It's $3.90 here. Where are you at? California or somewhere with a high? They added more taxes. Like, it's crazy. A lot of these Democrat states, there's super high. California, super high gas. But yeah, they added more gas taxes on it in California. Out of the back of a truck, man. Shreveport area 222. Wow.
I'm saying
Get
is
ready for the
eggs are-
Stop.
the American people disagree with that, and they blame it very squarely.
If you guys think it's a good idea,
Hold on.
if you guys think it's a good idea,
We've been through this before. Eggs are lower than they were when Trump came into office, but not year over year. So
eggs are very cheap
that's a
right
fact.
now. The point,
Go ahead, Jared.
the point that I want to reiterate.
Eggs are lower than they were when Trump came into office, but not year over year. What? What are you talking about? The reason egg prices went through the roof is because Biden's agriculture, whatever department, ordered a whole shitload of chickens, killed all the chickens. Chicken prices went through the roof. Is that the fake shooting survivor? Yes, that is David Hogg. All my ground beef out of the back of a truck. Well, good for you. 93% lean ground beef, $7.99 a pound here. Yeah, beef is very high, which I don't like. It shouldn't be that high. Beef should be like ground beef should be like $2.99 a pound. Gas is hovering around $2.79. Eggs are back to $11 for $60 at Wally World. I just got 4 cases of water for less than $12 at Aldi. Okay, oh, Bella's moving. Bella's on the move. 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 She wants you guys to see her face. Okay. Trump wants to bring in Spanish cows from Brazil. No, I think they're talking about bringing beef from Argentina and beef from Brazil, like to try to bring it into the country. But in 91, $3.39 a gallon. Eggs are $5. Something. Oh no, I get my non-GMO grain-fed large brown. They taste better. Okay. Eggs are back to $2 something here now in my corner of the world. They're going to introduce Spanish cows into our herd. I didn't think they were going to bring Spanish cows, and I thought they were just going to start importing beef from Argentina and places like that, and Brazil maybe. Kroger, $5.89, 12 jumbo eggs. Wow, that's crazy. Is that California? $17 a pound last week for 93% ground beef. What? Damn, cage-free eggs are $5 in Austin. Yeah, I mean, I know people that have chickens in Illinois. That I, like if I lived in Illinois, I would be able to get eggs for like $1 a dozen. They have hundreds of chickens, and like I'm sure Tim Pool's eggs are free per se, but I don't know. At least she never yells. Don't shock me. Oh yeah, Bella never gonna get shocked. Yeah, I don't want beef processed from any other country. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I bet you that I think what they plan on doing is just bringing up the quarters or the halves, like bringing up quarters or halves and then have them processed here. They already have Argentina beef in U.S., one of the few countries that still do grass-fed. People need to move to Florida. I won't complain about gas prices again. You can tell I am a good doggy daddy. Well, I try to give her everything you need. It says, if you need some comic relief, Steve Inman, 1 minute USMC versus Thugs. Oh. Okay. I could use some comic relief, actually. Walmart is 100% Argentina beef. Okay. You remember the first time you bought gas, 98 cents a gallon? Okay, let's see here. Where's that at? Let's see. Okay, so Steve Inman, Marine versus Thugs. Let's see. Comic relief, they say. Is this going to have music?
Welcome to Austin, Texas, where these women are slapping each other, and it looks like the men are going to get involved. And oh my God, it looks like her shitty boyfriend just swung on a Marine. And of course, the Marines are doing what they can to make this peaceful. And these idiots are trying to push the freaking line here. But how many realize that if you freaking swing on a Marine, every single one of those Marines are going to be coming after your ass, and you just unleashed the devil dogs, you dumbass. Obviously, the Marines were trying to bring peace to the situation, but when you want to fuck around, you're going to find out real quick, especially when the Marines come together, and now it's an all-out beat-down buffet. These thugs are getting exactly what they deserve, all over some stupid, drunk, fat chicks. Congratulations.
Wow. Oh, that was pretty funny. Young whippersnappers, I remember gas below 80 cents a gallon. All Marines come, that's right. Corn Pop out. It's bullshit. Walmart gets their beef from Tyson. And Inman is great. Hoorah! Hoo! Hoo! That's the Army. Hoo! Hoo! And the Marines is hoorah! I remember odd days even that you couldn't buy gas during the shortages in the 70s. Yeah. 35 cents the first time. Your earbuds died at 111? Oh. All right. We got this clown. We got Representative Jared Moskowitz says, I voted against the CR because the CR wasn't going to take care of people's health insurance. Healthcare was going to go up. Healthcare went up. The cost of the healthcare didn't change. It's these subsidies that are getting rid of. So the problem is that the more subsidies there are with government, the higher they raise the prices of things. So, Moskowitz said, I did vote against the SNAP benefits. I did not vote against the SNAP benefits. If you had voted for the CR, would we have SNAP right now? We would. So here's Scott Jennings doing yeoman's work again. And I'm sure that this woman, Abby, whatever her name is going to come in to save the Democrat, because that's what she always does.
Yeah, I mean, look, I voted against the CR because the CR wasn't going to take care of people's health insurance. Health care was going to go up. I didn't vote for the CR. Scott might remember Republicans didn't vote for the CR previously, the same CR in different years. In fact, Republicans removed a Speaker of the House. We forget about that, because he put a CR on the floor. So,
but you did vote against the SNAP benefits, then you admit.
I did not vote against the SNAP.
If you had voted for the CR,
would
we have SNAP right now?
Scott,
we would.
What I voted for was a CR that was going to see people in Florida have their health insurance go up almost 100%.
No,
I got
these are separate issues.
No, I got 25,000 people in my district that are going to lose their health insurance because this CR didn't.
And how many do you have going to lose their SNAP?
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about SNAP for a second. Why did the Republicans send $40 billion to Argentina? Where is that money, Scott? Why?
Okay, they didn't send $40 billion to Argentina. That's a lie. It was a $20 billion currency play trade that actually made over 15% profit. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's lying.
Didn't that go to Americans? Why? That's America first. That's America to Argentina. Where is that money, Scott? Why didn't that go to Americans? Why? That's America first.
It's a credit
that's
swap.
America.
We're going to turn a profit on
That's
that.
America first. We're sending money to Argentina rather than taking care of people's
swap.
SNAP benefits. I would have loved to have been at Mar-a-Lago while the girls were in the martini glasses when they were trying to figure out what to do with the judge's order. You know, half the room was probably like, should we pay it? Should we not pay it? And then someone was like, oh, I have a great idea. Let the subjects only get half their rations. I mean, they're only going to give half the SNAP benefits to these people.
How many have the Democrats voted to give?
Scott, look at the polling.
Democrats have repeatedly voted to give zero of SNAP benefits. I'm sorry, this is not. This whole thing could have been averted if Democrats had done what they did in March, which is vote for Joe Biden's budget levels. They have refused to do it. A couple of Democrats in the Senate, like John Fetterman, have shown some courage and backbone. But the bottom line is this party is enthralled to the radical left. That's why they've changed their position from March until now. And that's why people are not getting their SNAP benefits. It's why federal law enforcement isn't being paid. It's why Trump's having to scramble to pay the military. This is a Democratic shutdown because of political fear.
What happened to the mandate?
What happened to the mandate? Yeah. I mean, 0 Republicans voted for Obamacare. 0 Republicans voted for these subsidies. Democrats set them to expire at the end of this year, so it would be the next president's problem again. You know, can't understand normal thinking. Yeah. See you next Tuesday. Same difference. Next week, 25% more and so forth. Yeah. And this guy saying, oh, only let him get half. That's all the money there is. It's dishonest, disingenuous douchebags. Yes, it is. I prefer to call them Democrat, not Democratic. Oh, yeah, I don't call them Democratic. Your normal thinking is like icorn. I don't know what icorn is. Ice corn. My friend and I nearly wept watching Starsky and Hutch with 35-cent gas. Yeah. People's health care for illegal immigrants. Yeah, it's crazy. Who remembers sitting in line for 2 hours, 2 blocks away for gas? That was early. That was 70s with the whole, during 78, 79 when the whole thing happened with Iran, I think. But actually it was worse too with the That's part of the reason. Some of the stuff was part of the reason why the Carter administration allowed the Ayatollah to come in and take over Iran, is because the Shah was squeezing them on gas. It says, I'm still fighting with the hospital with a $4,600 bill. My insurance, $600 a month, should have only cost me $175. Yeah. Yeah, I just got a notification from my insurance that a medication that I've been taking for over 20 years, I take a pill a day for my stomach. It's called like Nexium, omeprazole, magnesium. And I've been taking it for like 20 years. And now all of a sudden the insurance is like, yeah, we're not covering that pill anymore. You got to get a different pill. Like, what the hell? Remember only be able to get gas on odd days? Yeah. You're trying to make corn juice great again, bro? Well, that's good. I like cream corn. Cream corn? Can of corn? Cream corn? Oh, look, this is another good one. So Scott Jennings just made a fool out of 25-year-old Democrat wonderkind David Hogg. Hogg used his time on CNN to blame Republicans for the shutdown, even accusing Jennings of not caring about people in his home state on ACA subsidies. His silence pretty quick. The entire reason the government is not open right now is because Democrats refuse to be complicit in having millions of Americans, including 100,000 in Kentucky, your home state, if I remember correctly, that rely on ACA, that will see their premium rise several dozen percent. When Jennings finally jumped into the discussion, he came armed with the facts that Hogg didn't stand a chance. But David, you'd admit that the ACA was a Democrat legislation, right? And you'd admit the subsidies that we're talking about were passed by Democrats. And you'd admit the sunset provision in the subsidies, which comes up at the end of the year, was in place because of Democrats. Now, why do you want to make it Republicans' problems? Because they're not the same issue. Insurance companies suck. They have the largest building in town. Screw their subscribers. Yeah, they do. They're selling sugar pill generics these days. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too. Like, that's what I understand, Mark. Like, I get the generic. I don't get the name brand. It's a generic. Suvi Plus. You can reopen the government today and you can negotiate about the ACA. And by the way, my suspicion that you know this, they're probably somewhere in the House Republicans, they would love to negotiate on it, but under duress, under hostage-taking situations, connected to disconnected issues, you're throwing SNAP into it, you're throwing all these federal workers who aren't being paid into it. They all led to SNAP crisis. So let's see. So I guess I shouldn't have read it. I should have just let him talk. But I don't like listening to this guy's voice. I might end up throwing my... What is this I'm seeing on the screen?
The entire reason the government is not open right now is because Democrats refuse to be complicit in having millions of Americans, including 100,000 in Kentucky, your home state, if I'm remembering correctly, Scott, that rely on ACA that would see their premiums rise several
which you can deal with
percent.
separately. It doesn't have to be, those two things do not go together.
But the way that they're doing this right now, they're combining both.
Voting to support the budget still doesn't, if you keeping it closed doesn't fix the ACA. The ACA needs to be reformed. Healthcare needs to be reformed. This is a way bigger question.
You guys failed at that last time. The whole thing was repeal and replace. You had a trifecta. You tried this. You failed.
David, that's not true. They're still in the concept of a plan stage.
No, in terms of
they've been in the concept stage since 2000.
But David, you would admit that the ACA was a Democrat legislation, yes? And you would admit that the subsidies that we're talking about now were passed by Democrats, yes. And you would admit that the sunset provision in the subsidies, which comes up at the end of the year, was in place because of Democrats, yes. Now you want to make it a Republican problem. These are not the same issues. You could open the government today, and then you could negotiate with with Republicans about ACA. So, and by the way, my suspicion is, and you know this, there are probably, and I know there are some House Republicans that would love to negotiate on it, but under duress, under a hostage-taking situation, connecting disconnected issues, and now you're throwing SNAP onto it. You're throwing all the federal workers who aren't being paid onto it, all because of this fight that you wandered into because of your wing of the Democratic Party. You all led to this SNAP crisis. You all led to this crisis of the government being closed, and you don't know how to get out of it.
Yeah, they all did this. They don't know how to get out of it. They've kowtowed to their far left, and if I was Trump, I would not sign any bill that has money for the ACA subsidies. I would say, nope, sorry, not my problem. It's not my circus, not my monkeys, not my problem. David Hogg, squirm, yes. Audit your hospital bill every time, my friend. They overbill a ton and stuff they don't use. Forget to credit it back because insurance never bothers to check and make a huge difference. Yeah, so ACA is the key. Yeah, that's what they want. They want the subsidies for the ACA that these people basically because they don't want people to realize that insurance, that they passed this thing called the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, that actually has made insurance prices more than triple since it was passed. The cost of insurance has tripled and gotten shittier since they passed the Affordable Care Act. Seems weird, right? Like the opposite of what should happen. But anytime the government gets involved and starts giving free money, they're going to raise the rates, because to get the free money, they had to hire all these extra people to work there and do all these extra things to comply with the government rules and regulations. I wouldn't sign any bill that appropriates money for New York at this point. Western New York needs to become Eastern Pennsylvania. Ooh, that's a good one. This dude made not being near a school and coming into it after the fact a career and a Harvard admission impressive. Not bad for a douchebag. Yeah. How did he get into Harvard? It's weird, right? But here's the one sane Democrat, John Fetterman.
This is a record that I never wanted to break. Here we are in the 35th day shutdown, and I just voted for the 14th time to reopen our government. For me,
What's up, Sid?
for many
How you
reasons,
doing, bud?
I continue to stand on this side, whether that's the 42 million Americans now are facing food insecurity with SNAP now been in a flux. And now all of the unions, their lives been touched by this. And this is many of the reasons why I'm going to continue to choose country over party. And I'm going to say pay everyone. And I'm going to say make sure everyone's fed. And we can all work together to develop those tax credits for making healthcare just a little more affordable. That's my vote, and this is my voice, and that's not going to change. But that's, I think, is the right side on this shutdown. This is a record that I never wanted.
Yeah. It says the record is tomorrow. Today's the tie, 36 days. They just want to hang that on Trump. That's probably what it is. E85 gets fewer miles per gallon. Last time I did the math on it, it was cheaper per gallon to buy 87 octane, but soybeans are used, so maybe the soybeans China isn't buying gets the price down. Well, yeah, plus the E87 or E85, I'm sorry, wouldn't be cheaper if it wasn't for government subsidies. It costs more money to grow the corn, to process it, the soybeans, and all this different stuff, the corn, to make the ethanol. The actual process is way more expensive than just drilling up the oil and refining it. You said you got Cody to sleep eating on an Uncrustable like an adult. Oh, there you go. What's that? YouTube dropped your comment? What was the comment, KPT? How sad that the most sane Democrat is the one that had multiple strokes and brain damage. The Bernie bros are going to flock to him. Maybe. You're just a lovable scamp per mile. Yeah. My vehicle is down. Might have to ride to a grocery store. It's a lot easier to ride once a month than it is 4 times during a month. Yes. And the ethanol attracts water, which damages engine. Yeah. Yeah. You have to put special, down here in Florida especially, you have to put special additives in stuff like your boat, anything like that, if there's any ethanol to get the water out. Otherwise, it'll just destroy your engine. It's horrible when health insurance is almost a third of your check. Yeah, it's crazy. If you say cash pay, the prices are about a half at the ER. Yeah. Orange juice is ethanol. I told you, bro. Hey, what's up, Audra? How you doing? Yeah, let's just say ethanol attracts water, which is dangerous. Yes, it is. Hello, Sin. We're 25 subs away from it being half monetized. Oh, hey, if you guys want to go sub to old FSS podcast over there, he needs some more subs. YouTube's dropped my comments all the time. Yes, it does. There's nothing I can do about it. I have brain damage. Maybe I should run for political office. I couldn't do a worse job. You get my vote. You get my vote. Let me look to see if anyone's. I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I have zero moderation set on it, auto moderation set from YouTube, so there should be corn is a citrus, maybe, I don't know. Ethanol is actually added in the winter in Canada to remove moisture from gasoline and prevent gasoline freeze up. Okay, that seems weird because ethanol does attract the water. War first for Trump, courtesy of It's Her Turn, the slavery party. Yeah, if you guys want to throw a sub to old FFS, get him monetized up to the 500, that would be great. YouTube only lets 40% of my messages go through. If you say you are cash pay, no insurance, the charges drop half. Thank you, insurance bullshit. Yeah. ethanol oil attracts water, which damages engine. Yay, thanks. Yeah, seeing any drop comments on my end. I'm not either. Corn is grass. Okay. Or gross. I don't know if it's gross or grass. It's always been a citrus. Yep, Doc. It's sad people don't think to check. I've caught them charging 30 drip bags for 2 days. They said, oh, we issue a case, credit unused bags back. Someone forgot to reconcile the logs. It absorbs water out of gas. How does it absorb water out of gas? I mean, YouTube is asshole. I mean, it must, corn is added to cow feed to remove moisture. It's ethylene glycol, not ethanol. Okay. It's an emollient. It draws water. Okay. Vegans couldn't stand to listen to the same shit I heard at 9 and 10 from Pianos Fox. Ethanol glycol lowers freezing point. Okay, yeah, ethanol glycol is what they add in Canada. Yeah. If I ever run, do not vote for me. It gets me closer to the button. I will push that bitch. It worked wonders for Fetterman. Yeah, corn is for livestock in other countries. Worked wonders for. All right. And here's John. Dick Sorter says, breaking, John Fetterman just came out swinging against Chuck Schumer and the Democrats for keeping the government shut down. This has to end. We need 5 more Democrats to agree. This has gone on too long. This needs to end. We're sending them the wrong message. Schumer needs to end the shutdown. From corn pop to Fetterman to the ethanol story. It's isopentene that alters Reed's vapor pressure in gasoline. Corn is Fetterman.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's not so much as of a blame. I think it's more about what's driving it and who's driving it and who is withholding their votes and are about opening or keeping our government closed. I've been a part of 3, one of 3, as you pointed out, and that means we need 5 more. So for me, that's where we are. And I agree that it's a bad idea to shut our government down. It was wrong if the Republicans would do this as they've done, and it's wrong now as we are doing it this right now. So for me, that is a country over party situation. And now 42 million Americans now are in food insecurity, and all of the unions that are being directly hit by this, and they all have been calling this needs to end. And that's where I'm at. And America's fly system, now that's now been impacted. I fly every week.
America's
and I can
fly
see more
system?
and more delays and cancel.
Oh, he's still a little not all there. He's America's fly system. I thought he was like, what is he talking about? And then I realized he's talking about air travel. And then so Big Howard says corn is a fruit, but it's also a grain and a vegetable. Corn is botanically a fruit, but it's categorized either starchy vegetable or grain, depending on its ripeness and culinary use. It veg. Okay. It says, what I'm saying is ethanol is tremendous. You gotta. It says, my EBT card be shut off, cuh. Why not bioplastic? Per gas is a great place to find gas. Moisture sucking corn, man. Corn is gross, is a grass. It's botanically classified as ZMAs. It's got the maize, a member of the grass family, Pokeia. Other members of this family include wheat, rice, bamboo, and grasses in your lawn. Better food, better packaging. It's org site. Corn is for moonshine. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my lady feel a little frisky. Land start rolling. Stupid YouTube filtering. Yes, it is. Our fly system is south is rough. Yes. Mm-hmm. Corn is gross. It's a grass. AKA, it's also a citrus. Even in his current state, Fetterman is more clear-headed than the rest of his party. Yes, it is. I like that song. Tequila makes me frisky. I think when you start seeing corn and blocks you. What? Dude, I can't speak this language. I'm getting really... drill, baby, drill, and sell it at home. I just know it tastes great on the cob, drowned in butter. Yeah. Oh, it's really good on a grill. Like, if you take the corn, what you do is you get the corn, don't husk it, soak it overnight in water with some sugar in the water, sugar water, with ice, soak it in there so that the sugar and stuff gets stuck on there. and then you get like a grill, like the best is like a charcoal grill or a wood grill or anything like that, and you throw it on there at like 450 degrees and cook it until it gets a nice crispy. Oof, man, it's so good. Do you have corn? You're a Husker. My ex-fiance loved telling me every time I ate corn that I was swallowing. Oh, gross. Corn is good for 50%, at least one good thing. Click sour bourbon. Yes. It's not that you're having problems understanding, it's them having problems communicating. Sweet corn is amazing. Grilled Vidalia onions. Oh, man, I love grilled onions. Tell you what, you ever want to try a hot dog a way that it would blow your mind? Grill onions, all right? And just as the onions start to get translucent, start to get a little bit of caramelization on them, throw the hot dogs in there and add a little bit of water. So basically you steam the hot dogs in the onion juices and the onion flavoring. It flavors them. Man, best hot dogs you ever had. Corn is a non-essential grain unless you down in a flour. I'm a Husker, GBR. Yeah, Mexican street corn is awesome. All right, so let's hear what he has to say. Let's go back here.
System. Now that's now been impacted, and that's where I'm at. And America's fly system. Now that's now been impacted. I fly every week, and I can see more and more delays and cancelings right there on the boards. So why would we want to mess with this now? We're just a couple weeks away from Thanksgiving. I think we've reached the point now. This really has to end, and it's not about the blame or who's going to blink. Right now, I think this thing, it's entirely appropriate, has to end.
Do you sense that there's any momentum among your Democrat colleagues to finish this, or are they waiting till after the election tonight?
I wouldn't describe it as momentum, but I would describe it of they realizing it's getting harder and harder to rationalize keeping our entire government down. And it doesn't mean there's 47 of us and we need 5 more. So this doesn't need a wave. It just needs 5 more colleagues to say, look, we can all 47 of us agrees we should want to extend our tax credits and make our health insurance more affordable. But now we need 5 more to agree this has gone too long and it needs to end. And everyone deserves to get paid. And we want to make sure everyone gets fed. And now we are sending the wrong message at this point.
No,
onion dogs are not Heartburn City. They're actually really good. It's really, really good. I mean, it's basically, a lot of people, I don't know, people don't realize, but basically, bologna and hot dogs are basically the same thing. It's just a bologna is just a giant hot dog, basically. So if you fry bologna and onions, excellent. Especially if you get like Scott Peterson veal bologna, good bologna. Or even just you thought Chicago had the best hot dog? Well, Chicago, that's a completely different hot dog. Now, a Chicago dog is a steamed dog with no ketchup ever on a hot dog. And, mustard, relish, onion, tomato, sliced dill pickle, and a couple of sport peppers along with some celery salt on a seeded bun. That is a Chicago dog. And those are excellent. But I'm just saying, like, if you want one that's really good, if you ever went to old Comiskey Park in Chicago for a White Sox game, you would have had a best kosher dog grilled with onions. That's how they made them at Sox Park. They were grilled with onions, and you would just put mustard on them, and that was it. That's how the hot dogs were cooked at old Comiskey back in the day. And that's how they cook. If you ever go to, I don't know the proper way to say this, but there was a part of town in Chicago where they made pork chop sandwiches and grilled Polish sausages and stuff like that. And just say no to must church. I say mustard. I think 2 pickles, 1 pineapple. Have you seen the show? Maybe. Now I'm going to have a hot dog tomorrow. Yeah, try it. It's good. You'll really like it, man. You really like it with the onions, I tell you. But yeah, no. Best hot dogs in Chicago. There's a bunch of different places, but I never liked Superdog. No. Oh, you didn't say Superdog. You said best hot dog, Chicago dog. That's a different kind of hot dog, but you know what I'm saying. So, all right. And we got this. We got Senator Mark Wayne Mullen just outrageously revealed that Schumer held back a room meeting, held a backroom meeting, and demanded Democrat senators wait until after tonight's elections to reopen the government. Damn it, you're making hot dogs too? You're allergic to ketchup and bologna? It says alum sulfide and onions cause acid reflux. I never get acid reflux from grilled onions, and I have really bad acid reflux. I have GERD I've had it since I was like 18. So let's see. I'm not. We're gonna listen to what he says because I don't like reading it when they can talk.
Senate Democrat that said, quote, we feel like now after the No Kings rally, our neck is simply in a guillotine, and now they got to wait until after the election. Last week, Liz, I know Dick Durbin wanted to break with the Democrats and reopen the government. Chuck Schumer, in a private meeting with other Democrat senators, said that if you'll just wait till after the election, I'll release the handcuffs. I added the handcuff part, but basically I'm paraphrasing what he said. The reason why is because they're afraid their base wouldn't show up today in Virginia, New Jersey, and in New York. So it's been about politics. It's never been about policy. It's been about holding the American people as leverage points, regardless of the damage they cause to the livelihood of these individuals. But elections are more important than the Dems because why? They know their polls is at the very bottom than it's ever been for the Democrat Party. Senate Democrat that said, quote, we feel like now after the No Kings rally,
OJI says Schumer's delayed tactic proves DC's priorities. It says cherry 7-Up and you're cured. Well, cherry 7-Up would cure your acid reflux. Ginger ale works too. Hot dogs with homemade chili mustard and onions. Oh, that's good. I really like. Oh man, chili bag. Oh crap! I forgot to end on Instagram. Son of a bitch. Sorry, Instagram. They kick it off after 4 hours, the old Instagram. And if you're on Twitter, I'm going to say goodbye to the people on X and Twitter. If you want to continue watching, come over to YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick or Facebook or, or that's it. All right, now we're just on these shows. So there we go. It's got 175 people watching. That's good. All right. I love raw onions on my chili dogs. I just prepare for retribution. Yeah. I like them too. Verner's was a Detroit cure-all. Yeah. Yeah. Ginger ale will do wonders on. You love cherry limeade. It's smooth, drinker smoother, smoke smells, and great good as it tastes. Yeah. At Bella, get your emojis, bro. I'm confused. Yeah, you got to get your emojis, man. See? Mm-hmm. Ginger ale, take pantoprazolone, Jim. I have a new bottle right here. I don't know what that is, pantoprazolone. But I've been taking, like I used to take Prilosec, and then like after, I don't know, so many years, it stopped it was getting where it wasn't really working. And then they changed. They said, oh, here's this Nexium now. It's better. And they added this to it. And it worked great. And I've been taking that for over 20 years, I think, Nexium. I think over 20 years. And then, like I said, they just sent me a letter saying, yeah, we're not covering that anymore. It's no longer on the list, but it's generic. You should turn on clips. What do you mean, turn on clips? I have clips on my... I don't know what you're talking about. Your doc took you off of pantoprazole, whatever it is. What do you mean by turn on clips? People can make clips of my show if they want. I don't have them turned off. Galicel is super cheap for now. Works wonders for GERD. Returned you to famotidine. So we can clip you? Yeah, you can clip me. My clips are on. You can clip me. Clips are my stuff's set up. Anybody can clip it. Your doctor put you on lithium. Well, it can't clip. What do you mean? It should. Hold on. Clips. I can swear I'm set up so people can clip, dude. I can swear. I know I didn't shut it off. So I don't know. Should be okay. You should be able to clip it. Maybe because it's a live. I don't know if you have to wait till it's not a live video. Anyway, let's get back to this. So Schumer's delayed taxes proves DC's priorities, political games over people, holding staff benefits hostage, that youth turnout isn't governance, it's extortion. He says, clipped you, man, we got you. Whatever that means. And then it's extortion. Democrats weaponize shutdowns to pressure voters and quiet cruelty. The real disgust, 42 million Americans facing hunger because Chuck Schumer thinks starving families makes better campaign props. It's not leadership, it's exploitation. Time to end the theater, reopen the government. That was too funny to turn up. Okay. Yeah. None of the stories here and all the names will be changed to protect the innocent in some marriages. You got Speaker Mike Johnson that says Democrats fear blowback from their far left radical base more than they fear hardworking Americans going without pay. Democrats have kept the government closed for over a month, and it's gotten so bad that even their union allies are calling them out. The Teamsters, the AFGE, the air traffic controllers, pilots unions are all saying the same thing: pass the clean CR funding bill and open the government. The American people are suffering because of this government shutdown, and it's a Democrat shutdown.
Right now, the Democrats fear political retribution from the far left activists in their party more than they fear the consequences of keeping the government closed for weeks on end. They fear political retribution from far left activists more than families going hungry and workers missing paychecks. That is a fact that they are demonstrating day after day and vote after vote. It's gotten so bad for them that even their traditional allies are losing patience now. The head of the Teamsters Union had a blunt message to Democrats a couple of days ago. Quote, American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill, unquote. And it's not just the Teamsters, as you know. AFGE, the largest union of federal workers, had the same plea. And so did the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, Southwest Airline Pilots Association, the New York Steamfitters Union. It goes on and on and on. These organizations have traditionally backed the Democrats for decades. That has been true. They represent tens of thousands of working Americans, all these associations together. And now they're calling on the Democrats to drop their partisan demands and reopen the government. Stop inflicting this pain on the American people because you are afraid of your far left base.
Definitely. That's crazy. It says, Ricky, my Dashawn took my pillow, Mr. Jim. Well, tell him to give it back. Tell him to give the pillow back. Look at how Bella sits there all nice. Tell him to be like Bella. Tell him to be more like Bella. It says, Aurora, my husband was a Marine and our 3 sons, 1 Marine, 1 Army, 1 USMC Reserve. All boys should serve. It's good for them. Yes, it is. It's good. It builds character. It does. DC all of a sudden figures out how to close and open a border. It's weird. It is. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. Weird. Yeah. The Democrats keep the government shut to sneak in healthcare handouts for illegal immigrants under the guise of clarifications. Republicans pass a clean funding bills. Democrats block them to push open border benefits. Every day closed is another day DC prioritizes lawlessness over citizens. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We need 5 Senate Democrats with enough backbone and common sense to vote to supply food assistance to 42 million Americans. Hunger should never be a leverage. Fund, SNAP, and the Schumer shutdown. Desi Kelly says, it's a lack of shame that gets me about these. I've known a few people who get on welfare temporarily, and they were always mortified. Never wanted anyone to know. And then there's these people, not embarrassed, not ashamed, just entitled in their DNA. Horrid. A Charlotte woman on Section 8 housing who receives $1,000 per month in food stamps. Even that's not enough. Now we're using cash to pay for food. You guys ready? You guys ready for bisque?
And between bills and food, now we're going to have to start making choices.
Carlicia Grice is one of more than 1.4 million North Carolinians who rely on SNAP benefits. She gets about $1,000 a month to feed her large family. But on Saturday, what happens next? It's been the only thing on her mind for the last few days.
Even that's not enough. And we're using cash to pay for food throughout the month, even going to pantries and just trying to make the ends meet because it's just not meeting.
SNAP benefits are set to expire on November 1st. The federal government, through the Agricultural Department, sends the funds to the states. But money isn't available because of the government shutdown and a Senate stalemate between Democrats and Republicans. Grice says they're working as hard as they can to stay afloat.
People automatically assume when you get SNAP that you're just lazy, you're just sitting in the house collecting benefits off of taxpayers, but we are taxpayers too. They have to understand that, it's hard, especially when you have a big family. It's hard just to get a gallon of milk that's now like $5. It's ridiculous.
She says earlier this week her family received a letter saying their Section 8 housing may not be funded in December if the government doesn't reopen.
I'm really nervous, honestly.
Amazing Disgrace. I have that video. I don't know if we'll get to it. It's a little later in the show. It's in the, I don't even have it pulled up right now, I don't think. It's a little later. It's in the crime section. I've been putting all the illegal alien crime and the crime sections towards the end of the show because it got really repetitive when it's in the beginning of the show. If I'm constantly talking about crime all the time, so I put it towards the end of the show. If we were getting to extended hours of the show, basically, where right now, hey, we've been going 4 hours and 10 minutes. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the like, hit subscribe to the channel too if you haven't already subscribed. And we are currently $59 away, from the third additional hour. We have about 20-30 minutes left to go in the show, unless we hit that, and then we'll add another hour. So it says a federal court has ordered the USDA contingency funds to allow partial SNAP benefits to get out the door as quickly as possible. To fully fund SNAP and the Schumer shutdown, food stamps, SNAP should be preserved only for those who need it most, as the program was intended. We're digging into a contingency fund that was supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, and war. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits for those beneficiaries for Democrats to reopen the government.
The administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Shall we have a $1, $2 rally? If everyone wants to, if people want, it's up to you guys. It's up to the chat. I'll go all night long if you want. We're $59 away from a third hour to add another hour on. If you guys want to rally up and do another, whatever, couple dollars at a time, whatever you want to do, doesn't matter. You do what you want. She's strolling a lot of stress in her shoulders, yeah. And we could add another hour, but like I said, we got 23 minutes left on the goal, so it's up to you guys. No rally? Sure, rally up. Go ahead, rally. I'm literally broke. Well, I don't want anybody to give money they don't have. If you can't afford it, don't give. If you like the show and you want it to go longer, and that's what you want, that's up to you guys. I might change her name after all. After Jean Pierre, everyone looks better, yeah. Good news, my cigars will arrive tomorrow a day early. Game long leaf peach. Okay, here's another $1. Oh, there's Charles for $1. Thank you, Charles. I can't even start the rally this hour. Sorry, don't worry, Joe. Charles did. Thank you, Charles. with the rally. Okay. So now we're $58 away from the third additional hour. Mm-hmm. The real emergency, Democrats weaponizing shutdowns to force taxpayer-funded handouts for illegal aliens. SNAP was designed to help struggling Americans, not subsidize lawlessness. If Schumer cared about citizens, you negotiate instead of holding benefits hostage. Cut the waste and prioritize Americans who follow the rules. Every day Democrats delays, another day bureaucrats exploit crisis to expand their power. See how long the brinkmanship has distorted the safety net programs. Hey, we got another $2 from Sunshine, and then $1 from Audra. So now we are $55 away from a third additional hour. Says, I've learned to be happy what I have, get, and found that I do usually get what I need. That's right. You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. Woo-hoo. Hey, G Sharkman for $1.99 says, here you go. It's the Rally Valley. Yes. So now we're $53 away from a third additional hour. Mm-hmm. I live on the dark side of reality. I prefer the dark side of the moon. That's a great way to live, Howard. It is. Mm-hmm. Amazon, got all my spare cash, not really spare. Yeah, we still have about 26 more years to write about. Just about to finish my basic training day stories. Oh, that's cool. You're writing a book. Okay, cool. I'd love to read your book, Joe. I wish I could add to it to add odd cents. Well, somebody did that before. I don't want to say who it was doing stuff like that. Joe did that to me on my birthday with added weird money, like $22.36 and stuff, and I had to do like weird stuff. So Dems blocked our 14th vote to end the Schumer shutdown. Final vote 54-44. It takes 60 votes to pass a funding bill unless there's a change to the filibuster. Spoke on that earlier today. Mm-hmm. There we go.
The yeas are 54, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn in, not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
So 54-44. That's weird that you keep getting these, the Schumer shutdown is ridiculous. Oh, you just might let me read it? Okay. Well, you don't have to. If you sell it, I would buy it. Can we cut the stupid Democrats? It would save us a shitload of money to just earn income SNAP. It probably would. They're maximizing the protocols. Okay. The Schumer shutdown is ridiculous. Democrats could have kept our government open. Troops paid. SNAP and WIC funded. The small business thriving. Just a vote for the same clean CR they previously did. This is Katie Britt, Alabama Senator.
Well, first off, Harris, it's absolutely ridiculous that we're in this position. I mean, you just heard and played Chuck Schumer talk about all of the damage that's being done across America because he is demanding a ransom payment to give these people an opportunity. That is absolutely despicable. If you take his words and what he is saying is happening to America, he and the Democrats could have made sure that none of this happened long ago. With the CR that we've given them, a clean CR, allowing them to open the government, allowing WIC to be funded, allowing no SNAP benefits to go not given out. It would allow military to be paid. It allows small business owners to be able to get these loans. It would allow America to keep moving and thriving, and they have chosen to put their own political advantage over the people that they serve. Well, first off, Harris, it's absolutely ridiculous that we're
They sent, Apple only allows you to do 99-cent increments. Yeah. And if you do it on Google, it's $1. But Google, you can actually, I think if there's a way to do it on Google where you can actually adjust it on Google on your computer, you can adjust it into put whatever you want. And also on like Cash App or PayPal, you could put any amount you want. You could put 10 cents really or something. There might be a minimum, but there's a thing to do there. So yeah, Cash App, PayPal, different things. That's what they sent the money on my birthday, like to be funny. And it was like weird putting in odd, different things to make me I actually had to get a fucking calculator to do the math on it. as it started coming in weird increments. G Sharkman, I see that. Not much of a rally so far. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cash App. Did someone send me Cash App? Is that what it says? Wait. What? No, there's not Cash App. Okay. So far, we'll see. Swearing in the chat, definitely. Valiant Renegade. Got a bunch of dongs the other day. Oh my god. I like Valiant Renegade. I think he's an alright guy. I mean, he seems to know a lot about the stuff going on with Disney. And so now we got this. Says the Schumer shutdown is having real life consequences for many Arkansans. It's time to open up the Time for the Democrats to open up their government.
November 1st, Arkansas DHS put out an announcement saying if the government doesn't open and they don't get a certain amount of money, SNAP benefits for recipients here in Arkansas might be delayed or they may not get them for the month of November. There are a lot of people in Arkansas who benefit from SNAP. Arkansas is one of the most food insecure states in the nation. What are you telling Arkansans right now who may not see those benefits come through?
Yeah, Caroline, I just heard from Arkansans on Friday that are concerned about needy families in their communities, as am I. I know John Bozeman is as well. There's some conversation in the Senate about offering smaller, more targeted bills. For instance, we offered one last week, as I mentioned, that would pay workers who are on the job right now. We might have one that would pay our troops specifically. But we also might bring up legislation that, for instance, would replenish funds in the food stamp program or replenish funds in the women, infants, and children's program, or pay our air traffic controllers. That's all under debate. Some of it will depend on whether Democrats will cooperate with us to provide the votes necessary. But we're very concerned about all of the hardships that this Schumer shutdown has imposed. The simplest way to address them all, of course, would be simply vote for the short-term spending bill and open the government back up.
Oh, whoa, Anthony. Whoa, sorry, Anthony. That's the Soldier of Providence coming in with a hot and heavy.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion.
Let me ask you a question.
Communism is the very definition of failure.
Well, thank you for that those 10 gifted memberships. Those 10 gifted memberships from Anthony, Soldier of Providence. It's G Sharkman got a gifted membership. Another Mom got a gifted membership. No Jabsky got a gifted membership. Dominus Dank got a gifted membership. Stephanie A got a gifted membership. K Jab received a gifted membership. J Dubs received a gifted membership. Karen O received a gifted membership. And John Mosley received a gifted membership from Anthony F., Soldier of Providence. Yes. Thank you very, very much, Anthony. And with that, we just hit the goal again for another hour. So let me do that. Banners. So we are now fourth hour. We are now, that's 60, so that's 7. So that's $68. We are now $68 away from a fourth additional hour. Yes. Soldier of Providence. Who the fuck? That's right. That's who he is. He's in here. He comes in. Yeah. Thank you, Anthony. That's a relief. No more rallying. That's right. That's right. As soon as we hit this, I got to add another hour and a second here. That's right. So let's see. It says Schumer's shutdown is a direct result of Democrats prioritizing illegal alien benefits over American citizens. What Arkansans face SNAP delays and DHS furloughs, Democrats refuse to negotiate. Holding essential services hostage to sneak in eligibility expansions for non-citizens. Governor Sanders is forced to redirect state funds to food banks because D.C. elites would rather fund their open borders agenda than reopen the government. That's right. That's what they would rather do. And the Senate Republican says this is completely false. Senate Democrats have voted against funding SNAP 14 times, forcing the administration to look to emergency funds that still fall billions of dollars short. If Senate Democrats voted to reopen the government, SNAP would be fully funded because you got these Democrat senators that are just lying. Congress funded food assistance. The courts confirmed this authority to release it. President Trump still refuses, leaving seniors, children, veterans, and families at risk. Such a lie. Such a lie. He's just a lying liar that lies. Yes. Democrats have refused 14 times to reopen the government. Yes, they have. This guy says, some Senate Dems are warming to Thune's offer to open the government and then hold a vote by a date certain on extending the expiring Obamacare subsidies per senators and aides involved in the bipartisan talks. Plus, GOP appropriators are trying to sell the Dems on the appropriation portions of the emerging deal by saying this is a way for them to avoid a years-long CR and push back on the White House, on the House GOP and the White House. So, according to this person, that the Senate Republicans, the rhinos, are telling the Dems, listen, just let's do this, and then we're going to work with you. We're going to give you what you want. That's what they're saying. Yes. It's like, crap, I had to go again. What? The goal doesn't match the crawl. Well, the goal on this is wrong. Yeah, because it's we got 10 minutes left, but this says third hour, 59 away, and we already made the third hour. Now we're working on the fourth hour. So as soon as this timer runs out, the 10 minutes, I will restart it again for the fourth hour. I did the math, though. Why are you saying, what's this? RJ Woods, what's up, Fire? Yeah. Sadly, Joe, I lost him in 2005. I have a coin and all the pictures next to his dog tags and the flag he gave me. He was an awesome son. I miss him every day. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry to hear that about your son. Was it Iraq or Afghanistan? You're saying the goal doesn't match. You're talking about the goal on YouTube, right? And the YouTube goal? Yeah, it's not. It's I have to wait for it to expire to start it over again. You can't edit the goal. No, not on YouTube. I would have to end the goal and restart it, and they only let you do it in hour increments. So that's why I have the crawl going, because I count gifted memberships, and the gifted memberships don't apply to that goal. Yeah, no, you can't edit it. And according to Costas Moro, he said they were just holding out for the Virginia elections, called it. So here's the story from Punchbowl News. How Democrats may reopen the government. Today is day 35 of the government shutdown. The stalemate is now tied to partial shutdown of the 2018-2019 as the longest in U.S. history. The House has been out of session for 46 days. Today is also the election day in New York, California, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. We're going to focus this morning on reopening the government. Senate Majority John Thune said Monday, and the Senate is getting close to an off-ramp, citing a bipartisan talks among a group of rank-and-file senators who have a full-in-the-room update on that. Can you let YouTube know that it's stupid? Yeah, well, the goal, like YouTube doesn't count like gifted memberships in the goal, but I do. You know, like the YouTube only counts super chats, but I have other things that I work in the goal. You know, like I have like Rumble rants I count in the goal, and gifted memberships on YouTube and Rumble I count in the goal. I count PayPal, Cash App in the goal. So, what is this? Something about the Statue of Liberty and something on fire, maybe? I don't know. Boxes for seniors came in today at Councils on Aging. I know because I use my wheelbarrow. Fortunately, I live close to them to go get mine. Senators and aides involved in negotiations tell us that some Democrats are warning that Thune's offer to open the government let them hold a vote by a certain date on extending the Obamacare subsidies. You mean that editing the goal rules is stupid? Yeah, it is. It's a really stupid setup. I don't know. But it just lets me have something up there so people know there's a goal, basically, and they can look at it and give. And, and then that's why the scroll's there to let people know what the actual thing is, and I adjust the scroll as it goes. The attractive part of the offer is that senators will be avoid a full year CR that many hardline House Republicans and White House want. You have noticed that most of the senators involved in the talks are also appropriators, and that's no coincidence. No, you can't modify the goal. You have to end the goal and restart a new goal. YouTube should have a classic telethon thermometer that counts everything. That would work great. Yeah, that would work great. YouTube determines what a goal. Yeah. Accepting the offer would be a cave by Democrats who have been saying they need Obamacare deal to open the government, but this construct would also only require a handful of Democrats to break from their party. And there's cautious optimism. There's a good reason to be skeptical. What we laid out for starters, landing on a new end date for a CR to reopen federal agencies will be difficult. The Senate will vote for the 14th time on a GOP drafted November 21st CR. Conservatives fear a Christmas omnibus want any CR to run until early 2026. The mini bus, which funds military construction, VA, legislative, agriculture, been attached to the CR, would force Mike Speaker Johnson to bring the House back into session for a bill that his conference likely wouldn't like, the part of the pitch from Senate GOP appropriators on the bipartisan Senate group. You're just messing around with the emojis? Well, good. Have fun with the emojis. They're a lot of fun. Put them in there. That's why I got a whole bunch of them. You can use our emojis. If you become a member, you could use my custom emojis. There's stuff like this. I'll show you. Custom emojis. You can have this one. You can have this one. You can have this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. I got a whole bunch of them. I got oodles of them. Oodles and oodles. Oodles and oodles of emojis. Does it make the goal bigger if she's clockwise? No, we just bet on it. No. So, the White House would have deeply involved here. House Republicans aren't going to want to swallow a minibus paired with a short-term CR. But you can't be absolutely sure that hardline House Republicans will argue they should only accept a straight CR needed to open the government. We'll see. That's right. Walt Disney won the most Oscars ever. And then no Caterpillar. Okay. All right. When the government eventually reopens, it'll be very tricky for Republicans. We've said countless times that GOP is going to be hard-pressed to find an Obamacare deal that they can live with. And then there's fiscal year 2026 spending, where Senate Republicans will find more natural agreement with Senate Democrats counterparts than the House Republicans. Oh, no thanks? Okay. I just thought I would offer. Just say no to Z-Bugs. Oh, yeah, no bugs. Okay, I get it. No to Z-Bugs. This says, President Trump is preparing to make the GOP senators' lives a living hell if they do not nuke the filibuster, according to Axios. He will make their lives a living hell, one Trump advisor told Axios. He will call them at 3 o'clock in the morning. He will blow them up in their districts. He will call them un-American. He will call them old creatures of a dying institution. Believe you me, he's going to make their lives just hell. Another inviters emphasize he's really mad about this. He said he caught Mel's eye because it was impossible to miss. They both drank like fish and smoked like a chimney. He got Mel to sign him as a bodyguard. He had a blast.
Trump's focus has been on Senate Republicans, reportedly preparing to go nuclear on them if they don't nuke the filibuster, the rule requiring approval from 3/5 of the chamber to pass bills. One unnamed official telling Axios the president will, quote, call them at 3 o'clock in the morning. He will blow them up in their districts. He will call them un-American. He will call them old creatures of a dying institution. Believe you me, he's going to make their lives just hell.
Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels.
Democrats quiet.
Any
any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
We know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate.
Most Republicans are holding firm.
The job of a senator is also to kill bad ideas. We killed a lot of President Biden's bad ideas and using the blue slip, and I'm not going to vote to change it.
That's interesting. He won't vote to change it. All right. Now you can see, if you check now, Charles, you will see that the goal has been corrected on YouTube. It now matches the crawl, but as soon as somebody donates, it won't, because I can only do it. Joe doing the 24 hours, we're doing it live. Okay. Doesn't Congress vote on all the new rules every session? Congress, the House does and stuff like that, and the Senate does, but the filibuster thing has been around for a long time, and they slightly changed it. But what really needs to happen is they need to go to the Democrats and say, listen, let's vote to codify the filibuster, make it a law, make it so that it would actually take 60 votes to overturn it. You know what I mean? Make that the law. So codify it. And if the Democrats refuse to go along with that, then you know what you have to do. You have to just nuke it and go on. Because why are you going to let them be the ones to do it? Because they tried to do it twice while Biden was president. Twice. They only couldn't because of Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. Those people are gone now. As soon as they get 50 plus 1 votes to do it, the Democrats will do it. To pack the Supreme Court, to try to make D.C. a state, to try to make Puerto Rico a state, to do all this crazy shit. That's what they're planning on. Voters don't know the inner workings of the Senate. They see Republicans have total control over the government, and there's a shutdown, but they need 60 votes. It's too inside baseball. Plus, Schumer is going to end the filibuster and pack the courts. Democrats are far more likely to win the midterms and the next presidential election if we don't terminate the filibuster, because it will be impossible for Republicans to get the common sense policies done with these crazed Democrat lunatics being able to block everything by withholding their votes. For 3 years, nothing will be passed. All Republicans will be blamed. Elections in the midterms will be rightfully brutal. If we terminate the filibuster, we'll get everything approved like no Congress in history. We'll have fair, free, and safe elections, no men and women's sports or transgender for everybody, strong borders, major tax and energy cuts, and secure our Second Amendment. But the Democrats will also terminate immediately if we don't do it. Well, I think they should. I would just get rid of the filibuster. I would repeal the National Firearms Act. I would repeal the Gun Control Act of 1968. I would repeal the Hughes Amendment. I would completely change the tax laws. I would get rid of the IRS almost completely and just put a flat tax in, like everyone pays 10% or something like that. Change everything. Just get rid of filibuster. Just go boom. That way you're going to win the next elections, no problem, because it's going to make everything better for everybody. You'd be like smoking on through it. Terminate the filibuster now and the ridiculous shutdown immediately. Yes. Academia plus lawyers is septic think tanks. That's right. Yeah. We just can't ever let them back in again. That means fixing the voting problems. That's right. You get rid of filibuster. You pass universal voter ID, the mandatory voter ID. You pass, constitutional carry across the country. You say, yeah, it's reciprocal. Everyone gets constitutional carry. You do all this stuff, pass all this stuff. That way the Democrats will have to try to take it away if they ever get back in power. And people, people will push against it. Just now, President Trump is not happy with Republicans. It says Democrats will win the midterms. We read all this. This is from Rapid Response 47. It says, terminate the filibuster. The only reason Republicans aren't ending the filibuster is because they are rhinos. Yes, there are rhinos that are going to refuse to do it. But these are rhinos that probably will, that I don't know. I mean, they're praying and hoping. They think that there's some Democrats that won't vote to terminate the filibuster, because I'm telling you right now, they will. You assume the current senators will vote for all that. Yeah, you're right. I do. I assume they would, but they probably wouldn't. I'm sure that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and probably Tom Tillis or Mitch McConnell would say, like, oh, no, we can't do that. We can't get rid of that. We're just not cultish enough. They are. We could help. We couldn't even keep New York away from a communist brat who's never had a real job. That's right. We couldn't do it. We just couldn't do it. It's just crazy. And on the White House, officials think terminate the filibuster now, end the ridiculous shutdown, and then most importantly, pass every wonderful Republican policy that we have dreamt of for years but never got. That would work, but then you have to have the actual Republicans, MAGA people in the Senate, which you don't have. Essentially, we're just not, yeah. And then it says, I agree, but we have to try something before the country falls apart. Clandestine says, Trump reiterates why we should terminate the filibuster. If we continue to let the Dems keep the government shut down, they will continue to sabotage Trump's presidency. And the filibuster, pass voter ID, deport illegals, Dems will never win an election again. Problem solved. If we don't do this, Dems will continue to obstruct Trump and nothing will get done. If we don't deport their illegals and pass voter ID election security laws, the Dems will cheat and try to steal 26 and 28. And then all the MAGA movement will have been for nothing. And then they will get rid of the filibuster anyway, and we'll become a one-party left-wing state ruled by the most corrupt people on the planet. People need to stop looking at this through the lens of politics and playing fairly. This is a regular political warfare. There is no honor. There is only victory and defeat. We must defeat the Dems now and save the Republic. And Republicans must offer the Democrats the opportunity to codify the filibuster permanently. If the Democrats won't codify the filibuster, it only confirms their tyrannical plans down the road. Then Republicans should nuke it first and pass nationwide carry and repeal all federal gun control. Because here's Speaker Johnson saying, oh, the filibuster's a speed bump that keeps the Democrats from doing the stuff that they do.
What would the Democrats do if they had no filibuster impediment, no speed bump at all? They've already told us. They would pack the Supreme Court. You'd go from 9 to 13 or 15 or 17 or however many liberals they could pack on the court. You would have D.C. and Puerto Rico be made into states, which would give 4 additional Democrat senators there in the count and make us a permanent minority. I guess that would be their calculation. You would see massive restriction of the Second Amendment rights. You'd see them federalize elections so they could take over and manipulate things in the red states. I mean, there's a lot of abuses that could come. What would the Democrats do if they...
Problem is, they're going to do it. Yeah. The Democrats will nuke the filibuster to pass nationwide gun bans and gun confiscation laws next time they win the White House and the Senate. Yeah, they will. So what are we going to do? We're going to just wait for that to happen? We're going to pray that it doesn't happen? I agree. They haven't even codified Trump's executive orders. No, they need to save the Republic. Yeah, Rand Paul will be the first one to try and find a problem with anything and everything Trump does. Yeah, him and Tom Massey. And this is Byron Donald says the Senate GOP must nuke the filibuster because it promotes obstruction. This would mean MAGA reforms would need 51 votes, not 60. They only want the radical agenda, and if they don't get their way, they'll shut the government down.
And because Senate Democrats would rather still go down this socialist line of spending too much money, which is going to decrease purchasing power for the American people. This is why I agree with President Trump calling for an end to the filibuster, because the filibuster does not promote debate in the Senate. What it does is it promotes obstruction in the Senate. Let's not even talk about the economy. Talk about the visas right now, HB1 visas. These are a scam on American workers. American workers have been displaced because of these HB1 visas. It needs to end. But are you going to get reforms to all the visa programs in the United States without being able to get it through the United States Senate? No, you will not. You need to be able to work with people who want to do the right thing on behalf of the American people. The Democrats have proven time and again they only want their radical agenda, and if they don't get their way, they're going to follow Chuck Schumer and just shut the government down. This is not working for the American people. That's why they're frustrated. They want costs down, they want opportunity, they want freedom, and you're not getting that with arcane rules in the United States Senate that don't allow the Senate to work and represent the will of the American people.
Yep. Yeah, he knows all that, and he still doesn't want to get rid of it. And he says, I know, I just don't get it. They're just not good at panicking like they are, I guess. I'm hoping the dominoes will begin to fall and the whole corrupt mess comes out. Before I take my break, Mr. Jim, is it my imagination when I look at Ted Cruz and I look at the count on Sesame Street, I see a real close resemblance on Democrat, one Democrat, two Democrat, two Democrat, three Democrat, This says Donald nails it. The filibuster lets both parties hide behind gridlock while wasting trillions. Shutdowns happen because DC refuses to cut the bloat. Real reform isn't just procedural. It slashes redundant agencies and ending foreign handouts. Auditing every dollar. Senate 60-vote threshold protects bureaucrats, not taxpayers. Until Congress guts waste instead of playing games, shutdowns will keep coming. Efficiency requires action. You think the count accomplishes more? I do too. Here's Mark Wayne Mullen says, let's talk nuking the filibuster. So, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is going to talk about nuking the filibuster. Let's hear it.
Let's talk about the filibuster. Keep in mind, we hate the filibuster when we're in charge, but we loved it when Schumer and Pelosi and Biden was in charge. What did the filibuster protect us from last time? Well, it protected us from D.C. becoming a state, meaning they would have got 2 extra senators. It protected us from...
All right, now I'm just going to push back slightly on this because I said it, they said it, but there's the thing is, D.C. cannot become a state without a constitutional amendment. Because in the Constitution, it says D.C. will be the District of Columbia, will have this, and it won't be a state. It's in the Constitution. It's not a statute. It's in the Constitution. So they can't just vote and say D.C.'s a state. You would have to change the Constitution. Unless they get past the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court says, no, it doesn't matter what the Constitution says, which is all possible, too, because if you don't think if you had 9 Ketanji Brown Jacksons or 9... Sotomayors that they wouldn't say, oh no, we could do it because that just doesn't matter anymore. They would. They could wipe their ass with the Constitution. They don't give a shit.
Then packing the courts, which they would have put 13 Supreme Court justices, and then they would have controlled the courts. We kept that from happening because of the filibuster. They would change our voting laws, take away the Oklahoma's ability to have voter ID and go just to strictly mail-in or anybody that could show up at any given time with no... Yes, sir. I am. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Well, thank you. What's your name?
Phil.
Phil, where are you from, Phil?
I'm from New York City, but I'm a retired journalist.
It should go back to Maryland. That's what if the Republicans nuked the filibuster, that would be what they would do is return the D.C. people back to Maryland. And that could be done without a constitutional amendment because they wouldn't be changing. They would still have D.C. They would just be changing the size of it. It would still be the district.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it.
In a strong way, so I just think you're terrific.
Thank you. That means a lot. That touches me.
Yeah. 9 Ketanjis. Can you imagine that?
Mine. Thank you. But keep in mind, we would want to change the filibuster for one reason, because we want to govern. The Democrats, they want to change the filibuster because they want to change the landscape of our government. Now, I would like to think that...
Well, the thing is, to create a constitutional amendment, it has to be voted on by 2/3 of the House and the Senate, I believe. I believe 2/3 of the House and the Senate and 2/3 of the states have to approve it. So 35 states, I believe, and 70 or 69 or 70 or 66 or something like that, senators. And so that's to get a constitutional amendment. Dems want to lower the voting age to 16.
We're going to be in charge forever. But the fact is, the Senate changes all the time. And God forbid we have another trifecta like they did with Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden. But if they did, what would we be saying about the filibuster then? Just thoughts. I just want you to think about it because a lot of conversation has taken place, but we need to think about what the consequences are moving forward if we were to change the filibuster.
Well, they're going to change the filibuster. And it's going to happen, and everyone's going to go, well, fuck, why didn't we do it? Because they did it. Now they packed the Supreme Court, and we could have, because, And here's this guy, Steven, says that if we eliminate the filibuster, we could secure our elections so only U.S. citizens can vote after providing ID, and we can impeach all the corrupt judges. I'm willing to bet the Democrats could not win without dirty voter rolls and mail-in ballots. Actually, you couldn't impeach the corrupt judges. You could fire them, though. Definitely. I'm willing to bet the Democrats cannot win without dirty voter rolls or mail-in ballots. The current Democrat Party will not work with you, admit it, and do what needs to be done. Senator Mullen knows this. He's acting like a true rhino. It says the Democrats are going to nuke the filibuster the moment they get the chance, along with a fair bit of other things. Yeah, because here it goes. Supreme Court is a broken institution. It's something that has to be part of the national conversation in 26 and 28. There's a Democrat trifecta in 28, and I think the possibility is pretty good. Supreme Court reform has to be on the table. Term limits at a minimum, potentially expanding the court are things we should be seriously considered. We cannot leave in place without at least a discussion, without substantive reforms being implemented. The Supreme Court is, as is presently constituted. I don't know if we want to listen to this clown say it.
No, the point that you make there is an extremely important one. The courts have generally held. If you look at what's happening at the district court level, at the Court of Appeals level, doesn't matter who the president was who appointed the judge. The judges have ruled, I think, courageously and correctly. It's only when you get to the Supreme Court that you see these problems start to arise, and it's the use of this overuse of the shadow docket. By taking these cases and essentially deciding them without hearing any oral argument, without any adequate briefing, deciding these really important matters in that way challenges the legitimacy of the court and does.
He is challenging the legitimacy of the court, not the court. Doesn't this jackass know that the Congress cannot just direct the Supreme Court how to rule on cases? The Supreme Court can rule on cases because there's a Supreme Court. The only way to change the Supreme Court's power would be through a constitutional amendment. The Supreme Court is set up in the Constitution. Wow. I can't even listen to this clown. It's hurting. It's just, it's hurting my head. Time to play the game. Terminate the filibuster. All right. Terminate the filibuster. Yeah, Triple H says terminate the filibuster. General Mike Flynn says the GOP is just awful. Holder for jail in 25. Oh, it'd be great if you could lock him up. Man, he deserves to go to jail. The White House needs to stop saying how good of a leader Thune is when he can't muster votes in his own party to overcome the mental problem that will fall in his lap sooner or later. The American people will shift when they start feeling the pain. 42 million SNAP recipients, right or wrong, and another 7 million American citizens who are too proud to accept the government handout. That's 50 million going hungry as we head into the holidays. The left's plan are to continue to make America suffer more. They don't care if it hurts you, Mr. President. That's their goal. Pull Thune in by you and that by the know that you what? Pull Leader Thune in by the you know what and get him to demonstrate some real leadership. Nuclear option. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says there's not enough support from Republicans to eliminate the filibuster. Yeah, that's what Thune says. Bowtied Ranger says Democrats are 100% going to nuke the filibuster next time they're in power. Republicans will be incredibly retarded not to get ahead of it. But Republicans like to be incredibly retarded, so it's unlikely they will end it. Either way, good on Trump to push to end the filibuster. Hey, what's up, Nixie Nix? How you doing? And Duck Fat's here too. We have no GOP leaders. Spaghetti's great. He's a jerk. Holder for jail. Hi, Duck. Is he joking or lying? Fluid, always on the move, transitory GC. Yeah, keep it always moving. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. That was my dinner earlier. Well, it's always good to have dinner. Always good to have dinner. Yeah. Trump wants to terminate the filibuster. The filibuster. Make it feely and bust it. Make it feelies, Buster. So Mike Lee says, translation, the left wants to pack the Supreme Court because they want the court to carry the left's agenda by implementing radical policies that voters consistently reject. That's right. So they would have to pack the Supreme Court first. What's going on with my good plan, Granola, but wait, the last deal we tried, we got screwed when they cheated. It's hard to win when your opponents are convinced that anything is justified because they must win. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing they keep doing. They keep doing weird shit, and then, we get stuck with it. But what are you going to do? What you going to do? What you going to do when they come for you, bad boys, bad boys? What you going to do? If the communists are ever allowed in power again, they will do horrors that will make the Biden administration look like Thomas Jefferson. Do not let these people come back into power. Trust me. I'm talking about this clown right here. who should have been imprisoned a long time ago. It's time to terminate the filibuster. This is Maya Flores for Texas. Once and for all. There are no more excuses. It's time to pass the voter ID and all the common sense policies America needs. Let's take our country back and make America great again. Terminate the filibuster, not just for the shutdown, but for everything else. We'll get all our common sense policies approved, voter ID anyone, and make America great again. Donald J. Trump. You got Matt Walsh says, we have a very short window of time where we can control Congress and the White House and have the power to push our agenda forward. We're going to waste this window fighting with each other. We're going to squander everything. I'm furious, honestly. Well, unfortunately, Congress is going to do nothing whether we fight or not. The implication here is that the inaction exists because of infighting, but it's the opposite. The inaction from the Trump administration on most of his major campaign promises has created the infighting. Some of us meant America first. Trump apparently did not. That's on him, not us. Well, I would disagree with you, Clint, because he can only do what Congress will let him. It's really unfortunate that Tucker Carlson is constantly attempting to launder foreign historical evil ideologies into American conservative movement. Seriously, Jordan, this guy? Seriously? What the fuck is wrong with these people? This is the infighting right here. I'm furious too. We are winning. So now forces seem determined to destroy MAGA by strong arming an alliance with anti-conservative, anti-Christian, griper extremists who don't even vote for Trump anyway. These people. Says the nuclear option. Senate Majority Leader says there's not enough support to eliminate the filibuster. And this is Thune's filibuster defense is why DC stays broken. There's a 60-throat threshold. Isn't a tool. It's a bureaucratic shield, letting swamp creatures block Trump agenda while protecting their own waste. Senate Republicans had 13 chances to pass a clean CR and end the shutdown. Instead, they cling to procedural relics that empower Democrats to sabotage border security. If Thune won't nuke the filibusters, voter will nuke the career politician enabling the circus. That's what I say. That's what I say. Senate Majority Leader indicates there's not enough support to eliminate the filibuster. President Trump is pressuring Senate Republicans to nix the filibuster. Thune said in an interview that on Radio Benson, there simply aren't the votes. When Republicans hold the majority in the upper chamber, the procedural hurdle serves as a check on the majority's power. Well, you know what? If they wouldn't have let the Democrats steal those 4 seats, those 4 Senate seats in 2024, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, they wouldn't have let them steal them seats and paid attention and done something, there would be 57 Republicans. So you could lose these, the McConnells and the fucking Murkowskis and the Collins. But that's why they let them steal those seats, because they wanted McConnell and Murkowski and Collins and Lankford and Thune to have power. He suggested it's likely no more than 10 or 12 of the 53 GOP senators would vote to eliminate the filibuster. Really? I want names. I want to see the votes. The senator said it's been an important tool for Republicans when they had the minority, noting last year they blocked a whole host of terrible Democrat policies due to the 60-vote threshold. While Thune suggested that Democrats would vote to eliminate the filibuster if they had the majority, he warned if Republicans do their dirty work for them, they will own the crap Democrats will do later. Oh. The Democrats are far more likely to win the midterms and the next presidential election if we don't eliminate the filibuster. Terminate the filibuster now. That's what they're saying. And then we got this. Look at, you got this. In Governor Wes Moore of Maryland says, today I'm announcing the Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission. It's been clear since day one, if other states are determined whether or not they have fair maps, so will Maryland.
Every 10 years, Maryland redraws our legislative and congressional maps to reflect the results of the census. It happens in every state across the nation. That process is supposed to promote fairness, competition, and representation. But you've seen the headlines. President Donald Trump and his allies are trying to rig the system and are handpicking
Me too. I want to know.
states to go through redistricting processes. The president's unpopular policies are raising prices on virtually everything.
All right, I'm not going to listen to this, but he's a fucking liar, and I'm going to show you. It's so unbelievably full of shit, all right? This guy's so unbelievably full of shit. Maryland currently sees Republicans win 1/3 of the vote, but just 1 out of 8 seats. So 1/3 of the votes, but 1 out of 8 seats. Go ahead, take the last one, too. Dems pretending they've been fair till now is despicable gaslighting. So look at Democrats last election. 7 Democrats, 1 Republican. Seats won, 7. Popular vote, 1,800,000. Popular vote for Republicans, 1 million. So 63 to 34. Oh, and they only get 1 seat. Huh. That seems weird, doesn't it? So it's already gerrymandered like a motherfucker. And this guy's saying like, oh, we're going to gerrymander. They're going to gerrymander what? That 1 away? You know, we'll see. These people. All right. And then breaking news, Andrew Cuomo apologizes for the nursing home deaths during COVID and begs Republicans to vote for him in the mayoral race. I want to see, is he actually going to say I'm sorry?
Worst. Nobody knew what we were dealing with. I had the best health experts from around the globe getting worst. Nobody knew what we were dealing with. I had the best health experts from around the globe giving us advice. We followed the best advice. We followed the federal guidance. And people died in a horrific way. There were no visitors allowed into nursing homes. And I apologize for any family that lost a loved one during that time. It was on my watch. And I understand how terrible it was.
Yeah, we really were first and worst. I remember calling my family down in South Carolina saying, Mom and Dad, do not go to that party. You don't understand what's happening here. Y'all need to stay away from your friends right now and stay at home. People are losing their loved ones. My doorman, many of them lost like their dad, their mom. It was really sad. Janice Dean lost both of her in-laws because of the nursing home situation. It was a really hard time for New York, and we were the first. What do you say to the people who can't afford to pay their bills here in New York, Governor? Because we know how Mamdani feels about the billionaires, about our police officers, about the Jewish community. Many of them are voting for you because of what he said about Israel. But what do you say when people are going to go vote for him today because free grocery stores, free buses, rent stabilized, corporate taxes?
Wow. Yeah, corporate stabilized, rent, taxes, all this stuff. It's not going to hold up long. It's going to be an issue. It really is. They're going to have a problem with it. A lot of these things Mamdani is promising he can't actually do. You know, it's not really possible for him to do that stuff. So that's where they're at with that. So I don't know how they plan on doing it. I really don't. It's going to be odd. It's going to be weird. So, but here's some of Mamdani's stuff. He says this is amazing. Taxation isn't theft. Capitalism is. Zohran Mamdani majored in African studies. So here he is right here. When New York Cuomo refuses to tax the rich, he's refusing to let workers enjoy the wealth they created. How is taxing the rich allowing the workers to enjoy the wealth they created? When he says lower taxes foster a business-friendly environment, he means an environment where it's easy for bosses to steal from workers. Taxation isn't theft. Capitalism is. The fact that anyone voted for this fucking clown is ridiculous. Like, you know, it's insanity that people voted for this fucking person. It really is, man. Tim Pool says it best. Karl Marx is a retard. Karl Marx wrote a bunch of retarded garbage, and idiots like Zohran Mamdani believe it. Zohran Mamdani is also a retard. Canada failed its IQ test the same way. Yeah, it did. Let's hear what the old Tim Poo-Poo has to say.
Trump has put his thumb on the scale, saying you got to vote for Cuomo, and if you're Jewish, you're stupid for voting for Mamdani, who is a communist. Hey, look at this. Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Hey, that's his account. And it says, each according to their need, each according to their ability. Oh, I can't with these people. Guys, there are people who actually believe this. Karl Marx was as dumb as a box of rocks. He didn't understand people. He was retarded. I'm going to say it again. Karl Marx is a retard. He wrote a bunch of retarded garbage and people believed it. Okay. I am going to simply break down for you why this statement is retarded and can never work. My response to this was each according to their work. That's it. The work you do is what you get. So my abilities, I have the ability to work 16-hour days. I have the ability to work longer than that. Sometimes I don't have to sleep. It's painful, but I have that ability within me. What are my needs? In order for me to maintain that level of work, I need adequate reward. But that's not what the phrase means. To the communists, they'll say, no, Tim, you need only adequate food. Your needs are what you need to remain healthy, which is shelter and food. Thank you and have a nice day. What they are telling me in this phrase is that they would require of me my maximum output for my minimum return. Humans don't operate that way.
No, I didn't see it, Douglas Dauntless. I didn't see the Madonna and Lexus Street got hacked.
You must perform to your maximum.
I did not see it.
People are going to lose their minds in these systems, and they have. Zoran is an idiot.
Zoran is an idiot. Definitely is an idiot. All right. And then this story, I talked about this earlier. So the Fed chair, Jay Powell, has accrued over $240 billion in operating losses. And now he's once again printing money to send to big banks to cover up his failures. Powell needs to go. Is the Fed quietly singing trouble ahead? Powell injects money. Powell's a Fed racking up $240 billion in losses while funneling cash to Wall Street is exactly why the Too Late Act exists. Section 2A triggers removal when Fed policy deviates 200 basis points from benchmarks. Powell's rate mismanagement meets that threshold. Heritage Foundation analysis shows these losses directly correlate with reckless balance sheet expansion and paying banks 4.9 interest while Treasury yields lag. The Fed's operating losses now exceed $1 billion weekly, a historic hemorrhage of taxpayer value masked by accounting tricks. Yes, I'm still going, old school, still going. We got about let's see here. We got about 28 minutes left if we don't hit this goal. About 28 minutes left if we don't hit the goal. Go, 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 go. Oh, I guess I can't do that then. Let me see here. Live. I might have to send something else. Let me see here. All right. So let's see. We're going to read this story. Then I'll open up some new tabs. I wish I should have opened up some stuff while I was listening to that. Is the Fed quietly signaling trouble ahead? Powell injects $29 billion into the banking system, biggest repo operation since 2020, as U.S. bank reserves crashed to $2.8 trillion. Federal Reserve liquidity injection has stunned the markets. What, you gotta go outside? Overnight repurchase agreements on repos October 31st, making it the largest liquidity boost in more than 5 years. Official Fed data confirms it. The operation listed as repo NTSYD shows the central bank is moving fast to ease tightening funding conditions. It's the first major liquidity push in the scale since early 2020, the pandemic era rescue phase. It says, over 5 hours and still going strong, Jim. Thank you for your dedication. Well, I'm doing the best. I've been calling Zoran Mad Manny. Yeah, he's Kami Mandami. We rolling. So the injection signals deepening strain in the short-term funding markets. U.S. bank reserves have plunged to $2.8 trillion. The decline reached nearly $102 billion in recent weeks. The Fed's balance sheet has already fallen to about $6.58 trillion, down from its 2020 peak near $9 trillion. Despite Jerome Powell's hawkish tone in recent speeches, his action contradicts the idea of continued tightening. The Fed is quietly stabilizing the system while talking tough on inflation. It's a tactical move, easing stress without officially shifting policy. The kind of repo operation allows banks to swap treasuries for cash overnight, allowing short-term liquidity that keeps the funding markets from freezing. Yeah, he's a snake in the grass. Yes, he is. And he's fucking us all. Yeah, you can see the spike right here. See it spike up right here? Billions of dollars right here. Like some weird stuff going on there. Weird stuff going on over there. All right, let me open some tabs real quick. All right. Democrats are furious after ICE agents ignored metal signs telling them to stay away from an apartment complex. There's no sanctuary for someone who invaded America, and they're actually trying to prevent ICE from being on private property. It's not happening. We put signs up that said go away.
It was just before 10 o'clock this morning when federal agents were gathered outside this apartment complex. As they entered the complex, word spread very quickly among residents. As the agents, dressed in uniform, walked on the property, numerous residents blowing whistles and taking video on their phones. The idea to warn people that the agents are nearby and to document their actions.
They see somebody outside and they just go ahead and take them. No questions asked. It's just done.
A sign outside the complex warns unwelcome visitors to stay away, but the agents pay it no mind. It's unclear who they were possibly looking for, but a few minutes after 10 this morning, they take a man into custody who friends say does not live here, but was stopping by to give a co-worker a ride to work. This woman, who wants only her first name, Adriana, used, was recording from her balcony.
They don't care if it's your citizen or not. They grab whoever they want to grab.
The Department of Homeland Security failed to return our calls asking for information. Activists say their actions are having a tremendous impact on the community.
We don't see kids playing anymore. The parents are scared to actually pick up their kids from the school bus stop. It's very, very sad.
Communities throughout the northwest suburbs are considering laws that would ban federal agents from being on private property.
How's that going to work?
They have an arrest warrant. The latest among those communities considering it tonight is in Wheeling.
Oh, they're going to pass a law telling them they can't go on there. No ice, so the machine is out of order. Yeah. It's, listen, I have to take Bella outside. I know we're only 20 minutes left of the show, and that's kind of a shitty thing to do. 22 minutes, but she is complaining that she needs to go outside. So I'm going to do this real quick. Be right back. I'm going to put a video up real quick to play just until I get back. So just Hey, how you doing? I'm Jim, and this is Jim Tells You. And this is just a short video that I'm making to try something out about news stories that I'll be doing. And hopefully, if you like it, let me know, and I'll continue to do these little short stories, little videos. If not, if you prefer the live streams, let me know, and I'll do whatever the audience wants, because, that's the whole point of doing this, is make the audience happy and make you come back and subscribe and watch the videos. So, today, we're talking about a scandal. It seems there was an issue with the Secret Service at Obama's mansion, and emergency services had to be called to the scene. It says a scuffle between Secret Service agents breaks out at Obama's D.C. residence. Here's the report. A physical altercation between a pair of uniformed Secret Service agents guarding former President Barack Obama's D.C. residence earlier this week necessitated a call to a supervisor, according to a report. Susan Crabtree, Real Code Politics national correspondent, posted the scoop on X platform, which contained alarming details as the administration seeks to rebuild the agency and its trust with the American public following the near assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life last summer. Two female Secret Service uniformed division officers got into a physical fight outside former President Obama's D.C. residence while guarding it. So two women got into a fight at Obama's house, and they had to call the cops on two Secret Service women who got into a fight at Obama's house. That's classic. The fracas, as they're calling it, fracas, make it sound like they were arguing over what they have for dinner. The fracas occurred at roughly 2:30 a.m. What was going on at 2:30 a.m. at Obama's house? The two uniformed female Secret Service agents got into a fight. I mean, what could possibly be going on that would cause this to happen? It's alarming, isn't it? Disturbing. I don't know. Wednesday morning, according to two sources in the Secret Service community, the lack of professionalism was on display during the fight. And in a call one of the women made on a recorded Secret Service line, oh God, I would hope that we could get that recording. That will be gold. That would be awesome to be able to hear what they sound like. I mean, could this have been a fight over a broken nail? Someone used someone's brush. Someone ate someone's lunch, maybe. No, there had to be something else going on here. Oh, here we go. That's what they say on a recorded line to the supervisor to immediately come to the scene before I whoop this girl's ASS. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That sure sounds like something straight out of World Star Hip Hop, maybe? She continued in the post that contained alleged audio recording of the call. The woman officer who made the call was upset that her shift replacement was late and assailed her verbally and physically when she finally did arrive to relieve her. Audio of the early AM call is now circulating among the agents and officers and is attached to an X post. Well, we're going to have to find that X post, aren't we? We're just going to have to listen to what it says. I mean, we have to. Okay, I got the recording of the call. Let's listen to it and hear what it sounds like. Let's listen to that one more time because I could make out what they're saying, but there's a specific dialect I'm trying to hone in on to try to decipher who this might be. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I must say, I would expect more from Secret Service agents protecting presidents, wouldn't you? Seems like maybe we should be screening people better. I don't know if this is DEI, if this is just lack of standards, but generally speaking, people who protect the president are supposed to be the most top qualified, the best at the job, and it'd be weeding out any person that might have a penchant to get violent at the drop of a hat or something like that. It seems like maybe this should have been worked on a little bit better and workshopped, and maybe some changes need to be made in who we hire at the Secret Service and who's actually protecting presidents of the United States. Here's a story about this incident from Headline News. Let's hear what they have to say. Secret Service agents get into a cat fight outside Obama's home. So they're calling it a cat fight. It's unclear whether either woman was injured or whether they will be disciplined over the altercation. Two female Secret Service agents reportedly came to blows at Barack Obama's D.C. crib while they were supposed to protect the former president's residence early Wednesday. Okay, so maybe Obama wasn't there. So maybe they get less qualified people when the president's not actually there. Doesn't add a lot of confidence in the Secret Service and who's protecting presidents and stuff, does it? I mean, it's kind of like this whole thing with what happened with Trump and Butler and at the Mar-a-Lago. Kind of makes me wonder who's running the Secret Service and actually what they're doing and how they're doing it. You know, at around 2:30 a.m., one agent summoned a superior before threatening a fellow agent in a now viral audio clip that we just listened to, released by Real Clear Politics reporter Susan Crabtree. Can I get a supervisor down to Delta 2 immediately before I whoop this girl's ASS? The agent demanded. Susan Crabtree's tweet here, which she's a good person, maybe follow, check it out. Breaking scoop, is DEI still plaguing the Secret Service? Fracas outside Obama's residence raises new questions. Get a supervisor immediately before I whoop this girl's ASS. Two female Secret Service uniform division officers got into a physical altercation. According to Real Clear Politics, the agent was upset that her shift relief arrived late. After that, she assailed her colleague verbally and physically when she finally did arrive to relieve her. The audio reportedly being shared among agents and officers is unclear whether either of these women were injured or whether they will be disciplined over the altercation. Crabtree reported the fight did not wake anyone in Obama's residence or surrounding neighborhood. Oh, so Obama was there, or someone was in the house. The alleged incident comes amid growing scrutiny of the Secret Service Recent fixation on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies under former director Kimberly Cheadle. Cheadle, appointed by then President Biden in 2022, faced criticism from several lawmakers who questioned the readiness of the new agents during the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump in the summer of 2024. The backlash prompted Cheadle to resign in disgrace in July, though the Secret Service stood by the agents in public statements. As an elite law enforcement agency, all of our agents and officers are highly trained and fully capable of performing our missions. Well, it doesn't really sound like that. And it is an insult to the women of our agency to imply that they are unqualified based on gender. I'm not saying that these women are unqualified based on gender. I'm saying that these women are unqualified based clearly on their ability to maintain composure and not get jumped to, like, it seems like someone just jumped to violence at a drop of a hat over some minor inconvenience. That's not something we want from people who are actually supposed to protect someone. What if they got upset with the person they're supposed to protect? What would happen then? Would they assault the president or the president's wife or, God forbid, one of their children? This is not something that's acceptable from the United States Secret Service. DEI at the Secret Service was pushed heavily during the Obama era, according to a book, Zero Fail. The agency threw out hundreds of qualified applicants in favor of DEI candidates. Well, maybe this is what happened. Some of whom did not even know what the Secret Service does. Well, they thought it was a secret, maybe. They didn't think no one would tell them. It's, shh, don't tell no one. This is what we do. It's a big secret. Can't let no one know. We got a tweet here. DEI was implemented in the Secret Service in the early 2010s, and this was the result. The agency threw out 300 qualified applications, replacing them with applicants who didn't know what the Secret Service did. Other applicants included a 400-pound man, some with prosthetic. Wow, that's crazy, with prosthetic stuff. I mean, maybe we'll finish reading some of these here. Other applicants, including a 400-pound man, someone with a prosthetic arm, and others who said their roommates don't like cops. There's an excerpt from the book Zero Fail, which is crazy. I'm going to have to look more into this book. Here's more of the tweet from Susan Crabtree. We'll just read a little bit more of this. I had to go find it. It says, breaking scoop, DEI still plaguing the Secret Service. Fracas outside the residence. We went through all that. 2 Secret Service agents got into a physical fight outside of the president's home. Went into that. 2:30 in the morning. Lack of professionalism. Yeah. Fight did not wake anyone in Obama's residence, or so. Yes, we talked about that. So someone was there. I wonder who was home. Was Obama there? Was his wife there? Were the kids there? Was it just like staff? I mean, we know it wasn't that chef that drowned, but maybe there was a different chef there. Okay, and the incidents raising new concerns. It says Cheadle resigned under a cloud after the J-13 assassination attempt against Donald Trump. The Secret Service for years has experienced low morale and severe manpower shortage, which also contributed to a lower hiring status as the agency works to increase its agents and officers. And then we got a special agent, Rashid Ellis, earlier this year publicly stated that he believed Secret Service DEI policies and agendas are currently responsible for the Secret Service failures at Butler that led to the near assassination of Trump. And numerous sources have questioned Sean Curran that Trump tapped to lead the agency. So basically what we have here is we had 2 women, at least one of which seems to have been possibly unqualified for the job. Maybe both were unqualified, or one showed up late, which is standard operating procedure for this new generation of people. It seems like that just can't show up on time for anything. And the other one didn't like it because she had stuff to do or somewhere to go. And instead of handling it the right way by just, clocking for overtime or calling her boss and just saying, hey, someone didn't show up, what's going on? They decided to get into a physical altercation in a physical fight outside of President Obama's house. Pretty ridiculous, isn't it? Well, thanks for stopping by to watch this video. As I said, my name is Jim. My channel is Jim Tells You. I'm going to try to make more of these little videos, just short hits on news pieces and articles. Okay. All right. Well, yes. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe to yourself. I'm going to try. I don't know. Sorry about that. I'm going to cover some. I won't. ICE doesn't enforce metal signs. It enforces federal law. Sanctuary cities are a joke when criminals exploit loopholes to dodge deportations. Democrats prioritize political theater over public safety. They're hiring unqualified Democrat constituency. What do you think will be the future? Yeah. Well, there's actually a study. You could track the people that work for the federal government, like racial background and stuff, and it's like some departments in the federal government are like almost 40% African American females, like housing and urban development, stuff like that. Like it's insane. It's insane. It's basically what they turned the government into, was basically like a job program. Can I move Bella's camera? What's wrong? Can't you see her? She's right there. What's going on? You don't see Bella? She's right there. You don't see her? Oh, did I do something wrong? Okay. So, yeah, Border Patrol has captured a Tren de Aragua linked illegal in Portland involved in narcotics and weapons trafficking per DHS. 8 other Venezuelan illegals with violent convictions were also captured in the raid. Rioters in Portland are not demoralizing ICE and DHS. Let's see what this is. You can kick rocks if you don't. Why do they do this with the music and stuff? I don't know. So this is the people they're arresting. All right. I don't know. I don't know why they're doing this with the music. ICE and DHS are crushing Tren de Aragua. Exactly how border security should work. The arrests prove that law enforcement's targeted, and it's to stop violent gangs flooding our cities. Portland's rioters can scream all they want, but federal agents aren't backing down. Every deportation of a criminal illegals weakens these networks. Remember when catch and release let gangs thrive? Now, under restored Trump-era policies, enforcement is swift, decisive, and unapologetic. Tren de Aragua, sex trafficking, drug rings, and weapons, drogas, smuggling, get met with cuffs, not coddling. DHS isn't demoralized, they're empowered. Weak politicians who enabled this chaos for years, they're the ones panicking. Who fin with my chat screen? My chat screen reset to top chat 3 times. I don't know. Did you do a refresh? I had jury duty. There were 20 officers working security. Only 2 bailiffs were white. Saying it's been a jobs program for a long time. It's basically what's been happening. It's been a jobs program for a long time. A long time. And Gunther Eagleman says, this is what I voted for. 2 illegal aliens who rammed their vehicles into ICE were arrested today. At the scene of apprehension, a crowd broke out. Agents wasted no time dispersing a growingly violent crowd. There will be law and order. This video will trigger the leftists.
Herman, get back!
Alma, run now. La migra. DHS agents chasing an illegal alien attempting to flee in Des Plaines, Illinois, when future engineer Enrique tells him to chill, bro. You're all some bitches ass N-words, and at this rate, Juan isn't getting away. Adios, amigos.
Y'all got nothing to do, bro. Hey, bro, chill. Bro, look at this nigga. Bitch ass nigga.
Uh-oh. That's racist. Don't use them languages. That's racist.
Okay.
Y'all some bitches, bro. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Bro, for real?
Like that ass, bro? You guys going on looking better do or what?
Where's that chinga la migra shit? They're weak ass.
Yeah, that's ice.
That's ice.
Y'all got nothing to do.
These people are so fucking ridiculous. I don't understand. These places are lost, man. They are lost causes. DHS agents are detaining a legal alien in Mundelein, Illinois, when Big Talk Benito comes up to harass them, saying, "I do whatever I want. What are you going to do? Shoot me? F and shoot me." I think the bear spray is warranted for a local rodent. Let's see. Oh, I hate the whistles. I hate the whistles. These people are goofy with the whistles.
No. I live here. Get back. Mind your fucking business. Get back. What are you going to do? Shoot me? Get back. You going to shoot me? I'm telling you. Fucking
I
shoot
would.
me.
I would.
Or else what? You going to shoot me? Get back.
I would.
Shoot me then.
I would.
That's what I thought. You fucking
Taser,
coconut.
taser.
Coconut. Fuck you. You already said that. Fucking sellout.
So these people are fucking ridiculous.
Piece of shit. You betrayed the Constitution, you piece of shit. All of you did. You're all
really?
fucking traitors to your country.
The only traitor
Fucking
is this
puto
guy. Doesn't really...
Pinche puto. Bola de cabrones.
Wow, he sure sounded Spanish there for a second. Auditor farming clips, probably. Yeah.
Pinches culeros. Look at you.
Yeah. Bring back the wood shampoo. Yeah, Democrats really get angry when you take their slaves away. They don't like it.
Hey, you can record all you want, just stay right there. Don't I live here, motherfucker. I go wherever I want. Good, fuck you, sellout. Fucking coconut. You can stay right there, brother. No, I go wherever I want.
Wow, that's pretty racist calling him a coconut.
You're the criminal alien. You ain't from here. You don't belong here. Nobody wants you here. You're committing a crime, motherfucker. You're the criminal alien. All of you motherfuckers. Traitors to America. Pinches culeros. Váyanse la chingada. Hey, go easy on him, motherfucker. Get in the car. Get in the truck. Don't fucking rough him up, asshole. Pinches culeros.
I would rough this guy up. This guy needs to be roughed up.
Fucking sellouts.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of fucking coconuts. Pinche culero. Look at you, you fucking lard ass. Why do you cover your mouth? You have to cover your cock breath? Cover your fucking belly, lard ass. You too, chubby. No fitness standards at the feds, huh? Fucking fat ass.
I would like to see what this person looks like.
Fucking old fuck. You're a traitor to your country, you fucking culero.
Yeah. These people, if the auditor is Hispanic, why is he culturally losing the accent? It's crazy. These people are all fucking retarded, man. It is so bad. We won't have 51 votes. Paul, Collins, Mitchell. Yeah. Murkowski leaves 49. What's his face? Sheila. Fetterman said he would vote for getting rid of the filibuster to open the government. So that would give him 50. And then J.D. Vance could break the tie. ICE officers face violent attacks daily like these illegals using cars as weapons. Law and order is an optional. Sanctuary politicians enable this chaos by demonizing law enforcement. The 1,000% spike in assaults on ICE is a direct result of the leftist rhetoric. These people coming out and saying this shit is all because of the retarded shit the Democrats are saying. I mean, that's why they're out here saying this shit. Is because the Democrats are calling them Nazis, Gestapo. They just keep saying all this shit over and over and over again. It is nutso but dutso. And yet, we're just supposed to let it keep going. I don't know. We're just gonna have to let it keep going. It's crazy. But this is what's going on. We got this. Wyandotte County, Kansas, in September. Freddie Gerardo Garcia was arrested for criminal discharge of a firearm to an occupied vehicle, an aggravated battery, and more. He has an immigration detainer hold. Here he is. Oh, what do you know? Felony offenses, all this stuff. Race U. What does race U mean? Unknown. Nationality, Guatemalan. Build, medium, olive brown. Freddie Garcia Canan. Knox County, Tennessee, on Sunday, Javier Yactisin was arrested for statutory rape. He has an immigration detainer hold. Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. And we got this Javier, immigration detainer hold, Division 1, statutory rape, bond amount none, hold for immigration. We got this. We got Barrow County, Georgia, in July. David Sanchez Loreno was arrested for possession of controlled child pornography. He was identified as a criminal alien in his booking information. Oh. He's a white male. What do you know? White male from Winder, Georgia. So Georgia classifies everyone as whites. That's what we got. Yeah, minority privilege at its finest. 5 Dems, actually. We have 4 Dems voting with us. 5 Dems, actually. Yeah. Yeah, if Trump is a king and now it's a dictatorship, why aren't they being abused to defy authority? It's crazy. Race you, Ukrainian? Maybe. I don't know. But look at these white people. We got to stop these white people from committing all these crimes. Look at them. Look at these white people. White people. Getting the worst of the worst out of Chicago, CBP apprehended Afghan illegal alien originally admitted as a refugee. Within 11 days of arrival in the U.S., he was arrested for assault. Later crimes include larceny, receiving stolen property, breaking and entering, and lawful use of a motor vehicle. Criminal illegal aliens are not welcome in America. This one. Oh. The Afghani. Look at this. Just keeps committing crimes. Chicago's sanctuary politics have turned the city into a magnet for criminal illegal aliens. Exactly why Operation Midway Bitch is critical. ICE and CBP are cleaning up the mess, arresting over 800 violent offenders, gang members, and predators the sanctuary politicians shielded. This Afghan refugee turned repeat criminal proves the system's failure. Open borders invite chaos. Imagine if the Protestants had yelled at the Inquisitors during the Inquisition. Yeah, imagine. It would probably make a difference, right? And Trump's enforcement strategy, aggressive removals, tech-driven efficiency like the CBP home app is restoring order. Every arrest under Midway Blitz exposes the lie that sanctuary cities protect anyone but criminals. Yes, it does. Exposes the lie. As a part of Operation Midway Blitz, CBP apprehended this Ukrainian national who was convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy and export of defense articles without a license. Every day, CBP works to remove criminals from our nation. Look at this guy. So he was selling shit. He was in the country getting weapons and other stuff that are protected under ITAR. You can't ship certain defense items out of the country without permission from the government. Okay. Sheila, you're saying we can't eliminate it because we can't get the 51 votes. I already told you that John Fetterman, a Democrat, said he would vote with the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster. That gives you 50. And in a 50-50 tie, you just use the vice president to get the 51. So those 4 would be 49, but then Fetterman would make it back to 50. So that's that. And McConnell would actually have to show up to vote. McConnell hasn't been there because he keeps falling down. He's basically on his way out. Okay, and Homeland Security says in Arlington, Virginia, Eero, Washington arrested Edgar Burbe Estrada, an illegal alien from Guatemala who illegally entered the U.S. was arrested several times. Estrada's criminal history includes a conviction for breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony, manufacturing, sale, possession of a fictitious operator's license, and larceny. The men and women of ICE will not stop until every criminal legal alien is out of the country. This guy. Arrested Guatemalan alien for breaking and entering in Virginia after Sanctuary County refused to honor ICE detainer and released them back in the community. So that's what happens. They release these people back in the community, then ICE has to go find them. And then they go, why are you here in the community doing all this stuff? Keeps falling down. Why did I find that funny? Well, he does. He keeps falling down. He's on his way out. Arrested criminal aliens are not negotiable. Edgar Bernardo Estrada's case proves sanctuary jurisdictions gamble with public safety by ignoring ICE detainers, releasing violent offenders instead of deporting them. Arlington's refusal to honor federal detainer requests directly enabled his continued crimes, including breaking and entering fraudulent license. This isn't compassion, it's dereliction. ICE enforcement actions protect communities from repeat offenders who exploit weak policies. Every sanctuary release risks another victim. Trump's border security overhaul ensures ICE can finally do its job without blue state bureaucrats undermining national security. And then we got this. Chicken in Chicago. During Operation Midway Blitz, a Latin King gang member with prior prison time was driving recklessly, trying to intimidate our agents by swerving and playing chicken while flying an anti-ICE flag. After striking several innocent civilian vehicles during his joyride, his erratic driving ended when he was arrested by Border Patrol agents. Playing stupid games and endangering lives of community members is not a good idea. ICE released stunning statistics after exposing Halloween's weekend's worst of worst arrests. The Department of Homeland Security highlighted 70% of ICE arrests are criminal illegal aliens charged or convicted of a crime in the U.S. And she says, I want to vote. Charles says, I want to vote on the record. They need to show us their work. Yeah, I'd like to see who votes against it. Those aliens don't argue with law enforcement in their country. They don't even whimper. That's right. They know better. ICE reveals a stunning statistic of the people arrested over the Halloween weekend. ICE's enforcement is laser focused on removing violent criminals. 70% stat proves ICE prioritizes pedophiles, kidnappers, and murderers, not hardworking immigrants. But let's cut through the spin. 71.5 no convictions claim ignores that ICE arrest targets those with active charges, pending trials, or prior deportations. Sanctuary city activists and open border lobbyists twist data to protect criminal aliens. DHS's transparency here is crucial. Every arrest listed involves serious crimes. Weak politicians cry over overreach. But enforcing immigration law isn't optional. Hey, what's up, Mark? How's it going? Jim is still on. Cool. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm almost over. I'm just trying to get through a couple last stories, Mark, and then I'll be done. ICE reveals the stunning statistics after the Hollywood weekend's worst for the worst. Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues to crack down on the worst of the worst. Over Hollywood weekend, arresting criminals convicted of intercourse with minors, intercourse with minors, isn't that called rape, statutory rape, pedophilia, something like that? Sexual abuse, kidnapping, homicide, and other crimes. They highlighted 70% of ICE arrests are criminal illegal aliens charged or convicted with crimes in the U.S. One criminal alien, Sisawanga Kumabahongahanga from Laos, was arrested by ICE after being convicted of unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Is that statutory rape? They changed the language in fucking California so it doesn't sound like it's that bad. It's like unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. It's not rape. It's just unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Just to the north, another criminal alien, Milton Rene Mendez Aravero from Guatemala, was arrested and convicted for kidnapping in Los Angeles. Cool. I think we're finally figuring out how to do press statements. In Houston, when ICE arrested over 120 illegal immigrants over the weekend, the agency nabbed Honduran criminal illegal Hector Eugenio Ramirez Martinez, who was convicted for indecency with child sexual contact in Harris County. Another, Francisco Nava Garcia from Mexico, was arrested in Houston after being convicted of assault on a family member. California immigrant with 49 prior arrests tops ICE latest worst of the worst list. Look at them. Yes. Criminals, get them all out. Elsewhere in Texas, ICE arrested Kunal Khatari, an illegal alien from India who was convicted for illegal smuggling in the U.S. ICE also continues to crack down in Florida, arresting Lozado Mateo Ruiz from Cuba, who was convicted for homicide, weapons offense, and robbery in Miami-Dade County. Over in Florida's Gulf Coast, ICE arrested Juan Gomez Gutierrez from Colombia, who was convicted for conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute 5 kilograms of cocaine on board a vessel in Tampa. Another drug distributor, Juan Brito Rios from Mexico, was arrested by ICE following his conviction for possession with intent to distribute 1 kilogram or more of heroin, 5 kilograms or more of cocaine, and money laundering in the U.S. Middle District County of Tennessee. Yeah, Dave's Bourbon channel got monetized. Very cool. Yep, I was his first super chat. I hit him with the hundo. In Illinois, a sanctuary state has been resisting the Trump administration's crackdown. ICE arrested Brigidio Avito Gomez Garcia from Guatemala, who was convicted of aggravated domestic battery, strangled domestic battery, and driving under the influence of weed. Commenting on the arrest, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin pointed to this amidst the pushback from pro-sanctuary politicians. 70% of ICE arrests are of illegal aliens charged or convicted of crimes in the U.S. President Trump and Noam unleashed ICE to remove the worst of the worst, and that's what they're doing. Yeah, but see what happens when other people get involved, or if they go after a guy that's got a charge and they go into a house and there's 4 other people that are illegal aliens, they don't just say, well, we're going to let you go. No, they arrest them all. That's how it works. Despite the government shutdown, ICE continued arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country. While Americans enjoyed their weekends, ICE was hard work at getting rid of the worst of the worst off our streets: pedophiles, murderers, and kidnappers. We refuse to back down on our mission to make America safe again. Read about the worst of the worst arrested by ICE.gov here. Deport this guy while you're at it. Look at him. Oh, he thinks that's cool. Look at him. Kami Mandami. Cool, Kami Mandami. But he says, oh, no, I'm not a communist, but there he is. ICE arrested worst of the worst violent illegal immigrants as Democrats continue attacks. Democrats continue to demonize and villainize DHS and ICE. You'd never know it by listening to the Democrats, the demon rats. But DHS is regularly removing the worst of the worst. Moreover, the regular abuse and left-wing vitriol these officers have endured have resulted in assassination attempts, violent attacks, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE and DHS has persisted. They continue to do their jobs, even while being sabotaged by the Democrats. At this point, the Democrats prefer violent criminal legal aliens in endangered communities over law enforcement officers protecting innocent people. This is crazy. Crazy. Yes. 35 days into the demon rats government shutdown, ICE law enforcement continues to arrest the worst of the worst. Yesterday's arrests include Pedro Joaquin Ovado Guido, a criminal legal alien from Honduras convicted of sex abuse of a minor in Baltimore County, Maryland. Candido de Jesus Hernandez, criminal legal alien from Dominican Republic convicted for manslaughter in New York. Andrew Brown, a criminal legal alien from Jamaica with convictions for habitual felon, concealed, failed to report death, cocaine smuggling. Freddie German Padilla Riera, a criminal legal alien from Venezuela, convicted for arson in Behar County, Texas. Jabai Do, a criminal legal alien from Liberia with convictions for first-degree aggravated robbery in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, and receiving stolen property and possession of ammo and a firearm in Edina, Minnesota. So his last name is Doe. Think that's his real last name, or is it a fake last name? Democrats shut down theatrics, can't stop ICE from enforcing the law. That's right, 70% of them are target criminal aliens. We expected this. An FBI bulletin issued last month warns that individuals impersonating U.S. immigration officers have been linked to multiple robberies, kidnappings, and sexual assaults across several states. So yeah, these people are pretending they're ICE and they're robbing people and doing stuff. It's kind of scary. FBI warns of criminals posing on ICE, urges agents to ID themselves. In a bulletin to law enforcement, the FBI said criminal impersonators are exploiting ICE's image and urge nationwide coordination to distinguish real operations from fake. Criminals posing as ICE agents and U.S. immigration officers have carried out robberies, kidnappings, and sexual assaults in several states. Warns a law enforcement bulletin issued last month by the FBI. The Bureau urges agencies to ensure officers clearly identify themselves and to cooperate when civilians asked to verify an officer's identity, included by allowing calls to local police precinct. Ensure law enforcement personnel adequately identify themselves during operation and cooperate with individuals. First reported by Wired, the bulletin cites a 2025 incidents involving fake immigration, saying criminals are using ICE customs enforcement heightened profile to target vulnerable communities. A review of public reporting confirms 4 of 5 cases described in the bulletin. One appears to have gone unreported, suggesting the FBI drew in part on internal law enforcement information. The document was first obtained by Transparency, nonprofit property of the people. August 7th, 3 men in black vests entered a New York restaurant claiming to be ICE agents. Inside, they tied a worker's hands and pulled a garbage bag over the person's head. Another, believing the burglar's story, surrendered themselves only to be kicked to the ground and tied up as the intruders robbed the ATM. So FBI declined to comment at a national press conference. The cases cited by the advisory span kidnapping, street crime, and sexual violence. In Bay County, Florida, a woman unzipped her jacket, revealed a shirt that said ICE, and told her ex-boyfriend's wife that she was there to pick her up before driving her to an apartment complex. The woman later escaped. In Brooklyn, it alleges a man told the woman he was an immigration officer and directed her to a nearby stairwell while he punched her and tried to rape her and stole her phone before police caught him. In Raleigh, North Carolina, it claims a man entered a motel room and threatened to deport the woman if she did not have sex with him, telling her he was a sworn officer. He showed her a business card with a badge. The FBI describes a few signs of impersonation: forged or mismatched credentials, outdated protective gear, and cloned vehicle markings. It urged agencies to launch outreach programs aimed at identifying fake ICE agents. Yeah, letting the local police know of ICE activity in sanctuary cities. Yeah, so they can warn them about it, but they don't do anything. My batteries are about dead. Oh. It says, ICE says anyone caught impersonating themselves a federal agent will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Impersonating a federal immigration officer endangers the public safety and erodes trust in the public. It is straight from the Subversion Handbook. Change the words to sound less offensive. Wait suggests the action is merely different, not evil. Wait begin promoting the action marginally acceptable. Yep, that's what they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. Now we're on to just regular crime stories. 15-year-old Florida student kills classmate for bumping into him in the hallway and not apologizing. Ja'Cory Reading will be tried as adult for shooting and killing 16-year-old Pinion Damasi. Investigators say the victim refused to apologize for bumping into Reading. He faces manslaughter charges. How is it just manslaughter charges? How is it just manslaughter charges for shooting somebody because they bumped into you?
There were a number of witnesses on scene who said that earlier in the day that Ja'Cory had bumped into Pinion on school campus.
How is it just manslaughter?
Asked or told Pinion or told Ja'Cory to apologize. He would not. The two agreed to meet after school off campus to fight. So right after this shooting,
That sounds premeditated.
ran back onto campus at Oak Ridge High School. Our school resource officer, Deputy Nelson Rodriguez, heard the shooting go out on the radio, immediately started coordinating with school administrators at Oak Ridge High School. The school was placed on lockdown, and as information was coming in about who was responsible for the shooting, Ja'Cory Reading was located in the school cafeteria, and he was also in possession of the gun. So Ja'Cory Reading, who's 15 years old, was arrested and charged with manslaughter with a firearm. He's also charged with possession of firearm on school property.
Wow. That's some crazy shit, but it should be more than manslaughter. That should be premeditated. Yeah, it should definitely be more than manslaughter. This happened on Halloween. A Chicago father who was pistol whipped, robbed, and carjacked in front of his child speaks out. She was actually crying during the event. I couldn't help her. I was pretty helpless, but she's getting better. All 3 suspects were described as black men about 20 years old. Ting Chu, 42, has parked his SUV and helped his girl out of the back seat. The suspects ran across the street, hit a man in the head with a gun, and knocked him to the fence. A second suspect stole his belongings while the first kept him pinned. The third jumped into the SUV, and all 3 fled. Yes, you should always be armed, especially in Chicago, man.
It's pretty traumatizing. You're just reacting to whatever is happening. You can't really think straight. She was actually crying like during the event, but I couldn't really help her because I was pretty helpless myself. And but now I think she's getting better. It's just making us not really sleep really well now. So we're very traumatized from that.
Okay. All right. It says a black woman steals roughly $300 worth of food and drinks from a Chicago black-owned business. They just get up and walk out after dining. Then they went on Instagram and tagged the restaurant saying, "Thanks for the free food." After being identified, the black woman doubles down, saying, "If you take too long with my bill when it's time to leave, I'm leaving your place of business. Call me broke all you want. I'm not waiting longer than 10 minutes for my bill." He then said, y'all really thinking I care about a dine and dash? I'll do it again. Don't take forever when it's time to pay. Anybody who's got some negative to say, STFU, and people who I was with wasn't going for it, so I got my fat up. I can pay that 261 more than 100 times. That's facts. I just don't post money, but I will today. I'll up it today. Ain't nothing better. The kicker of the whole video is the woman that gypped out of the bill has her own business, her own restaurant business where she makes tacos. She's a restaurant owner who just stole from another restaurant owner. Yep. During the day, broad daylight in Chicago, always be armed in Chicago. They also filled out a reservation at the restaurant they stole from with all their personal information. So these people went and stole, and they know who they are. That's how they know what it was.
These three black women have gone viral after stealing $300 of food from a Chicago black-owned business.
After greasing their fingers on chicken wings, eating Alfredo, and washing it all down with flights of drinks.
Now, as you can see, as the ringleader of this group gets up, these two other women will follow shortly behind her, leaving the blue-haired woman to be the last one to leave the booth. Now, this bill came out to $262, including the 18% tip that they did not pay their waitress. Now, these people may be some of the lowest IQ criminals ever because they actually filled out a reservation tab before they got there with all of their personal information. They also then went to IG and tagged the restaurant saying, "Thanks for the free food." Well, that's when internet detectives decided to do their work and found the people who are responsible for this, including the woman with the blue hair, where that woman went out and actually flexed stealing this food from this business. Now, the wildest part in all this is that the woman that I said at the beginning was the ringleader, she has gone on Facebook and has doubled down on why she stole the food. She said, "If you take too long with my bill, when it's time to leave the restaurant, I'm leaving your place of business. Call me broke all you."
Good night, sunshine. I'll be ending here in a couple minutes, so thanks for sticking around. I just wanted to get to these last couple stories.
I'm not waiting longer than 10 minutes for my bill.
Wow, that's crazy. That's just some crazy stuff. Here we go. This is the story people were asking about earlier. This is a heroic moment as a Florida sheriff deputies in Tampa expertly save a 7-year-old child from being choked by an armed criminal. Suspect, you're going to be shot. Officer, let me see your hands. I will drop the knife. Bang, the kid is instantly saved. I don't know. There's going to be a problem. Let's see.
Hey, Sheriff's Office, make yourself known. Sheriff's Office, make yourself known.
Just almost send the kid out.
Send the child out, please. Bring the child out of the room. Drop the knife and bring the child out of the room. Drop the knife, bring the child out of the room. Let me see your hands right now. Let me see your hands.
You are going to get shot.
Let me see your hands right now. Let me see your hands right now. Let me see your hands right now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Drop the knife. Drop it. Come on, baby. Come on. Hey, Sheriff's Office.
Wow. That's some crazy stuff. All right, and then today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operating by a designated terrorist organization, DTO. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was involved in illicit narcotic trafficking, smuggling, transiting a lone local trafficking route, and carrying narcotics. The strike was conducted in international waters in the Eastern Pacific. No U.S. forces were harmed in the strike, and 2 male narco-terrorists who were aboard the vessel were killed. We find and terminate every vessel with the intention of trafficking drugs into America and poisoning our citizens. Protect Homeland is our top priority. Top priority. Top priority. Yes, it is. Top priority. That's what they want to do. Protecting the homeland. Top priority. That's what they want to do. Mm-hmm. No cartel terrorist stands a chance against the American military. Wow, look at that. Another boat. Boom, 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 boom. Rest well, y'all. Great chatting. Wasn't unalived by the cop. I think so. I didn't realize. I thought they were going to blur that out. I don't know. That might be a problem later. We'll find out. But so yeah. So that's what happens when narco terrorists try to invade our country. All right, everybody. That's it for this evening. I want to thank everybody who came by and checked out the show. All right. Let's see here. Thank everybody who was here. Thank you all. Yeah, a nice, good look at Belle. Look at her sleeping like a baby. And I think I'm going to send everybody over to see Shane Davis. I think he's the only one live right now. I was going to send everybody over to Ricada, but he's on a members only and it won't let me do it. So thank everybody. If you go by Shane, tell him I said hi and, give him a like and subscribe. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button on this video. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And please come back every night, 10 p.m. for Jim to tell you the news.